Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, and pursuant to Standing Order 32 Sub 2, I have the honour to table in both official languages a charter statement for Bill C-84, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bestiality and animal fighting.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages
the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for cooperation with peaceful uses of nuclear energy done at Ottawa on November 2nd, 2018. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 14 petitions. Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Speaker, it's a privilege to rise on this traditional territory that the Algonquin peoples call home, on this day that many Canadians will remember for generations to come. Today, from coast to coast to coast, roses will be laid, tears will be shed, and candles will be lit, as we all remember the young women who lost their lives on December 6, 1989. On this day, 29 years ago, an act of unspeakable violence occurred when a gunman walked into a classroom at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal, separated the women from the men, and then opened fire on the women. 13 young women who were students and a female administrator died that day. Several were wounded simply because they were women. This is a day to rededicate ourselves to ending gender-based violence. Because when those women were killed, we didn't just lose daughters, friends, and colleagues. We lost all of the potential that existed within each individual. We lost role models. We lost engineers. We lost community builders. We lost leaders who could have potentially been sitting in these seats today. It was a tremendous loss for our nation. We will never know what they may have achieved. Aujourd'hui, nous aurons le mémoire.
Today we honor their memory by speaking their names. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Colgan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maud Haviernick, Maryse Lajanière, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Klusnik-Widajewicz.
And early 30s, Mr. Speaker. Speaking their names remind us that there are so many other victims of gender-based violence whose names and stories we may never know. Today, we honor all of those who have died because of gender-based violence. This is a day to also honor and recognize the important work of those who care for victims and survivors. This is a day to recognize the courage of survivors whose resilience reminds us why we must continue to fight to end gender-based violence. We think of Nathalie Provost, who on that day in 1989 confronted the gunman. She was shot 4 times, but she survived and is now a successful engineer. Another student that day, Heidi Rathian, also survived the shooting and is now an advocate for stricter gun control. Mr. Speaker, we stand in solidarity with them and with all survivors of families of those who were impacted by gender-based violence. We continue to be inspired by the ongoing power of the Me Too movement. For more than a year, the movement's been motivating people to share their stories, to recognize the persistence of the problem, and to call for meaningful action. We must respond to their courage with courage, Mr. Speaker. Anything less is cowardice. As my honourable colleagues know, December 6th falls within the annual 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. These 16 days begin on the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on November 25th, a day that also honours women who were needlessly murdered. 3 sisters, Patria, Minerva, and Maria Teresa Mirabal, were assassinated in the Dominican Republic in 1960 for their political activism. The 16 days ends with the International Human Rights Day on December 10th. This year's theme, Mr. Speaker, is Our Actions Matter. We all play a part in ending and preventing gender-based violence. Some wonder why our government's investing in advancing gender equality, why we have a $200 million strategy to end gender-based violence, why a third of the national housing strategy is carved out for women leaving and fleeing violence, why we are reforming our justice system to better serve cases of domestic assault and sexual assault, why we have worked together across parties in this House to pass legislation to address workplace harassment and sexual violence, why we're making new investments to end cyber violence and improve relationships that our teenagers have. It's because there's a lot of work to do, Mr. Speaker. The work remains. Our shelters remain full. The demand for services go up. And we all work towards the day when, as Oprah says, no one will have to say, "Me too" again. We are proud of our achievements, Mr. Speaker, but nothing we can do can rewrite history. On this day 29 years ago, 14 young women died simply because they were women. This anniversary will continue to act as a constant reminder of what misogyny and hatred can lead to. But in honoring their memories, in speaking their names, they live on as an inspiration to all of us to keep working together to reduce and eliminate gender-based violence in all its forms.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Beauport-Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, despite the 29 years that have passed since the tragedy at the Polytechnique de Montréal, in which 14 young women lost their lives when they were murdered and 10 others were seriously injured, our hearts still mourn what happened on that terrible afternoon of December 6, 1989. Unfortunately, even though 29 years have passed since that horrible tragedy, still today, girls and women are still being murdered simply because they are women. I'm sorry to have to tell you that last year, in 2017, 173 girls and women were murdered in this country, and that in the first 6 months of this year, 1 girl or woman was murdered every other day. It's absolutely inconceivable that this is still happening here in Canada. I'm still shocked to live in a country as beautiful as ours, but in which 84% of homicide victims who are killed by an intimate partner, current or former, are women. The National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women aims to denounce all forms of violence against girls and women in all its forms, including domestic violence, psychological and emotional violence, bullying, intimidation, and trafficking in persons. These are incredibly serious crimes. This year, the Quebec Federation of Women's Shelters organized a lunch to involve and give a voice to men because it believes that violence against women is not just a women's issue, but it also is a men's issue. It's a calamity that affects the whole of society and on which men, in their capacity as business leaders, colleagues, spouses, fathers, brothers, friends, and above all, political decision makers, must have a decisive impact. Prevention is an important thing, yes, but it alone cannot stop the spread of this scourge, which year after year continues to claim too many victims. As we all know, victims and their families will always be pleased to know that annual investments to fund community projects that help survivors of violence are available, but that's not all victims are asking for. They want the criminal code to be adapted to what is really happening, because it's perfectly clear that the gap between the rights of victims and those of criminals continues to widen. It's essential that the rights of victims of crime, the rights which are enshrined in the Canadian Charter of Victims' Rights, be respected and that they continue to be improved. What have we done over the years as a government? Very little, far too little. And to say that hindsight is 20/20 is not good enough. It's with great sadness that we see that women who are victims of violence are becoming increasingly younger, and that we have still not halted the speed with which this violence advances and continues to take its toll. Prevention is indispensable, but the government has to send a clear and unequivocal message to perpetrators that sentences must be proportional to the crimes committed, and we will always defend victims who must forever live with the consequences. In other words, they have to live with a life sentence. Organizations that help women need to keep on being funded, but prevention also means preventing murders, which means better equipping police officers, such as empowering them to make preventative arrests, which unfortunately the criminal code still does not allow them to do. This is what I consider to be a concrete measure to demonstrate a real willingness to counter this violence and to support these courageous women and girls who come forward. We're not in an era of making endless commitments which are not followed up anymore. It's therefore urgent that specific laws to protect women victims be adopted so that all women and girls in Canada feel safe, heard. They need to be at the heart of our legal system, and their abusers need to know that violence against women in Canada is a serious crime, full stop. Given these sad statistics in Canada on violence against women, we have no choice but to shoulder our responsibilities and promise Canadians that changes will be made to our criminal code to adequately meet the needs of victims of violence. We've waited long enough, and far too many women have been killed. The desire to address violence against women and girls in Canada should never be a purely political debate. It should be a debate which concerns all communities, an entire country, and its government. Canada should be a global leader in this regard. We will never forget the 14 victims of the December 6, 1989 tragedy. Let us never forget Daphne, Gabrielle, Clémence, Véronique, Kim, Josiane, Francine, Nathalie, Brigitte, Julie, and all the other women who were murdered alone, one after another, and who ultimately are part of the same sad statistic. These are innocent victims who have lost their lives in recent years simply because they were women. To all of you, we will always remember you and continue to work hand in hand to ensure that this too long list, which includes your names, will not continue to grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Rimouski-Nejet.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Drummond, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Vigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Barbara Klusnik, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, and Madame Turcotte. 20 years ago, Annie Turcotte, 20 years ago you were killed just because you were women, along with your classmates who were wounded simply because they were women. On the eve of your end-of-term exams, your chairs were empty. You wanted to become engineers to build a better world, and your dream ran square into misogyny.
Lost their lives on December 6, 1989. We are also reminded of all those who are victims of systemic gender-based violence. Because every day, women are still subjected to terrible acts of violence, not to mention day-to-day sexist comments to which men will never be exposed. In fact, half of women in Canada will experience violence in their lifetime. Imagine 1 in 2 women. That's not right. And young women, Indigenous women, and women with disabilities experience even higher rates of violence. Women are speaking up. Now we need to listen.
The fact is that over the past 30 years, over 1,200 Indigenous women were murdered or disappeared. Racialized women who are victims of violence are taken less seriously by law and order. Their attackers get lighter sentences. Immigrant women are more vulnerable to family violence because of their economic dependency, the language barrier, and a lack of community resources in their community. 8 out of 10 trans people feel that they are not in safety when they attend school. As we mark the International Day of Commemoration and Action Against Violence Against Women, we're calling on the Government of Canada to come up with an action plan, because we can build a society where women and girls can go about their lives freely, without fear, study without fear, work without fear, wherever they live. We all have a role to play in ending violence against women and girls. We need to listen, believe, and act. Today we have a message for the victims of École Polytechnique, for those who've disappeared, and for the survivors of Me Too. Today we remember, let us not forget, today we stand on your behalf for those who are still targeted as victims of sexism, misogyny, and systemic violence. Today, we remind ourselves that every little thing counts to put an end to this violence, which too often is invisible.
Y a-t-il le consentement unanime?
Does the House give unanimous consent for the member for Repentigny to comment? Agreed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So 29 years ago to the day, Quebec was plunged into darkness, which we will never completely emerge from. I think everyone remembers where they were and what they were doing on December 6th, 89. I was watching a TV show, and it was interrupted, and we saw ambulances and lights flashing and so on, and I thought, oh, that's horrific. I wonder what country that's happening in. And Quebec and myself at that time realized that we are not immune to that kind of horror, that hatred can rage here as it does elsewhere. On December 6, 1989, 14 women lost their lives and 10 others were injured at École Polytechnique simply because they were women. Simply because they were women. They were separated from the men, and a man killed them for the simple reason that they were women, that they were feminists. They might be feminists, and that they were claiming equality with men. We will never forget the names of those victims, and I, in turn, will name them. Geneviève Bergeron, Hélène Corrigan, Nathalie Croteau, Barbara Daigneault, Anne-Marie Edward, Maude Aviernick, Maryse Lagagnère, Maryse Leclerc, Anne-Marie Lemay, Sonia Pelletier, Michel Richard, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Annie Turcotte, and Barbara Klusnik-Wojcicki. These women didn't die for nothing. If at least their memory remains, and at least if we remember the day when violence against women changed the face of Quebec forever. Every year on December 6th, we have to remember their names and discuss what progress has been made in terms of equality between the sexes. We have to see that like the victims of the Polytechnique massacre, we will not fall to the bullets of hatred. And many of us still suffer all kinds of abuse. And what we've been able to see through the Me Too movement is that there are more of us than we thought, more victims than we thought. But many of us are afraid, live in fear. There are more of us than we thought. And in 2014, the police declared that 16,000 crimes were committed against women in a family context in Quebec alone. And this violence does not spare our young people. One female student in high school in 5 has experienced sexual violence at the hands of a partner. The reporting rate has increased by 60% in Quebec since Me Too. But we have to keep taking our place, keep making claims, keep up our solidarity, and continue to call for this to end. The number of victims reminds us that we still have a long way to go. We have work to do, and there's even more work to be done when you're both a woman and Indigenous. Governments have to do more so that our First Nations sisters and Inuit sisters have the resources they need to feel safe, and then so that they have access to the resources they need to seek shelter from violence when they experience it. Overcoming violence is a responsibility for all of us, men and women, but we women have to use the strength of our numbers to make changes. The names of the women whose lives were taken at Polytechnique have to mobilize us towards progress. Women should feel just as safe as men. And as long as women are completely disproportionately victims of the violence of some men, and as long as women cannot clearly state that they are equal to men in all ways, on December 6th, we will remember the names of these women until each of those names becomes a symbol of the gains we will have made. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je remercie tout le monde pour leur
I'd like to thank everyone for their statements.
Je désire informer la Chambre qu'en raison de la déclaration
I'd like to inform the House that due to statements by ministers, government orders will be extended by 21 minutes.
reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committee. Okay. The honourable member for the Yukon.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur de présenter.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 24th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, pursuant to Standing Order 82.3a. The committee is reporting its decision to adopt the subcommittee's report, in which the subcommittee reported that Bill 421, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, sufficient knowledge of French in Quebec, is a votable item.
Presenting reports from committee, the honourable member for Don Valley West.
Madame la Présidente, j'ai l'honneur.
Madam Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration.
Tools for the 21st Century, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration, and the Global Compact for Refugees, an interim report. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. I'd like to take a moment to thank our clerk, Evelyn Lukiniuk, Madeleine Kessoy, and Julie Béchard, our analysts who helped us in a very quick turnaround on this report, as well as the translators who worked into the night last evening. Our committee heard from 18 witnesses and 16 briefs were received, all of them supporting Canada's participation in this non-binding agreement. After extensive consultation around the world, Canada has provided extremely good leadership on these two compacts, and we wholeheartedly endorse Canada's participation in them.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill would like to add to this report by the member from Don Valley West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party does not agree with the findings of the report and as such has attached a comprehensive dissenting report to the report that is being tabled today. Thank you.
Yeah. Presenting reports from committees, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I have the honour to present in both official languages the 55th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 6, Employment Training for Indigenous People, Employment and Social Development Canada of the 2018 Spring Report of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And also, Madam Speaker, while I'm up, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 56th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Report 3, Administration of Justice in the Canadian Armed Forces of the 2018 Spring Reports of the Auditor General of Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. And Madam Speaker, while I'm up, I also want to wish you a very Merry Christmas, as well as the staff that work for our committee. We're very fortunate. We have Andre Leonard and Dylan Thekadath as our analysts, as well as Angela Crandall, who is in the hospital recovering from knee surgery. We wish her a speedy recovery. And Nancy is the clerk that is filling in for her and doing a great job. So we wish them all a Merry Christmas, and I know that you're waiting with great expectation for these two reports from Public Accounts.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you'd find unanimous consent for the following motion, and so I would move that a take-note debate on the subject of the opioid crisis in Canada take place pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Monday, December 10th, 2018, and that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, any member rising to speak during the debate may indicate to the chair that he or she will be dividing his or her time with another member, and B, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the chair.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent? Yes. Agreed? Agreed. Carried. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by Canadians from the ridings of Essex, Windsor-Tecumseh, and Windsor West. They call on the House of Commons to respect the rights of law-abiding firearms owners and reject the Prime Minister's plan to waste taxpayers' money studying a ban on guns that are already banned.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Morning. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning I have two petitions I'd like to table. The first is from residents of the City of Calgary, and this one is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, asking the Minister to demonstrate federal leadership of historic places by working with the Minister of Finance to create a multi-million-dollar fund in Budget 2019 to support the efforts of Indigenous peoples, charities, and not-for-profits to save and renew historic places and encourage private sector investment and historic heritage philanthropy. The second petition is for the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, calling upon the Minister to adopt the Delivering Community Power Vision related to Canada Post. And this would call upon Canada Post to do things such as transitioning to 100% renewable energy, converting its fleet to electrical vehicles, and installing public charging stations, installing solar panels, and retrofitting post offices, amongst other things. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation des pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today: 1998, 1999, 2000, 2002, and 2003. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if the government's response to questions number 2001 could be made an order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned question be made order for return that be tabled immediately? That it be tabled immediately? Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day. Oh, sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
10 amendments to Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act.
Ms. Wilson, Raybould, seconded by Madame Petitpas-Taylor, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honours that the House respectfully disagrees with Amendments 1 and 2 made by the Senate to Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, and to make consequential amendments to another act as they are inconsistent with the bill's objective of codifying Supreme Court of Canada jurisprudence on a narrow aspect of the law on sexual assault, and instead seek to legislate a different, much more complex legal issue without the benefit of consistent guidance from appellate courts of a broad range of stakeholders' perspectives. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and honourable colleagues. I'm pleased to stand to speak to Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and make consequential amendments to another act, and certainly to respond to the other place in this regard in terms of amendments. It is a particular honour for me to stand to speak to this bill on White Ribbon Day, which commemorates, as we have heard, the massacre that occurred in Montreal 29 years ago to this day. As part of my mandate commitments, I have been reviewing the criminal justice system with a view to ensuring that it is meeting its objectives and it's maintaining public safety. My review is also intended to ensure that our criminal justice system is fair, relevant, efficient, and accessible, that meets the needs of its victims, respects an accused's rights to a fair trial, and that it is better able to respond to the causes and consequences of offending. These are broad and important objectives, so our government has approached these tasks in phases. In Bill C-39, we removed passages and repealed provisions in the Criminal Code that had been ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court of Canada, so that the law as written reflected the law as applied. In Bill C-46, we significantly modernized Canada's impaired driving laws in order to protect the health and safety of Canadians and to provide law enforcement with the resources they need to effectively detect and prosecute impaired driving. In Bill C-75, we seek to tackle the delays that are encumbering our courts. Today, with Bill C-51, we continue to build on our government's commitment to reviewing the criminal justice system and to making all aspects of the criminal law fairer, clearer, and more accessible to Canadians. In particular, this bill seeks to modernize the criminal code by repealing or amending provisions that courts have found unconstitutional or that raise unavoidable charter risks. The bill also aims to ensure that offences in the criminal code continue to reflect today's society and its values. To that end, the bill removes a number of obsolete or redundant criminal offences that no longer have a place in our criminal law. Further, the bill creates amendments to the Department of Justice Act. Pursuant to these amendments, the Minister of Justice will have a statutory duty for every government bill to table in Parliament a statement that sets out the bill's potential effects on the rights and freedoms guaranteed in the Charter. For every one of my bills that I have tabled charter statements. These amendments will provide greater openness and transparency about the effects of government legislation on charter rights. Finally, the bill seeks to clarify and strengthen the law on sexual assault in order to prevent misapplication of the law and to help make the criminal justice system fairer and more compassionate towards complainants in sexual assault matters. The importance of these reforms cannot be overstated, and I would like to recognize and acknowledge all those who have been subject to sexual assault and gender-based violence. Sexual assault is a serious problem in Canada. It affects communities across the country and across all social and economic barriers, and it remains a significant barrier to women's equality. Addressing violence against women is an issue of the utmost importance to me and to our government as a whole. We remain deeply committed to ensuring that our criminal justice system is responsive to the needs of sexual assault victims. To that end, we have provided significant funding for judicial education relating to sexual assault law so that judges are better educated on this crucial area of law. We have also made millions of dollars available through the Victims Fund to enhance the criminal justice system's response to sexual violence. These resources support important work such as pilot projects in Ontario, Saskatchewan, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland and Labrador to provide 4 free hours of independent legal advice to victims of sexual assault. It is through efforts like these, as well as those contained in Bill C-51, that we are working to effect a culture shift in our criminal justice system and to foster an environment where sexual assault complainants feel empowered to come forward for justice and support. We should be proud that Canadian laws around sexual assault are robust and comprehensive, even more so with the proposed steps that Bill C-51 sets out. But we must also recognize that more work lies ahead, and we must continue to strive to further improvements. In short, we must continue to work to reduce the incidence of sexual assault in Canada and to ensure that more victims feel encouraged to come forward and to report their experiences to police. To that end, Bill C-51 makes important changes to strengthen the law of sexual assault. These changes include creating a new regime governing the admissibility of evidence in the hands of an accused where the evidence is a complainant's private record. In addition to strengthening the law of sexual assault, Bill C-51 also clarifies the law. It does so by making clear that consent must be affirmatively expressed by words or actively expressed through conduct. This principle codifies the Supreme Court of Canada's 1999 Ewanchuk decision and makes explicit that there is no consent unless the complainant said yes through her words or through her conduct. Passivity is not consent, and no does not mean yes. Finally, Bill C-51, as introduced, proposed to clarify one aspect of the law pertaining to consent or capacity to consent to sexual activity by codifying the Supreme Court of Canada's 2011 decision in JA. In JA, the Supreme Court held that an unconscious person is not capable of providing consent to sexual activity. The bill therefore sought to amend the criminal code to state explicitly that an unconscious person is incapable of consenting, but also to clarify that a person may be incapable of consenting for reasons other than unconsciousness. So to pause here for a moment, I would sincerely like to express my appreciation to the members of the other place for their very careful study of Bill C-51. While the other place supported most of the bill, it adopted amendments related to the determination of a complainant's incapacity to consent to sexual activity in the context of sexual assault. By way of background, many stakeholders welcomed Bill C-51's proposed sexual assault reforms after its introduction. Some stakeholders offered suggestions concerning the elaboration of the Criminal Code consent provisions to reflect JA. In part, those witnesses argued that the JA decision stands for a broader proposition. They noted that the court held that our consent law requires ongoing, conscious consent and that partners have to be capable of asking their partner to stop at any point. In other words, they suggested that the bill should be amended to reflect an additional principle articulated by the Supreme Court in JA, to the effect that consent must be contemporaneous with the sexual activity in question. After hearing from a number of witnesses on the question, the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights agreed and amended to clarify that consent must be present at the time the sexual activity in question takes place. Our government agreed with that point, and we were happy to see that the Justice Committee amended Bill C-51 at that time to codify this broader principle in JA. Doing so was in keeping with the objectives of the bill, including to ensure that the criminal law is clear and reflects the law as applied. However, some stakeholders offered additional suggestions concerning our proposed codification of the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in JA. They suggested that the provision that would codify that no consent is obtained if a complainant is unconscious be entirely removed. While the House Committee did not amend the legislation to this effect, the other place nonetheless proceeded to adopt amendments to eliminate this provision. In its stead, the other place has proposed a list of factors to guide the court in determining when a complainant is incapable of consenting. According to the proposed amendments, a complainant is incapable of consenting if he or she is unable to, 1, understand the nature, circumstances, risks, and consequences of the sexual activity, 2, understand that they have the choice to engage in the sexual activity, or 3, affirmatively express agreement to the sexual activity in words or active conduct. I would like to be clear, Madam Speaker. I agree that courts could benefit from guidance in making determinations on a complainant's incapacity to consent when she or he is conscious. The proposed amendments underscore some very significant issues in the area of consent. I also agree that intoxication short of unconsciousness presents challenges in the adjudication of sexual assault cases. For one, as Bill C-51 specifically recognizes, incapacity applies to a broad range of cases well beyond those in which intoxication is an issue. This is an important conversation that we must continue to have. It is for this reason that I plan to consult with a variety of stakeholders on this issue moving forward to determine whether or not further action is helpful with respect to our common goals, and if so, how might this be effectively accomplished? In taking the time we need to get this right, we recognize just how complex the law of consent is. There is no clear guidance from the Supreme Court or other appellate courts to which we can turn for an exhaustive definition of what incapacity means. In addition, because Bill C-51 proposed to legislate on a very narrow aspect of the law of consent, more detailed guidance and specific instructions on this further issue are needed from stakeholders, as well as those who would be impacted by the further changes in this area. Without this guidance, the risk of unintended consequences is very real. Moreover, the amendments made in the other place on this issue, though very laudable in their aim, unfortunately do not assist courts in adjudicating incapacity cases. For one, the amendments focus on concerns that arise in cases where the complainant is intoxicated, is conscious but intoxicated. As a result, our government has concerns about the potential impact of the amendments on the law governing incapacity to consent in other types of incapacity cases, including those where incapacity is due to a more stable state, such as individuals living with cognitive impairment. I also wish to note a couple of points concerning the way the courts currently treat these issues. First, appellate decisions show that a complainant's ability to understand that they have a choice to engage in sexual activity or not is determinative of incapacity. However, it is not clear from the existing case law whether the other elements proposed in the amendments are determinative of incapacity or merely factors to be taken into consideration, supported by circumstantial evidence in assessing capacity. For example, in overturning the Al Rawi trial decision earlier this year, the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal rejected incapacity to communicate as a determinative test for incapacity to consent. As a result, courts may well have difficulty interpreting the proposed provision. Furthermore, the amendments' proposed factors focus solely on elements that are internal to the complainant and may lead some courts to overlook relevant circumstantial evidence in the determination of incapacity. Though the complainant's subjective state is important, there is a risk that the amendments will lead courts to overlook other evidence that bears on the complainant's capacity. This was also an error of the trial court in this case, as noted by the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal. The amendments adopted in the other place would also prohibit drawing inferences about the complainant's capacity to consent to the sexual activity at issue from evidence of capacity to consent at the time of another sexual activity. These amendments simply restate a well-settled principle of law which is already proposed for codification in Bill C-51. That principle is that consent must be contemporaneous with the sexual activity in question. This principle applies equally to capacity to consent. Each allegation of sexual assault must be considered on its own merits. The law is clear in this regard, and the bill already proposes to codify it. In short, the proposed changes are well-intentioned, but will not achieve their aim, and in fact carry great risk of unintended consequences in what is a difficult yet critical area of law. Sexual assault law is too important to leave any room for error. If the definition of incapacity is to be provided, it is imperative that we get it right. If we are to alter this complex area of law in such a significant way, we must be informed by adequate analysis and debate in both chambers, as well as by a broad range of stakeholder perspectives, including prosecutors, from whom neither of the committees in this place or the other had the opportunity to hear. In addition, we need to consult with the defense bar, police associations, and victims groups. It is our obligation to ensure that the hundreds of sexual assault cases that are prosecuted every day in this country are not negatively affected by an amendment that has yet to be subject to full discussion and deliberation. As I mentioned before, in order for these issues to receive the treatment that they deserve and require, I will and have committed to study the issue of incapacity, with a view to striking the right balance on this important matter. I am grateful to the witnesses who appeared before the Senate committee for suggesting that this issue be the subject of further study, and I look forward to consulting with them further as part of my future review. Our government continues to work towards fostering an environment where survivors of sexual assault feel empowered to come forward and trust the system they turn to for justice and support. Consulting on and studying the issue of capacity to consent while conscious will form an integral part of that effort. I am incredibly proud of our government's efforts to date within the area of sexual assault law, and I am confident that our continued efforts will help to ensure that all victims are treated with compassion, dignity, and the respect that they deserve. Bill C-51 is an important part of this work, our work on this issue. It is also consistent with our broader efforts to ensure that our criminal law is responsible to the needs of all Canadians and that it reflects our values. Our government will continue to find ways to improve upon our criminal justice system so that it keeps Canadians safe, respects victims, responds to the needs of vulnerable populations, and addresses the underlying social causes of crime. I am proud of the role Bill C-51 will play in helping us to achieve these goals. I look forward to the bill's expeditious passage to ensure these important reforms are enacted without further delay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this Senate amendment, and it is indeed an honour to probably speak in a formal capacity in this esteemed place. Thank you.
The honourable member for, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable minister for her speech. And let me say that there are a number of aspects of Bill C-51 that are positive. Among other things, Bill C-51 clarifies the scope of Section 276 of the Criminal Code in respect of the twin myths. As the minister correctly pointed out, it codifies the Uwinchuk decision as well as the JA decision. And with respect to the Senate amendments, I wholeheartedly agree with the minister's comments and the reason for rejecting those amendments, however well-intentioned that they are. But one area of concern that I do have is with respect to the defense disclosure requirements, whereby any record relating to the complainant would have to be disclosed, and an application would have to be brought 60 days before trial. Again, we're not talking about records involving the sexual activity of a complainant, which are protected by Section 276. We're not talking about therapeutic records, which are protected by 278.1. We're talking about any record relating to the complainant. There was significant concern that this was overly broad and that the process would be unwieldy in terms of potentially thousands of records that would have to be litigated before a trial and how that might contribute to delay. I was wondering if the honourable minister could comment on that.
The honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague across the way for his comments, and certainly wanted to reflect again or to comment on the efforts that were made at both committees and the improvements that the House Committee on Justice and Human Rights has made. So in terms of the comments around expanding the rape shield provisions and on defense disclosure, I appreciate the conversation that took place at committee, but to assure my honourable colleague in terms of defense disclosure requirements, to state expanding the rape shield provisions to sexual communications and creating a regime for the admissibility of private records in the hands of the accused would not impose a reverse or defense disclosure obligation. The Crown is not entitled to receive evidence, nor is the defense required to hand it over. They are rules of evidence which govern the admissibility of this evidence in sexual assault trials and not rules of disclosure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the minister for her bill. The NDP is encouraged by several amendments which help to protect victims of rape and which also helps plaintiffs to be assisted by lawyers during procedures, but there's no additional money for these plaintiffs to pay for lawyers, and we know that there is an economic disparity between people who can afford to pay for a lawyer and those who cannot. does the minister intend to create a fund to help victims to afford legal help so they can protect themselves? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my honourable colleague across the way in terms of recognizing the need to assist victims of sexual assault and to assist them in accessing the criminal justice system and being informed of their rights and being able to obtain legal advice if they have an inability to pay for that legal advice. One of the things that we recognize that this is an issue, one of the things that I'm incredibly proud of in terms of my department and our government is that we have invested significant dollars in terms of supporting victims of sexual assault in a broad range of areas, but specifically with respect to the Department of Justice, we have what is called a Victims Fund. We have, through the Victims Fund, been able to fund projects in provinces, as I referenced in my speech, around providing 4 hours of free legal advice to victims of sexual assault. I know that there can and there is more to be done, and we're committed to ensuring that we provide all victims with the respect that they deserve, with the necessity to ensure that they are aware of their rights, and ensuring that we continue, that my office continues to work with the Ombudsperson for Victims' Rights, among the other measures that we're advancing in terms of gender-based violence.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her comments today, especially on December 6th, as we recognize the 29th anniversary of the Montreal Massacre. Speaking about a bill that addresses head-on gender violence is particularly appropriate this day and every day. And I thought when the Minister captured the sentiment that no does not mean yes, that sums it up in one simple phrase, but important phrase. I want to ask the Minister 2 questions. One builds on the question that was posed by the NDP, and that is with respect to other efforts that have been made, not just by the Justice Ministry, but across government, to assist in addressing gender-based violence. I'm thinking about the access to justice components at Pro Bono Law Ontario, the Victims Fund that was mentioned by the Minister, and also our efforts to support legal aid. And secondly, I want to ask the Minister if she could connect this bill to another important initiative, which is our response to the Jordan decision in Bill C-75. In cleaning up provisions that have been found unconstitutional, what this bill will do is reduce backlogs and delays. How does that address our efforts to respond to Jordan?
The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the honourable member's questions, and this gives me an opportunity to acknowledge the Parliamentary Secretary for his important work on advancing our justice legislation. So thank you for the 2 questions and for the opportunity to highlight broadly what our government continues to do in terms of addressing sexual assault and gender-based violence. We have invested significant dollars in Budget 2018 to combat gender-based violence, including sexual assault. We have invested or provided $25 million over 5 years for legal aid for victims of workplace sexual harassment. We are embarking on, and the Minister of Status of Women, on a national strategy to address gender-based violence and to support judicial education and training, among other initiatives in the Department of Justice, such as the Victims Fund. And we continue to work with my counterparts in the provinces and territories to continue to have a fulsome response to gender-based violence. In terms of our legislative agenda and law reform, there is a direct connection between C-51 to C-75, which is the criminal justice reform bill that addresses efficiencies and effectiveness, all of which are intended to ensure that we are protecting and supporting victims of crime.
One more question. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a positive that Bill C-51 seeks to remove redundant sections of the criminal code, obsolete sections. But what is unfortunate is that the government still hasn't been able to move forward with the removal of so-called zombie laws, sections of the criminal code that have been deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. The Minister mentioned Bill C-75 that includes the removal of those provisions, but the Minister neglected to note that the Bill C-39 was introduced all the way back in March of 2017, which would have removed those sections. Why did the government not pass Bill C-39, which could have been passed unanimously in this House almost 2 years ago?
The Honourable Minister of Justice has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague across the way, and I'm not going to speculate whether or not a previous Bill C-39 could have been passed by unanimous consent. What I am confident in and very pleased is that Bill C-75, which includes the former Bill C-39 to remove the zombie laws that my friend has spoken about, is contained within Bill C-75, which has passed third reading in this House and is on its way to the other place. I look forward to the debate and discussion in the other place on this important piece of criminal justice reform, and I look forward to the speedy passage of Bill C-75 so we can, in fact, remove the zombie provisions that are contained within the criminal code.
Resuming debate, the honourable member of St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-51, a massive omnibus bill, and so perhaps it's not surprising that when we're talking about a massive omnibus bill, that there are some positive aspects of Bill C-51 and then other aspects that I have and my colleagues on this side of the House have some concerns with. One of the positives, and maybe I'll start with some of the positives of Bill C-51, is that it seeks to remove sections of the criminal code that have been found to be unconstitutional by appellate courts. This is a welcomed effort to help clean up the criminal code. Likewise, Madam Speaker, it seeks to remove sections of the criminal code that are obsolete or redundant. Again, a welcome effort to clean up the criminal code. But as I alluded to in the question that I posed to the Minister a few moments ago, it is disappointing that while the government is moving forward with the removal of obsolete sections and sections of the criminal code that have been found unconstitutional by appellate courts, the government has still failed to move forward with the removal of sections of the criminal code that have been found unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. The Minister is quite right that Bill C-75 does include the removal of those unconstitutional sections. However, as I pointed out to the Minister, it was all the way back in March of 2017 that the government introduced Bill C-39. Bill C-39 is a very straightforward bill. It's not controversial. There's support across all sides of this House for the passage of Bill C-39, and yet, for whatever reason, after the Minister introduced Bill C-39 on March 8th of 2017, it remains stuck at first reading. It's stuck at first reading for really no explanation. And this is an issue that I've spoken to on a number of occasions because it really hits home in the community of St. Albert that I'm very fortunate to represent. When we talk about unconstitutional sections of the criminal code and their removal from the criminal code, zombie sections, perhaps it sounds a little abstract, a little academic. But let me say, Madam Speaker, that the consequences of failing to keep the criminal code up to date can be very, very serious. And we saw that in the case of Travis Vader, who was charged and convicted of 2 counts of second-degree murder of Lyle and Marie McCann, an elderly couple from St. Albert. And they were murdered back in 2010. And it was a very complicated case. and the family waited a number of years for justice to arrive, and just at the moment that they thought that justice had arrived, they found out that, in fact, it hadn't. It hadn't because the trial judge applied in a section of the criminal code that is inoperative as the basis for convicting Travis Vader of 2 counts of second-degree murder, Section 230 of the criminal code, a section that had been found to be unconstitutional all the way back in 1990. And yet, there it was in the criminal code. And that prompted the Justice Committee, of which I serve as a member, to write a letter to the minister to call on her to introduce legislation to repeal these unconstitutional sections. It was a letter that was sent by the chair of the committee, the honourable member for Mount Royal, all the way back in October 2016. Following that, I stood with the McCann family in December of 2016, where we had a press conference in St. Albert to urge the minister to move forward with legislation. And again, to the minister's credit, she did move forward in a relatively quick fashion, because the bill was introduced, as I mentioned, on March 8th of 2017. And then nothing happened. It stalled. And I have been in touch with the McCann family, and they just cannot understand why, on something as simple as removing unconstitutional sections of the criminal code, sections that are of no force or effect, yet remain there in black and white, purporting on its face to represent the law, remain in the criminal code. And the minister has not been able to explain why the government couldn't pass C-39, why that bill is stuck at first reading, why it needed to be copied and pasted into Bill C-75, an omnibus bill, a massive bill that, frankly, is controversial in many respects, that saw a number of amendments at the Justice Committee, that is undoubtedly going to receive a whole lot of scrutiny when it goes to the Senate. So it will likely be months and months and months before the Senate is able to address Bill C-75. Meanwhile, Madam Speaker, those unconstitutional sections of the criminal code are going to be there. And while the Vader case is one case, it isn't the only case that a section of the criminal code and an operative section has been applied with real and significant consequences to the administration of justice. There was a case in British Columbia back in 2005 in which the trial judge left a copy of a section of the criminal code that was inoperative, and it was in a murder trial. And he left that copy with the jurors. And on that basis, the conviction of the accused was appealed. Now, the British Columbia Court of Appeal ultimately upheld the conviction, but only because of the fact that the trial judge's instructions to the jury were deemed impeccable by the Court of Appeal. But there's another case. So it's not just the McCann case. We've seen other cases, including the case in British Columbia. And so to say that we'll just get around to this whenever really is not an excuse. It opens the door to, another Vader situation. And if that so happens, this government is to blame. They certainly weren't to blame for what happened in the Vader case, but once that became apparent about the real serious consequences that can come through inaction, the fact that it's been now 2 years, I think, again, just doesn't hold water. There really is no excuse, but it does speak more broadly to the fact that this government, on the big things and the small things, just can't get it done, time and time and time again. Now, Madam Speaker, another aspect of Bill C-51, when we're talking about inoperative sections of the criminal code, was the unfortunate decision by the government initially to include Bill Section 176 of the Criminal Code among the sections that the government deemed to be obsolete. Section 176 is hardly redundant. It's hardly obsolete. It certainly isn't unconstitutional. Indeed, it is the only section of the criminal code to protect clergy from having their services disrupted, something that is very serious, something that goes to the heart of religious freedom. The government turned a blind eye. We called them on it. As a result of that, tens of thousands of Canadians spoke out, telling the government that this is wrong. And, again, to the government's credit, they did back down at the Justice Committee a year ago. They did agree to remove the repeal of Section 176, and rightfully so. But not long after backing down on removing Section 176, this government turned around in Bill C-75 and hybridized Section 176 so that instead of it being treated as a solely indictable offense, it would now be treated as potentially a summary conviction offense. And while this specific change does not have a significant impact in terms of the maximum sentence, unlike some of the other offenses that this government is hybridizing, it does send a message. And, Madam Speaker, I would submit it sends exactly the wrong message. It sends the message that disrupting a religious service, infringing on the freedom of religion of Canadians, something that is not just any freedom, but a fundamental freedom in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, isn't that serious. And Madam Speaker, again, that is just wrong, and that it is why we opposed and have stood up in fighting Bill C-75. Now, Madam Speaker, in terms of Bill C-51, a lot of this bill relates to changes to sexual assault laws in Canada. And as I did indicate when I rose to ask Minister a question, there is many aspects of this bill that are welcome in terms of changes to the criminal code with respect to sexual assault law. Among the positives in Bill C-51 is that it does codify the Ewanchuk decision. What that means, Madam Speaker, is that it makes it absolutely clear that the defense of mistaken belief on the basis of a misapprehension, a purported misapprehension or misunderstanding of the law cannot be advanced. And, Madam Speaker, that is a positive to have that clarity, to have the Ewanchuk decision codified. Another positive aspect in terms of changes that the government is making with respect to sexual assault provisions is the codification of a JA decision. The JA decision makes clear that in no circumstances can a complainant be deemed to be giving their consent while they're unconscious. By way of background, Madam Speaker, in JA, the accused said that there was no sexual assault that took place on the basis that the unconscious complainant had consented to both being put unconscious and to the sexual activity. Now, that argument was successful before the Ontario Court of Appeal. Fortunately, Madam Speaker, the Supreme Court overturned the decision of the Ontario Court of Appeal, holding that for there to be consent, that consent must at all times be contemporaneous, that consent must occur at all times and all stages of the sexual activity. And so what Bill C-51 does is it amends Section 273 of the Criminal Code, which contains a list of non-exhaustive factors when consent is deemed not to have occurred. And what more particularly Bill C-51 does is it amends that section to specifically include the word unconscious, to make it, again, crystal clear that in no circumstances will consent be deemed when the complainant is unconscious. Now, as the minister went into some detail in her speech, there were some concerns raised by a number of witnesses, both before the Justice Committee, when we heard from them about a year ago, as well as from witnesses who appeared before the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee. And essentially, their argument was that that codifying JA really doesn't do anything, that the whole issue of consciousness has never really been an issue, that prior to JA, that the courts were never really finding that there was consent when complainants were unconscious. And so in that regard, the concern was that by adding the word unconscious, that an unintended bright line would be established, whereby arguments would be put forward that consciousness or the lack of consciousness would be a bright line in determining the issue of consent. And so that was the argument. That was part of the reason why Senator Pate put forward her amendments, her concern being that that there could be some added confusion in those cases where the person was not unconscious, but, for example, highly intoxicated. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, while the Senate amendments may have been well-intentioned, I think that they would simply cause more problems and solve really a problem that doesn't, I believe, exist. They would establish untested factors that would be litigated, that would deal exclusively with the mental state of the complainant. We know from some of the decisions, including the Al-Radi decision, that that it wasn't the mental state of the complainant that resulted in the acquittal of the accused, but rather the failure of the trial judge to consider some of the other evidence. And so, again, I think it was, I think it's problematic, the amendments. And in terms of the language in Bill C-51, I think that the language is sufficiently clear because it does speak of unconsciousness, but then it speaks to all other circumstances outside of that. So the language is broad. And on that basis, I'm not convinced that it will create the bright line that was expressed as a concern by Senator Pate and by some of the other witnesses who appeared before the Justice Committee. Whether it should be codified or not, again, I think it's actually helpful. I think it does provide some additional clarity, and so on that basis, I do support that aspect of Bill C-51. Another area where I agree with the government is in respect of the applicability of the twin MIFs under Section 276. Section 276 of the Criminal Code prohibits using evidence of a complainant's sexual activity for the purpose of advancing two discriminatory MIFs, namely that the sexual activity of the complainant makes the complainant less believable or more likely to consent. What Bill C-51 clarifies is that in no circumstances may those MIFs be advanced evidence tendered for the purpose of advancing those two twin MIFs. So that is a step in the right direction. One of the areas that I do have some questions about, however, with respect to Section 276 is an amendment that is made in the bill related to the definition of sexual activity. And in that regard, what Bill C-51 does is it amends sexual activity to include, quote, any communication made for a sexual purpose or where or whose contact is sexual in nature. So that's what Bill C-51 amends in terms of the definition of sexual activity. There is some concern that it may be, in fact, overly broad, that definition. It's understandable why, in this digital age, why, for the purpose of Section 276, it makes sense to include communications in terms of text messages with photos or videos, etc. But again, there was some concern expressed by the witnesses that it would be broad enough to encompass communications that were immediately before or immediately after the alleged assault, and that could be highly relevant in properly determining the case. Communications that might provide some context to what, in fact, took place that might now no longer be admissible as a result of the wording of that section. So while I support the objective of the section, while the intent of the amendment is a good one, I do have some concerns about the breadth of that and how that might impact those types of cases that I referenced. Where I have, Madam Speaker, however, the biggest concern with Bill C-51, which again, on the whole, is a good bill, is with respect to the defense disclosure requirements. Now, the defense disclosure requirements require the defense to bring forward an application in order to admit any record relating to the complainant. And that application must be brought 60 days, at least 60 days, before a trial. Now, what's wrong with that, Madam Speaker? Well, there are a number of problems that I see with it. First of all, the definition is extremely broad. Let me repeat the definition. It's any record relating to the complainant. That's the wording. Any record relating to the complainant. So, to be clear about what that means and what we're talking about, we're not talking, Madam Speaker, about a record of the complainant involving their sexual activity. That, Madam Speaker, is captured in Section 276 of the Criminal Code relating to the twin myths that I just spoke of. We're not talking about records where there would be a reasonable expectation of privacy, such as health or therapeutic or educational records involving the complainant. That is already addressed in Section 278.1 of the Criminal Code. What we're talking about is any record relating to the complainant. So what type of records might that encompass? Well, it could encompass just about anything, regardless of whether there's any connection to a privacy interest, a reasonable privacy interest, on the part of a complainant. We're talking about joint records. We're talking about Crown records. We're talking about records that might have been obtained by way of a third-party application. So broad is the wording of this amendment that it could arguably relate to a record of the accused, to the degree that that record is a basis upon which to cross-examine a complainant and therefore relates to the complainant. Now, Madam Speaker, why is that a problem when we're talking about all of these records? Well, I think one should just think about that for a minute. Think about it from a practical standpoint. Put aside issues of trial fairness, put aside issues of the presumption of innocence, and think about it from a practical standpoint, the mechanics of how this is going to work. And from that standpoint, there are very, very serious concerns. If we're talking about any record, in most cases, we could be talking about thousands of records. Thousands of records that would now that the defense counsel would have to comb through, bring an application, and a court would have to go through each of the records and determine their admissibility. Not, by the way, on the basis of relevancy and materiality, but on the basis of 8 factors provided for in Bill C-51. 8 factors that have not been tested, that have not been, to date, obviously litigated because the bill hasn't been passed. And so that creates a lot of uncertainty. It creates a lot of new litigation, and it creates the potential for real delay in our already backlogged courts. So that would be an issue at the best of times, but it's particularly an issue in light of the Jordan decision, where we have cases that are being thrown out due to delay, and yet here is something that is going to likely have a very significant impact on adding to delay. And that's just if the defense counsel brings an application 60 days before the trial. But again, thinking about how this might play out, there might be a record that doesn't seem to be that relevant, that doesn't seem to really, assist with a defense or in any manner relate to needing to be tendered as evidence, but an issue might arise at trial. And suddenly that record that didn't seem very significant becomes extremely significant. Then what do you have, Madam Speaker? You have a mid-trial application with the possibility of a mid-trial adjournment, contributing, Madam Speaker, to even more delay. And so you say, okay, well, it's going to slow things down. It's going to create delay. But then you say, well, for what purpose? What objective? Well, Madam Speaker, there were some who would say that it's consistent with the Mills decision of the Supreme Court, that this would guard against fishing expeditions on the part of an accused against a complainant. Except for the fact that, Madam Speaker, we're talking about records that are already in the control, already in the possession of the accused. So, Madam Speaker, there is no fishing expedition to be had because they're already in the control of the accused. So that argument, which has been put forward, doesn't hold a lot of water. Another argument that is put forward is that it protects the privacy of a complainant. And, Madam Speaker, let me say that a great deal of sensitivity is required to do what is possible to protect the privacy of complainants. I wholeheartedly agree with that. There's no question that for one, a victim is victimized. They go through the assault, and they can be victimized again as they go through the trial and the court process. And so there's no question that efforts need to be made to protect victims. But, again, we're talking about any record, regardless of whether the victim has a reasonable privacy interest, regardless of what the nature of the document, so long as they in some way relate to the complainant, you have to go through this process. And so to the degree that it protects complainants and protects the privacy of complainants, to the degree it adds to that, I say, Madam Speaker, it adds a whole lot more than that because, again, due to the very broad wording of that section. And so that's a concern. But, Madam Speaker, while it seems to go a lot further than necessary to protect a complainant, it will potentially have very significant consequences to the ability of an accused person to advance a defense and for the court ultimately to fulfill its role as a truth finder. It significantly impacts upon the presumption of innocence. It significantly impacts upon a complainant's, an accused person's right to make full answer and defense. And when we speak about the right to make full answer and defense and how important that is, Madam Speaker, I would cite the Supreme Court in the Queen and L.A. decision, wherein the court stated at paragraph 43, quote, "The right to make full answer and defense is one of the pillars of criminal justice on which we heavily depend to ensure that the innocent are not convicted," unquote. Now, how would this provision potentially impact the ability of an accused to make full answer and defense? Well, in one significant way. It would significantly impede upon the ability of a complainant to cross-examine, an accused person to cross-examine a complainant. And when we talk about cross-examination, Madam Speaker, I'll quote the Supreme Court again about how important of a role proper and thorough cross-examination is to getting to the truth. The Supreme Court said, quote, without significant and unwarranted restraint, it is an indispensable ally in the search for the truth. That was the Supreme Court in the Little decision. Cross-examination is an important tool to guard against wrongful convictions. And you might say, well, how does this disclosure impact upon the ability of an accused to make full answer and defense and to undertake a thorough cross-examination of a complainant? Well, in one very simple way. It creates a positive disclosure requirement ahead of the trial. It would mark the first time in the criminal code that there is a disclosure requirement for an accused person to provide to the Crown in advance of the trial, aside from a handful of narrow exceptions that have been well accepted and that are not in the least bit controversial. It would require not only that evidence be disclosed to the Crown before a trial, but it would also require that evidence be disclosed to a complainant. And not only that, Madam Speaker, under Bill C-51, a complainant would have the right to counsel at that application. So instead of two parties at the application, the Crown and the defense, there would now be three parties, the Crown, the defense, and the complainant. Now, think about what that means in terms of the trial. Your defense, you have records in your control, and you are now tendering them. You're having to argue why they're relevant, why they should be admitted. It provides, Madam Speaker, a whole lot of insight into potential lines of cross-examination. It provides a whole lot of insight into the strategy of the defense. Madam Speaker, that can have a huge impact when it comes to trial, because there's no question that the vast, vast majority of complainants are telling the truth. Not all complainants are telling the truth. And I do want to emphasize again, the vast, vast majority are, but not every single complainant. And so, in those rare cases where a complainant is not telling the truth. This positive disclosure requirement opens the door to tipping off someone who isn't telling the truth before they get to trial, to understand the defense strategy, to understand potential lines of cross-examination. And for someone who isn't telling the truth, it certainly gives them a huge advantage going into that trial to change their story or address what they perceive as shortcomings in their case against the accused. And, Madam Speaker, it gets even more complicated than that because of what I referred to about who are the parties to the application. Because it's not just the Crown, it's not just the defense, it is the complainant's lawyer, the complainant who has the right to be represented through their lawyer. And so if it was, for example, just the Crown that was a party to the application, and you did have a situation where a complainant was maybe not telling the whole truth, issues around preparation leading up to that application, those questions could be asked at the trial of the complainant. But because the complainant would be represented by counsel, suddenly those questions become subject to solicitor-client privilege. So again, it is another impediment to ask questions, to cross-examine a complainant. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, that I fully support every step that is necessary to protect complainants, having regard for the sensitivity of sexual assault and the profound toll it can have on victims. But the issue in this particular instance is that we're talking about something that is so broad, so unwieldy, that while the intention may have been a good one, it misses the mark when it comes to fully protecting complainants, all the while doing much to undermine the ability of an accused person to make full answer and defense. And so I would just say, Madam Speaker, quoting, and when I spoke before on Bill C-51, I did quote Madam Justice Malloy, but I think it bears reading into the record again. Madam Justice Malloy, in the Nisnik decision, stated that in acquitting 3 individuals of sexual assault, quote, although the slogan, "Believe the victim," has become popularized of late, it has no place in a criminal trial. To approach a trial with the assumption that the complainant is telling the truth is the equivalent of imposing a presumption of guilt on the person accused of sexual assault and then placing a burden on him to prove his innocence. This is antithetical to the fundamental principles of justice enshrined in our Constitution and the values underlying our free and democratic society. Madam Justice Malloy, Madam Speaker of the Ontario Superior Court. Madam Speaker, Bill C-51, with respect to the defense disclosure requirements, doesn't strike the right balance of protecting the victim while guarding against the potential for wrongful convictions. So I flag that issue as a serious, serious concern that I have. But on the whole, There are positive aspects to the bill that we are happy to support. So with that, I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So I thank the member opposite for his comments and his contributions to this chamber and for his distinct impersonation of my honourable colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government House Leader, in terms of the length of his submissions, all ex tempo today. But on a more serious note, I am proud to stand in this chamber to participate in this debate in what is the last week that this august chamber will be open for the next decade. So it is an honour to rise today, and especially to talk about a bill, as I mentioned earlier, on December 6th, on a day when we're thinking about the victims of the Montreal Massacre and gender violence. What I would do is make, despite the breadth of the submissions made by the member opposite, I will reduce my points to 4, Madam Speaker, 3 comments and a specific question. So the first comment is in respect to Section 176, which was the provision of the Criminal Code that dealt with offences against clergymen. And the member opposite referenced this, and I think it's an important issue to reference, but what he failed to reference is that not only did we understand and hear from the concerns expressed in the committee, but when we restored that provision and kept the provision in the code, we actually improved on the provision. And how so, Madam Speaker? By ensuring that it isn't just in reference to men only who are in positions of religious leadership, but also that it is not just in reference to one particular religion. In keeping with the multicultural nature of this country, which my friend opposite knows is protected in the Charter, we ensured that all religious leaders of all genders are protected. Secondly, the important aspect of this bill that has not been referenced by the member opposite is that specifically it will actually create a statutory duty for something that has not been done, that has been done continuously by the Minister of Justice. Madam Speaker, given the length of the submissions made by the member opposite, I'll get to my points very quickly. But the point is that there's a statutory duty to include a charter statement. The third point is that with respect to the admitting private records in the hands of the accused, the member opposite quoted case law copiously. I would point him to the Derich decision in 2000.
The member's already used up 2 minutes, and there's only 10 minutes for questions and comments, and other people want to ask questions and comments. I'll allow the member for St. Albert Edmonton to respond to the comments made by the Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah. Well, Madam Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary. And again, I reiterate there are positive aspects to this bill, but one of them was not the inclusion of Section 176 in the Criminal Code. I'm glad that the government listened to Conservatives in removing the removal of that section from the Criminal Code, but again, it was only after tens of thousands of Canadians spoke out and we called the government out on it.
Questions and comments? And I have
the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Senate amendments were about the concept of consent, and there are problems of consent that go well beyond whether or not a person is conscious. Now, when we're talking about stilting, which means removing a condom during sexual activities without consent of the partner, experts agree that, for example, in cases in precedents, for example, like the one where a condom was pierced or punctured, in the cases of homosexual sexual activity, for example, that precedent may not apply because pregnancy is not an outcome, not a possible outcome. So what should we consider? Should we consider the issue of increased sexually transmitted diseases? How can we clarify this concept besides the issue of whether someone is conscious or not? We need to be able to speak about consent. We need to be able to speak about consent regarding condoms and what the risks are.
For St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue raises an important question. With respect to the Senate amendments, I respectfully believe that they would not have helped to clarify the law and that they would have, in fact, created further confusion and further litigation. And I agree with the Minister with respect to the amendments that while they are well-intentioned to establish or to consider the establishment of these additional factors, that a lot further study and a lot further consultation is required to ensure that to the degree that such an amendment, such a substantive amendment were made to the criminal code, that we got it right to the greatest extent possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House, to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So to characterize what is in this bill as defence disclosure is actually inappropriate and incorrect. And I refer to the member opposite to the Darish decision, paragraph 65 of the Supreme Court jurisprudence, which he is fond of quoting. But the specific question I have for the member opposite is that he talked about at length the situation with Travis Vader, the McCann family. This is an important issue. It affected his community directly, and I appreciate his submissions in that regard. However, when the provisions in C-39 that would have eliminated those unconstitutional provisions from the code were moved into Bill C-75, and that legislative vehicle was being used to eliminate the very provisions he's talking about, I asked the member opposite why he would have voted against that bill at third reading in this chamber last week.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, I can say, Madam Speaker, that I spoke to the McCann family about the fact that Bill C-39 was moved into Bill C-75, and quite frankly, they were appalled. They were appalled because they were appalled that the government would include C-39 in a bill that would, among other things, water down sentences for impaired drivers, water down sentences for kidnapping a minor, speaking of sexual assault, water down sentences for administering a rape date drug, Madam Speaker. So I voted against Bill C-75, and if the McCann family were members of Parliament and could vote, they would have voted against it too.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I think we can all agree that the honourable member, really looks into his work and delves into detail on the issues at hand. And I just would ask if the member could expand upon his concerns about possible, mistrials, injustices occurring, and delays in the legal system from some of the positive disclosure requirements included in this bill. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I thank my friend from Sturgeon River Parkland for his question, and delay is a very serious concern because this opens the door to extended applications, but more than that, it opens the door to delays at trial, mid-trial applications, because it doesn't take into account or recognize the fact that so often it's not possible for a defense counsel to identify all of the records that are relevant, that they consider to be relevant for trial, because so often issues come up at trial in which a record that didn't seem relevant becomes relevant, upon which an application would have to be made mid-trial, and that very relevant evidence might now be excluded on the basis that the application wasn't brought 60 days before trial. It's very problematic.
Une brève question, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to come back to the Senate amendments. My colleague does not believe that these amendments will allow us to specifically define the idea of sexual consent and to remove any gray areas surrounding sexual activity. Today, people will complain to the police. The police will say, no, that is not a valid complaint, and we don't want these issues to end up with the Supreme Court.
That's just a little over a minute to respond.
Yeah, well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, speaking to the Senate amendments, I believe that adding the word unconscious, consistent with the JA decision, does not in any way confuse the law or create uncertainty. I think it provides some degree of clarity. And again, I reiterate that the wording of the specific subsection proposed in Bill C-75 is broad enough to encompass not only unconsciousness, but any other reason in which a complainant might be incapacitated.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Loire. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wish to indicate that I will be sharing my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. On this day of remembrance of the Polytechnique massacre, I'd first like to remind the House that 14 women were murdered in a Montreal university 29 years ago. We all believe in the fact that violence against women and girls must be eliminated from our lives and that no moral or policy arguments can justify it. Violent acts committed with weapons should be addressed by the legal system, and in recent years the NDP has pushed and pressured the government to keep its promises, to meet the expectations of feminist organizations, and act and fund actions in the interest of truly achieving gender equality and an end to discrimination and violence of any kind against women and girls. This subject was also very important to our former colleague and former leader of the opposition, Rona Ambrose, who introduced a bill to ensure that judges are better trained on the issue of sexual assault. The bill was unanimously passed in this House and is still before the Senate. I believe that we all care about improving our society, and in the NDP, we want to support the changes related to sexual assault proposed in the Senate. But as parliamentarians, we have to make sure that a government does not only act symbolically, but that any changes must be backed up by concrete actions and be reflected in our legal system. I've been listening to the previous debate, and I was wondering whether the Minister of Justice intended to create a fund to help victims of sexual assault get legal aid, and all she answered was that we've already set aside funding for victims so they can receive up to 4 hours of legal aid or legal advice. Well, 4 hours is not the same thing as being defended during a trial by a lawyer who's an expert in the field. So while I welcome the progress in this area brought about by the bill, the government's response to Parliament's motion is troubling and disappointing. Senators, my colleague for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford, and several witnesses have talked about the problems that could arise if the notion of consent is not clarified. My colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue has just asked 2 questions which show that there is still a gray area with regard to what consent really is. The wording of the definition of consent is important in the area of sexual relations, but then there's the issue of stealthing, for instance, when a man removes his condom without letting his partner know, be it a man or a woman. That kind of thing should also be covered by the definition of consent. As you know, women are more likely than men to be victims of sexual assault. Sexual assault is the only violent crime in Canada which is not decreasing. Since 1999, the rate of sexual assault has been relatively stable, and that's one of the reasons why the risk of violent victimization for women was about 20% higher than that for men in 2014, according to self-reported data from the General Social Survey on Victimization. What worries me is that the rate of this type of assault is 18 times higher for Canadian youth aged between 15 to 24 than for those aged 55 and over. And we all know there's always alcohol at student parties, and often complainants cannot get justice because a judge did not recognize their right because they were, quote unquote, in a passive state, so inebriated. Here is what Karasima Mathan, Associate Professor of Law at the University of Ottawa, said. From a legal standpoint, ambiguous consent cannot be considered an affirmative agreement. Passivity is not consent. Consent has to be communicated to you in some meaningful way and not from being quiet. Alcohol or intoxication by any other substance cannot be used as a defense by a person committing this type of crime. I want to say it loud and clear. There can be no excuse or justification for sexual assault. asking for consent before and during a relationship is essential, and there's still a huge need for education for teenagers and young adults in particular. We heard about this issue a lot in the last few years. There's been the Me Too movement in Quebec as well. So it's a very topical issue. It is something which is often still not understood. That is, this idea of consent. And we need to discuss this in the interest of coming up with a clear definition of what consent is, especially if we're writing legislation which will have real consequences in the legal system. So that's why the Senate amendments are interesting and reflect the principles that my NDP colleague had introduced at the Justice Committee, which unfortunately were rejected by both the Liberals and the Conservatives. I have a problem with the government's response since, and I'm quoting, this is what the government's response included. They are inconsistent with the bill's objective of codifying Supreme Court of Canada jurisprudence on a narrow aspect of the law on sexual assault, and instead seek to legislate a different, much more complex legal issue without the benefit of consistent guidance from appellate courts or a broad range of stakeholder perspective. Yet, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, the objective reflects what the Supreme Court of Canada said in a ruling, the RVJA decision of 2011. This amendment came from Senator Kim Pate, and it is in line with what the Supreme Court said. So I don't understand why the federal government has responded with that kind of argument to invalidate Senator Pate's and the Supreme Court's positions. Several experts have made recommendations, including feminist groups who have appeared before the committee. So let me quote from the Supreme Court Justice Beverly McLaughlin, who in 2011 presided over the RVJA decision. She wrote, "Parliament requires ongoing conscious consent to ensure that women and men are not the victims of sexual exploitation and to ensure that individuals engaging in sexual activity are capable of asking their partners to stop at any point." We can continue with a quote from Elizabeth Sheehy, a law professor at the University of Ottawa, who speaks about the decision in a CBC article. She said, "I think the message is that an unconscious woman is not sexually available. It's a crime to touch a person who's asleep and unconscious," end of quote. And if that doesn't convince you, I'd invite all of my colleagues to read a ruling made in Alberta a few weeks ago. Senator Kim Pate sent a copy of this ruling to all of our offices. The Provincial Court of Appeal overturned a decision made by a lower court, and which opens the door to a new position or definition on consent. We know that there's still too much prejudice, and as the senator said, there are still too many harmful stereotypes about victims of sexual assault. So, yes, the judiciary has spoken to this notion, and it's up to us as legislators to find a definition that is crystal clear. We don't need another case to go back before the Supreme Court before we actually do something. Unfortunately, the government's justification for not acting is at best questionable. If court rulings are not enough, I invite you to contact the organizations which have taken a position. The Disabled Women's Action Network of Canada wants the amendments to be adopted. Student organizations have developed campaigns on the notion of consent, and the matter of intoxication is a clear factor. On the sexualharassment.ca website, the myths section says, and I quote, "Being in a state of intoxication or unconscious because of substances when it's taken invalidates consent. The number one rape drug still is alcohol," end of quote. In other words, the Senate amendments are in line with the amendments proposed at the Justice Committee by my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. There is specific case law on the issue of consent in the case of intoxication, unconsciousness, or being in a passive state. More and more organizations are advocating for clear legal rules on this topic. What more do we want than a consensus between parliamentarians, expert judges, and the support of civil society? The government's response to the Senate amendments makes no political or legal sense. We need to do more to fight sexual assault, and the Senate amendments are a step in the right direction. The honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the speech made by my colleague opposite.
One broad point and then ask the member opposite a specific question. The issue is not with the objective. The objective is clear in what the Senate is proposing. The issue is that it requires more study and that it hasn't understood or analyzed the issue in a broad enough capacity. It looks at only in certain types of incapacity, such as intoxicated complainants, without looking at things like cognitive disabilities. That was outlined by the minister in her opening remarks. But the question that I would put to the member opposite is that she has raised an important issue of access to justice, and access to justice specifically for female complainants. And on this day, especially on the 29th anniversary of the Montreal Massacre, that is an important question and an important contribution. What I would say to her is that there are other contributions. There's an $88 million allocation over 5 years and $30 million ongoing in legal aid that we have provided. There's a $25 million over 5 years for legal aid for victims of workplace sexual harassment in particular, in addition to the Victims Fund that was mentioned by the minister. Are those the types of endeavours, are those the types of monetary supports that the member and her party are looking for in terms of addressing the very important issue of access to justice for female complainants in respect to sexual assault?
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it quite sad that the government is telling us we need more consultation. It's been years that militants and feminist groups have been calling on the government to draft a more clear a clearer definition of consent. Even the former leader of the Conservative Party had a motion adopted unanimously in the House of Commons. Why? Because this issue is a real problem in Canada today. More and more women are coming forward, but many still choose to suffer in silence. Why? Because the legal system, in their view, will not help them. We need to protect women and girls who are victims of sexual assault. And if we want them to come forward, we need to protect them as much as we can. And that has to be included in the definition. Judges must be made aware of this issue. Victims also need to have the means to defend themselves. I asked the question of the Minister of Justice. Let me repeat it. And she agreed that access to justice by women needs to be improved. Because if women cannot defend themselves before the courts, if they can't afford lawyers, well, they will not be protected or defended. There are 18 more young people between the ages of 18 and 24 who are victims of sexual assault. Many more Indigenous women also are victims of sexual assault. But if people can't defend themselves before the courts, well, what good is that? The Minister of Justice needs to create a fund so that this is not only a symbolic piece of legislation, but a substantial one which can help people, and if we accept the Senate's amendments, it'll be a step in the right direction. The member for Hochelaga, I'm sorry, a very brief question, please. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question also had to do with funding for people who don't have the means to defend themselves. My colleague started to explain this issue. I'd like her to continue. I'd like her to tell us more about the consequences of young people and women who can't afford a lawyer and who only are entitled to 4 hours of defense. The member for Salaberry-sur-Roi, 60 seconds, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, indeed, it's very hard for young people between the ages of 8 and 24. I myself never experienced it, but you hear from people who have suffered, who are victims of sexual assault, or violence, they fall into depression, they develop mental health issues. And an Ipsos Reid survey revealed that 40% of women chose not to come forward because they were ashamed. And other women said that they were reluctant to go to the police because they didn't trust the criminal justice system. So if women don't have access to a lawyer, this will keep on happening. It's very hard to defend yourself because if women do come forward, they constantly are re-victimized before the courts. If they don't have anyone to help them, an expert, it's very hard for victims to know what their rights are, how they can defend themselves, and how to comport themselves or navigate the legal system. So that's why we need money to help these victims, money that should be included in this bill.
Honorable député.
The honourable member d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My speech will specifically be on the two amendments proposed by the Senate, which unfortunately have been rejected by the House at this stage. What you need to understand, and I think this is very important, is that the amendments which were made to the bill by the Senate come from Senator Pate. Senator Pate was appointed under the independent appointments process put in place by the government. She has been a senator for about a year now. And under this process, and according to the government, deserving Canadians who have contributed to this country are appointed to the Senate. So we could conclude that the committee which chooses who sits in the Senate, that this committee saw in Senator Pate a worthy person, a person worthy of sitting in the Senate. The amendments she proposed are similar to the ones made by the NDP. So it seems that the amendments in question have a certain value. These amendments deal with sexual consent. In the government bill, there is a reference to situations in which a person could not have given consent. For instance, if a person is in a state of intoxication or unconsciousness or in a passive state. The Senate amendments refer to a person who is not able to understand the nature and circumstances or consequences of the sexual activity. The person would not be in a state to choose to engage in the sexual situation, either through their words or actions. I believe that the state of unconsciousness is something everybody understands. It's important to insist on this because one of the problems today with regard to sexual consent is that it's very hard to prove that consent has not been given. And this applies to the gray area. So situations which cannot be clearly defined. For instance, when it comes to consent to engage in certain sexual activities, this would be clear and informed consent. But there are other situations. For instance, a person might say they would agree to certain sexual situations, but without fully grasping the consequences or what is actually involved. And I'll be a little more specific. There was the Hutchinson case. In this case, it was a man who made holes in a condom to deliberately get his partner pregnant because he was afraid that she would leave him otherwise. So he thought that if she became pregnant, she would stay with him. She became pregnant, and she found out eventually that he had made holes in the condom. The case ended up before the courts, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court therefore had to rule on that specific case to decide whether there was a problem with what had happened. The Supreme Court ruled that there was no real consent, because in that specific situation, there could have been real consequences to the woman, which actually did happen as she became pregnant. So this was tantamount to sexual assault. However, this woman had to stick it out and go all the way to the Supreme Court to prove that she had been sexually assaulted. If the notion of sexual consent had been clear from the very start, if it had included the fact that a person had to know what the consequences might be of engaging in sexual activities, in this case, the woman did not know what the consequences would be to having sex with her partner, because she did not know that he had made holes in the condom and she became pregnant.
So part of the problem in that case was that the victim wasn't aware of what had happened that could cause bodily harm to her. So in a case such as this, where the condom is punctured, maybe that wouldn't be a problem if the victim was sterile or had their tubes tied or something. Then this case law wouldn't necessarily apply. And the experts referred to the Hutchinson's case to determine whether or not stealthing had occurred, which is, stealthing is, of course, taking the condom off without the partner's knowledge, whether that's an assault. In the case of women who could get pregnant, the experts think the Hutchinson case could apply because there's a significant risk of bodily harm. But in cases where a woman couldn't get pregnant because she's postmenopausal or what have you, and the partner has no sexually transmissible illness, it's not clear that there would be any potential bodily harm, and it's not clear that that case would apply. And the same thing goes for same-sex relations, apart from whether or not the partner was HIV positive. Then you could perhaps establish a significant risk of serious bodily harm if the person took their condom off without the partner's knowledge. But otherwise, it wouldn't be possible under the case law to prove that that was a sexual assault, absent any evidence of a risk of serious bodily harm. So that case, when people go to the police with similar situations, the police treat them lightly. They say, well, sorry, it's not a sexual assault. Sorry, ma'am. Despite the huge stress that an incident like that could cause, because witnesses have testified that they were stressed about potential exposure to sexually transmissible illnesses. They might have had to take emergency contraceptives or emergency medication. So that's stressful. It causes some stress while you're awaiting the results of tests. And there's also a whole relationship dimension to this. People have a lot of trouble trusting partners when this has happened to them. And I have here an article from the Montreal newspaper that says, after a lot of drinking, I had sex with an acquaintance, and then a few days later I found the condom in the bed. It was still in the package. He just pretended to put it on, and I was unsuspecting, so I had to go for some tests to see if I'd caught anything. And so you can understand that that is assault, because the consent was vitiated. When you consent to protected sex, it's because you've assessed the risk and you've said, look, I can have sex as long as we use protection, but not if there's no protection, because there's a risk of pregnancy and illness. And in terms of public health, we have an epidemic of sexually transmitted illnesses going on, and yet when there are cases like this, we're very slow to adapt the case law. If it was clear that it was unfair and criminal to do something like that, stealthing, because it vitiates the consent, well, I think we could act much more promptly, and the police in those cases where, those few cases where victims have the courage to report a crime, instead of having the police say, sorry ma'am, that's not a sexual assault. So we have a problem currently with that, when there are these gray areas of sexual assault where consent was obtained fraudulently, where it's vitiated, and this bill does not solve all the problems of sexual consent when consent is obtained by trickery. Yes, the person consented to sex, but on certain conditions. And if those conditions were not met, intentionally not met, then consent is vitiated and it's an assault. But if our system of justice is incapable of recognizing that, then we're abandoning our victims. We're turning our back on victims. And those cases need to be dealt with, and this bill could have done that, and that could have put an end to the discussion, and judges could have relied on a much clearer new piece of legislation instead of having cases like that go to court and have to wend their way all the way up to the Supreme Court before a final decision is handed down. So I think the government is making a mistake here. The Senate's amendments, which were similar to the NDP's, should have been accepted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
I'm sorry, Parkdale High Park.
Thank you, and I appreciate the comments from the member opposite, and I would point out that the concerns with respect to access to justice are shared on this side of the House, and that's why we've made important changes with respect to access to justice, so that the spiral that she was mentioning in terms of escalating costs and litigating all the way to the Supreme Court actually do not occur. We've appointed more women to the bench. We have supported the bill that was presented in this House by the former interim leader of the official opposition about judicial training, and significantly we've invested significant sums of money to improve the combat against gender violence and to improve access to justice. So $187 million allocated to combat gender-based violence, including sexual assault, $100.9 million to support the national strategy to address gender-based violence, and $25 million over 5 years for legal aid for victims specifically of workplace sexual harassment. That's a concern for our government. What I would ask the member opposite is that does she believe those specific types of targeted investments on this day in particular, on the 29th anniversary of the Montreal Massacre, do they go towards addressing gender-based violence and also the access to justice points that she has raised in the context of this debate?
Honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Even if $1 billion or $1 trillion was invested, if the law doesn't identify what acts are illegal, it's pointless if we don't clearly indicate that obtaining consent by trickery is a crime. We have a problem because victims complain and the police tell them what you experienced was not an assault. So it's not a problem of access to justice or funding. It's a problem about the definition of consent and what constitutes an assault. That cannot be corrected simply by forking over more money. It requires a statutory change, and it requires a change in the way our police and judges interpret the criminal code and what constitutes consent, whether consent is vitiated or not, consent to a sexual activity. Questions and comments?
Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. The member spoke at some length about cases involving consent by trickery as the basis upon which she supports the amendments brought forward by Senator Pate. I would be interested in her comments, though, to the position taken by the government that while Bill C-51 does include the word unconscious, sub B of the sub-amendment also states that consenting to the activity for any other reason than unconsciousness. So clearly one couldn't consent if they were tricked in that situation. So what does the member say about that language and the concern that she's expressed?
Honourable member for Abitibi-Temiskaming. Thank you very much. That's the problem. When you talk about other grounds, the problem is based on often based on the judge's interpretation. Like in Hutchison, they had to go all the way to the Supreme Court to find out whether it fell under other grounds. But with Senator Pate's amendments, it's much more specific. She talks about the ability to understand the risk. So that would make it possible to have these cases solved at the trial level instead of having to go all the way to the Supreme Court to determine whether or not it falls under the other grounds. That's the problem. Currently, the law is unclear. There are many cases where they give up because they realize they'd probably have to go all the way to the Supreme Court to get a final decision whether or not it constitutes a sexual assault. But Senator Pate's amendment is much clearer. It defines much more clearly what constitutes consent. And in my opinion, that would make it possible to solve these issues at the trial level. And our police, they're not constitutional law experts. So they would be able to use that and look at the criminal code and determine much more readily whether or not there was a sexual assault and whether or not it would be appropriate to lay charges and have the case prosecuted. Currently, police are making the decision themselves. They're saying, no, there are no grounds here to prosecute this as a sexual assault, and it goes no further. So there are many cases that are just dropped because the police decide that it's not a sexual assault, and that decision should be much easier for them to make. It should be made much clearer. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to join this portion of the debate and to speak to Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Before turning to the specific issue of the amendments passed in the other place, I want to take a few minutes to remind all colleagues about what this important piece of legislation seeks to address and why it is critically important that we support its swift passage into law. As all members will recall, Bill C-51 was introduced by the Minister of Justice on June 6, 2017. Bill C-51 was not the first criminal law reform bill introduced by the Minister that seeks to make our criminal justice and our criminal laws fairer, clearer, and more relevant and more accessible. And since its introduction, she has introduced other critically important legislation that continues to seek those objectives. Considering also Bill C-75, it is clear that the Minister has thought long and hard about the challenges facing our system and has proposed concrete measures to address them. I strongly support her legislative proposals, and I understand many of the Minister's provincial and territorial counterparts, legal academics, and criminal justice system actors also support these measures. Colleagues, you will recall that Bill C-51 amends the Criminal Code in three broad ways. First, it proposes amendments to remove unconstitutional laws. This reflects our government's unwavering commitment to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The risks of leaving unconstitutional laws on our books are grave, and in a constitutional democracy like Canada that is grounded upon the rule of law, it is important that we take the steps necessary to prevent those risks from manifesting, as unfortunately occurred in the 2016 Alberta trial of Travis Vader. Second, Bill C-51 proposes to remove laws from our criminal code that are vestiges of a bygone era and that no longer have relevance in modern Canadian society, as well as laws that are redundant and capture conduct that is addressed by other offences of general application. We should not underestimate the importance of amendments of this nature. Criminal law is a reflection of our values. Offences like blasphemous libel, which targeted criticism against the King and Christianity, have been criticized as contrary to free expression and, in certain regimes, have been used to repress free speech. Canada should not be held up as an example by repressive governments who seek to justify their own blasphemy offences as a means of curtailing criticism by pointing to the example of Canada's own criminal code. I strongly support these amendments. Now, turning to the other critically important aspect of Bill C-51, the proposed changes to modernize and clarify Canada's sexual assault laws. It is in this area where amendments were passed by the Senate and which have necessitated our looking at Bill C-51 again. Mr. Speaker, as introduced, Bill C-51 brings forward important and welcome changes to our sexual assault laws. One area where it does so is in respect of consent to sexual activity. First, Bill C-51 proposes to clarify the important legal principle confirmed by the Supreme Court of Canada in its 2011 decision in Regina versus J.A. that no consent is obtained where a person is unconscious. This amendment has been well received by many, but some stakeholders suggested that it should go further to codify another important principle from the J.A. decision, which is that consent must also be contemporaneous to the sexual activity in question. I recall this well during the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights study which amended Bill C-51 to address this very point. During our committee study of the bill, additional amendments were proposed in the area of consent to sexual activity. These amendments were, I believe, inspired by the submissions of the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, LEAF. They suggested that Bill C-51 might extend beyond the scope of its original objective and proposed amendments that would seek to define when a person is incapable of consenting to sexual activity due to impairment that falls short of unconsciousness, such as cases involving intoxication. To my knowledge, no defense lawyer, Crown prosecutor, or victims' organization spoke specifically to this proposal. As may be recalled, the amendment that was proposed before the Justice Committee on this point was defeated due to concerns that the amendments could have unintended and negative consequences. For instance, concerns were expressed that by focusing entirely on the subjective state of mind of the complainant, courts might ignore other important objective evidence that may help to establish that the complainant was incapable of consenting. Now, when Bill C-51 went to the other place for consideration, the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Committee heard from only a handful of witnesses. Nevertheless, much of the discussion at committee again centered on the issue of consent to sexual activity. Much of the testimony provided was motivated by concerns about sexual assault involving intoxication and the desire for clarity in this area. To be sure, these are legitimate concerns, and I'm not trying to minimize the importance of looking closely at this issue. As a result of these concerns, an amendment was proposed at the Senate committee to again try and specify the circumstances in which a person is incapable of consenting for reasons of impairment that fall short of unconsciousness. After a vigorous debate, those amendments were not passed. Again, the reasons for this related to concerns about the unintended consequences. Nevertheless, when the bill was returned to the Senate at third reading, amendments were made, notwithstanding the calls for caution and concern about the practical implications. I greatly appreciate and respect the spirit behind the proposed amendments. I agree that it is critically important that we consider changes to our sexual assault laws that help to clarify the law. On the other hand, because of the very sensitive and difficult nature of sexual assault, I believe it is imperative that we only pass laws when we are 100% certain that they will not create more challenges for victims and for accused. Unfortunately, I am not 100% certain. I am deeply concerned that passing these amendments at this late stage, and without the benefit of greater consultation and consideration, will not provide the clarity that is assumed will result. I'm concerned that this change could lead judges to ignore other important evidence respecting capacity to consent. And I'm concerned that these charges focus too squarely on intoxication and do not consider the impact on individuals with cognitive impairments. For these reasons, I must respectively oppose the amendments passed in the other place. In so doing, I encourage the government to look closely at the issues raised by these amendments in collaboration with key partners and stakeholders. I support the message to be sent to the other place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, who I enjoy serving on the Justice Committee with. I share his concerns with respect to the Senate amendments, so I want to ask him a question about what he initially spoke of, which was the zombie sections of the criminal code, sections that have been found to be unconstitutional. He cited the Vader case involving the murder of Lyle and Marie McCann of St. Albert, and it was our committee, the Justice Committee, that wrote to the minister all the way back in October of 2016, calling on the minister to move forward with legislation to remove unconstitutional sections. The minister did move ahead with Bill C-39, but it's stuck at first reading. And then the government put it into C-75, but now that's going to take months to go through the Senate. Why wouldn't the government just get it done and pass Bill C-39? It just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Can the honourable member comment?
Honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question. I think it's a good question. Certainly, there are practical considerations in getting legislation to move through the House. It takes a certain amount of time. And in terms of the schedule of this place, it can be a challenge. So I appreciate that it has been incorporated into Bill C-75, which has now been passed to the other place, and I await their expeditious treatment of that bill.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Salaberry-sur-Roi.
The honourable member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the same question. Let's say that eventually the government changes its position and it adds funding in order to ensure that legal aid is available, because they say that they want legal aid to be available to protect victims of sexual violence. But real funding, real assistance needs to be available. Elizabeth Sheehy from the University of Ottawa and a professor of law at the Harvard School of Law said that the right to be represented by a lawyer during proceedings are very important. However, it will serve no purpose whatsoever if a victim does not have the funds to retain the services of a lawyer. So 4 hours of legal aid are being provided. However, that's not the same as having a lawyer who can defend you in court, can speak to your case in court. So does the member understand that this is a pressing need and that the government, in order to be able to truly assist victims, provide funds for those victims who do not have the means to hire a lawyer during their proceedings?
Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member for her question. It's a very good question. Certainly early in this Parliament, the Justice Committee, on which I sit with the member from St. Albert, we studied legal access to justice, and we made some important recommendations to the House. The federal government does provide funding to the provinces to help them provide legal aid and other relevant accesses to justice. But unfortunately, it is certainly within the purview of the province. It is their jurisdiction to administer these programs. And I absolutely encourage all of the provinces and territories to allocate more funding for them and to provide more options, such as we recommended in our report.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my honourable friend down the way, my next-door neighbour up in the Justice Building, for his interventions today. And today being, it's a poignant time for us to be discussing this on the 9th anniversary of the École Polytechnique massacre, looking at how we empower women, how we protect women in our society. We're working on women entrepreneurship programs, equal pay for work of equal value, and now this legislation to try and empower women to come forward who have been the victims of sexual assault, and how this bill might help to encourage women through the expansion of the rape shield provisions and the other items that are core to the legislation, and then working with women in crisis and legal aid supports in communities to try to encourage women to come forward that have been the victims, and how this legislation might help to encourage women that have been the victims to come forward to have justice.
Well, member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I'd like to thank my neighbor from the Justice Building for his intervention as well. It's also a very important question. I mean, access to justice and the ability, the comfort level about women, in particular, to approach the justice system and make complaints is very important. And that's certainly something we recognize in this bill. But it's also something I mentioned in my remarks that is something we need more work on. I do believe this bill will provide additional assurances to women to do this, and additional tools with which they can address the concerns that they have. But there's more work to be done in this area. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to congratulate my friend from the Justice Committee on his speech. He does such great work at our committee, and I'm so pleased to serve with him. As the honourable member for St. Albert Edmonton previously said, and this member said, we heard similar testimony at the Justice Committee on the House side as the Senate heard, and we rejected the changes made by the Senate because we felt it would add increased ambiguity to the definition of capacity to consent. And I'm just asking my honourable colleague if he can further clarify why we rejected it on the House side at committee.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I'd like to thank the honourable member who is chair of that great committee for his question. We consider all of these amendments very carefully and try to see the long-term implications of them. We rejected these changes because they were either ambiguous or too far-reaching, and we did not understand the consequences of them. But as mentioned before, these are certainly areas that we need to look at further as a government and as a society in terms of how we can better address issues of consent in particular. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too just want to reflect on the École Polytechnique also, and just add some thoughts, given we're passing this legislation. 29 years ago, as was pointed out during ministerial statements, people can kind of reflect in terms of where it is that they might have been at that time. And I can recall the day after sitting inside the Manitoba legislature where Sharon Carstairs, who was the first woman elected as leader of an opposition party, talked about women and women's rights and the impact. And this was more than just a woman's issue, it's a man's issue. When we take a look at this legislation that we're debating here today, again, this is an issue in which I believe advances us on a number of fronts, because we have a minister that was committed to looking at it from a much larger perspective in terms of protecting society, but with a special focus and attention in regards to women. My colleague might just want to reflect or add some of his own personal comments in regards to the tragedy of 29 years ago.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Well, I thank the honourable member for his comments as well. I certainly remember where I was on that tragic day. And there's no question that these are issues that have long held in our society, the things that we have to deal with. We have had to deal with for a long time. We still need to. I mean, I think we go a great distance in addressing some of the underlying legal problems that women face in our society. But there's no question that there's still a long way to go. And and I look forward to helping all members of this House address those issues and those potential solutions going forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, it's a privilege to stand in this House and debate C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, and to make consequential amendments to that act, or to another act. First of all, I would like to highlight the fact that this is an omnibus bill that contains many changes to a variety of different matters. And Mr. Speaker, similar to many other Liberal promises that we've seen here in this House or before the last election, the introduction of this bill breaks another promise not to table legislation of this nature. And Mr. Speaker, in debate in the lead up to the election, we had that commitment, just like we had a commitment on the deficit, but again, broken promise. Ironically, Bill C-51 was introduced on June 5th, 2017, just after the government House leader called for major reforms, which, among other things, aimed to limit a government's ability to introduce omnibus bills. Just a couple days later, they introduced an omnibus bill. Second, it removes a number of sections, Mr. Speaker, of the Criminal Code that no longer have any particular relevance. This includes Section 365, some of which deals with witchcraft and sorcery, and a Section 71 related to dueling in the streets. And much of this, Mr. Speaker, we can support. Other aspects of this is maybe a little more problematic. It also originally proposed to repeal Section 176 of the Criminal Code, which makes it a criminal and makes it a crime to unlawfully obstruct, threaten, or harm a religious official before, during, or after they perform a religious service. It also makes interrupting or disturbing a religious service a crime. And Mr. Speaker, we've voiced in this House many times our concerns in regard to that. As a number of my colleagues, including the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, have pointed out during debate on this bill, the Conservatives were the very first to identify this grave mistake in the Liberal Justice Minister and to draw Canadians' attention to this flagrant attack on their freedom to worship in their own way, and I would add freedom without fear. And, Mr. Speaker, I would also tell you that I am splitting my time with the member from Elgin, Middlesex, and London. Our highlighting of Bill C-51 and this offensive criminal code amendment resulted in significant backlash from tens of thousands of Canadians who signed petitions urging the Liberals to back down on minimizing an obstruction or disturbance of a worship service. The government finally relented, and as such, Liberal members of the Justice Committee were instructed to introduce an amendment that effectively stopped the repeal of Section 176. And, Mr. Speaker, again, that's one of those times where I think Parliament works, when the Conservatives can bring forward a concern like that, and unfortunately sometimes it takes the outcry of Canadians, tens and tens and tens of thousands, who spoke to what they were trying to do to our worship services of all different faiths. While many of my constituents of Battle River Crowfoot are thankful the Liberals finally saw the light, I still remain stunned by the fact that they even contemplated the removal of Section 176 of the Criminal Code, let alone actually attempted to do it. And, Mr. Speaker, after steady but relatively small increases since 2014, in 2017, hate crimes in Canada, as we know when we see the front page of most papers, rose sharply, up 47% over the previous year. For the year, police reported 2,073 hate crimes, 664 more than in 2016. Higher numbers were seen across most types of hate crime, with incidents targeting the Muslims, Jewish, blacks, populations, as well as Christianity. These increases were largely in Ontario and Quebec. Barbara Perry, an expert on hate crimes and professor of criminology at the University of Ontario Institute of Technology, was quoted in the Globe and Mail on November 29th saying, "This is staggering," and I quote, You don't see this kind of increase in any sort of crime data. Adding that this should be a wake-up call for provincial and federal leaders, she went on to say, and I quote, "It's an assault on our core values of inclusion and equity," unquote. In the same article, Leila Nasser, a spokesman for the National Council of Canadian Muslims, said, "We're devastated to see the numbers go up yet again." As revealed in the Globe article, and I quote, "Hate crimes also rose across all categories of religion, with those targeting the Jewish population accounting for 18% of all hate crimes in the country. The surge echoes B'nai B'rith Canada's tracking of anti-Semitic incidents, which saw a record last year." And then the quote, "We need real and effective measures to extinguish this type of hatred," unquote. Chief Executive Michael Mostyn said in a release, which recommended an action plan to counter online hate as well as enhancing training for police officers, unquote. The Canadian Race Relations Foundation called the numbers a warning against complacency and a stark reminder that hate crimes are an attack not only on individuals and their communities, but on the very fabric of our society, unquote. Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out, those remarks were issued or reported on just a week ago today regarding the 2017 hate crime statistics, the year in which the Liberals introduced the bill. Again, whatever motivated them to repeal Section 176 of the Criminal Code? What has motivated the government to retreat on the one hand while still sending the wrong message that the disruption of religious service is not a serious offense? Because that is exactly what they have done by taking it from this piece of legislation and moving it under or into Bill C-75. Currently, it is a solely indictable offense, which, as we know, are for the most serious offenses. However, in C-75, by hybridizing it, this offense could be prosecuted as a summary conviction offense, which is reserved for less serious offenses. It is important to note that the maximum sentence under Section 176, if prosecuted as an indictable offense, is 2 years. Making it a hybrid offense, the maximum sentence as a summary conviction offense would be reduced by only 1 day. It falls into the 2 years less a day, and the indictable being much more than that. So why the change? Again, we really have to question why at a time when hate crimes against religious communities across Canada are significantly increasing, are the Liberals trying to downgrade the seriousness of these offenses? Section 176 is not unconstitutional, has never been challenged in court, and is not obsolete. Furthermore, a number of individuals have been successfully prosecuted under Section 176. It is the only section of the Criminal Code that expressly protects the rights and freedoms of Canadians to practice their religion without fear or intimidation, a freedom that is fundamental freedom guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. One can only surmise that despite the outcry from all across the country and them retreating on repealing this offense, the Liberals really do not believe it is a serious crime, just like they don't believe that impaired driving causing bodily harm is a serious crime, because that's what they've changed again in Bill C-75. Now, Mr. Speaker, this past Tuesday, the Minister of Justice and the newly appointed Minister for Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction took to the airwaves to remind Canadians that in 2 weeks, they will be subject to mandatory alcohol screening if they are stopped by the police, something I support, by the way, as I want the horrific loss of life and injury due to impaired driving to be stopped. While one minister bragged this was a game changer and another defended the change because impaired driving remains the leading cause of criminal death in Canada, both were being disingenuous in that they failed to reveal the fact that they have downgraded the offense of impaired driving causing bodily harm. Under Bill C-75, this offense, which is currently solely an indictable offense, becomes a hybrid offense, and as such, if proceeded summarily, may result in 2 years less a day of prison time, or worse, a monetary fine. Mr. Speaker, I see that my time is waning. In closing, I would like to state my support for the government motion to reject the Senate amendment to the bill before us today, Bill C-51. Bill C-51 clarifies that consent can never occur when an individual is unconscious, which is consistent with the JA decision. The Senate amendment will only lead to added complexity and confusion over what evidence is relevant to determine consent in sexual assault cases. And instead of adding certainty to the law, it will add further litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford further delays in our court due to the prolonged cases. Sexual assault victims should be supported, not subjected to undue delays. And so for that, we commend those measures within Bill C-51, and I thank you for allowing me a little bit of opportunity to veer off and go on some of the things that were pulled out of this bill. I recognize that.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable friend's comments on a multitude of different justice bills. In terms of the comments that he made with respect to obstructing a clergyman on the way to a religious service, and that the Liberal members of the committee were instructed somehow to propose an amendment, I'm sure my honourable member would want to restate what he said to not imply that Liberal members of the committee have no minds of their own and couldn't have decided themselves to have put forward this amendment. I can assure you that Liberal members of the committee, listening to the witnesses, determined ourselves that we agreed with our colleagues across the way that this should not be repealed. Secondly, I also want to say that the argument that my honourable colleague put forward, Mr. Speaker, that the indictable offence of obstructing a clergyman being 2 years and the summary being 2 years less a day essentially means there's actually no difference between the maximum penalty that you could receive by making it a hybrid offence. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask my honourable colleague whether or not he really can justify the argument that the one-day difference in maximum sentence creates a different tenor for this offence.
The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to go back to more the beginning of this, when this bill was originally brought forward. And there was an outcry as measures being put in place under Section 176 being taken to protect clergy from having a sentence or a service, worship service disrupted, that was going to be minimized. And we saw it on every social media out there, Twitter, Facebook, everything was going crazy about this government coming forward with those measures to repeal 176. Thousands protested that this was wrong. And to the government's credit, we felt that they had backed down. But then the government turned around. My point is this, that on this bill, yes, but the government turned around and put much similar wording into Bill C-75, which, as we know now, is going to the Senate. And so, Mr. Speaker, they hybridized Section 176, turning much of that into a summary conviction, a lesser charge. And, Mr. Speaker, we live in a time where we recognize religious freedom. And that means that regardless, as a Christian, I expect that every type of worship service, be it Jewish, Muslim, you name the religion, they have the opportunity to worship who they wish, how they wish, as long as it doesn't, as long as it doesn't impede anybody else. They have that ability to do it. And when we are lessening a charge of, or lessening an offense of being able to come in and disrupt that service, Mr. Speaker, it sends the wrong message.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank my friend for his comments. A specific question. One is around the provision in this bill to allow a complainant to have support through a lawyer at trial and in the pre-trial hearings, which we welcome, yet we see no accompanying support for those of low income who may not be able to afford a lawyer. We've questioned the government several times if they're going to increase legal aid, yet to this point no answer. So a provision that doesn't have any meaning behind it is not quite meaningless but close. But the question about consent is important because of the law states right now, the standard for non-consent is unconsciousness, and that this bill seeks to change that, and we sought to seek greater clarification. And there have been examples at trial where the exposure to public embarrassment through the release of embarrassing information, photos and whatnot, has been deemed to be non-admissible to court when a sexual act then followed, where essentially the woman, as is often the case, was more or less blackmailed into sexual activity, that provides for consent under the law right now. We wanted to change that standard as New Democrats. We moved amendments. The Liberals voted against them. The Senate has moved those same amendments. And now the government, which my friend agrees with, is defeating those. I understand his concerns about delay, but this is about the ability to properly give consent. And as the standard right now says, unconsciousness is the only standard by which the court will relent on consent. That seems to me far too high a bar for the sexual assault cases that we see across this country. Does he not agree?
Honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot in 30 seconds or less, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there are two questions basically there. First of all, I think all Canadians recognize that sexual assault victims should be supported, not subjected to undue delays, not subjected to any other difficulties that they may face. And his first question in regards to having a lawyer present, we expect that people have the ability to access, whether it be through legal aid or through other measures, access legal advice. And so that's imperative. But it's for these reasons. I mean, the consensual aspect of this, the rape shield parts of this, because sexual assault victims need to be supported, we support those measures.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I would really like to thank the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, for leading our Conservative caucus, this House, and all Canadians through this legislative process to make Canadian criminal code better. This opportunity has also provided me a chance to read and research and develop a much better understanding of the criminal code and the importance of this code to all Canadians. And I quote, "One of the conveniences of the criminal code was that it was constituted the principle that no person would be able to be convicted of a crime unless otherwise specifically outlined and stated in a statute." And specifically, the one we're referring to today is the section of the criminal code that acts to amend section 273.1 to clarify that an unconscious person is incapable of consenting, which reflects the Supreme Court ruling of decision in R versus JA in 2011, and amend section 273.2 to clarify that the defense of mistaken belief in consent is not available if the mistake is based on the mistake of law, for example. If the accused believed that the complainant's failure to resist or protest meant that the complainant consented. This would codify aspects of the Supreme Court of Canada's decision in R versus Uwanchuk in 1999. Currently in the Criminal Code of Canada, it states that no consent is obtained where the complainant is incapable of consent, or also amended to clarify that unconsciousness is not the only situation in which an individual could lack capacity to give consent to sexual activity, clauses 10 section 2 and 19 section 2. As indicated in this legislative summary on this bill, this amendment takes into account the Supreme Court judgment that was made in R versus JA, requiring that actual consent, active consent, throughout every phase of the sexual activity. This is important to note, as this amendment protects Canadian men and women against sexual exploitation. I want to start off with a little story, and this is something that, of course, we heard back in 2017. And especially when we were going through the bill that was put forward by our former colleague, Ronna Ambrose, when we talked about sexual consent, unconsciousness, people being able to be trained as judges understanding sexual exploitation and assault. And in Nova Scotia, and this is a quote from the newspaper, in Nova Scotia, a judge acquitted a Halifax taxi driver of raping a female fare who was found unconscious in the back of his cab, partially naked, having urinated on herself. The woman, whose blood alcohol level was found to be 3 times the legal limit, had hailed the cab just 10 minutes earlier. The Crown had announced it would appeal Justice Gregory Lenahan's verdict, in part over concerns the judge did not properly apply the test for capacity to consent. And the changes to this legislation also focus on the Supreme Court case from 2011. And I'm just going to share out this thing, this case. And it was very interesting to read. And going back to the Court of Appeal that occurred in Ontario, the courts, as well as what happened and how it had to go to the Supreme Court of Canada. And from the information from the Supreme Court of Canada, Her Majesty the Queen Appellant and JA Respondent and the Attorney General of Canada and Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, and on the appeal from the Court of the Appeal for Canada, that under the criminal law, sexual assault, consent, accused, and complainant consensually engaging in erotic asphyxiation, accused blank. I'm not going to get into the graphics of it all, penetrating complainant during period of unconsciousness, whether criminal code defines consent as requiring consciousness, operating mind throughout sexual activity, whether consent to sexual activity may be given prior to period of unconsciousness. And you know, I as a parent, and for any parent who's in here, anyone who has a daughter or a son, or anyone who is an adult, you want to make sure that the laws are there to help Canadians and to protect Canadians. And so while I was going through the information regarding the Supreme Court decision, I actually was reading the information on why this was put forward. And so I would like to share and put it on the record. And this is coming from the complainant herself. One evening in the course of sexual relations, J.A. placed his hands around the throat of his long-term partner, K.D., and choked her until she was unconscious. At trial, K.D. estimated that she was unconscious for less than 3 minutes. She testified that she consented to J.A. choking her and understood that she might lose consciousness. She stated that she and J.A. had experimented with erotic asphyxiation and that she had lost consciousness before. When K.D. regained consciousness, her hands were tied behind her back, and J.A. was doing, and I'm blanking that part out as well. But let's just say it would be something that women and men should have that choice, because it was not the things that she was prepared for. KD gave conflicting testimony about whether this was the first time, and JA had inserted further information. After 10 seconds after she regained consciousness, the activity that he had done, he had ceased doing. But at the end of the day, I think we have to look at this and understand, why is there an issue here? When KD made a complaint to the police 2 months later and stated that she had consented to choking, she had not consented to the sexual activity that had occurred after the fact. And this was per McLaughlin, CJ, and Deschamps, Abella, Sharon, Rothstein, and Gramo. And it indicated that in this Supreme Court file that the legislation requires ongoing conscious consent to ensure that women and men are not the victims of sexual exploitation, and to ensure that individuals engaging in sexual activity are capable of asking their partners to stop at any time. I felt that sharing this background on the Supreme Court's decision and the story of the women in Nova Scotia provides a great illustration on the challenges and the need for the changes to the criminal code. But when reviewing the amendments brought forward by the Senate, I support our party's position in supporting the government's decision not to accept these amendments. This is a very complex issue. The complexity of this issue can be seen from Statistics Canada and stats that came out from 2009 to 2014. And I just want to go through these facts. In that course of time, there was 93,501 incidents reported to the police on sexual assault. The incidents that laid charges, 43% of those of 40,490. Incidents that went to court, 49%, meaning 19,806. Cases completed in court, 15,804. Guilty decisions, 55% of those were guilty, and that totals 8,742. And the adult cases sentenced to custody, 56%, or 3,846. But I want to start off with the first number, the gross number that we start here, with the fact that over 93,000 sexual assaults had occurred in the period of time from 2009 to 2015. I think of many of us who would look back and say, that is extraordinary. If we think of the population of Canadians and the fact that almost 100,000 Canadians have been sexually assaulted in that 5-year period, we would be in total awe. Sexual assault is a problem here in Canada. It is a very complex problem, and there are many key factors that must be assessed. But one of the most critical factors, I believe, is consent. And according to Planned Parenthood, sexual consent is an agreement to participate in a sexual activity. Consent is never implied by things like your past behavior, what you wear, or where you go. Sexual consent is always clearly communicated. There should be no question or mystery. Silence is not consent, and it's not just important that the first time you're with somebody. Couples who have had sex before, or even ones who have been together for a long time, also need to consent before sex, each and every time. This past summer, I had the opportunity to listen to the members of the community at the 519 Centre in Toronto, where I spoke to Glenn Canning, the father of Rehtaeh Parsons. Although Rehtaeh is no longer with us, Glenn advocates for education focusing on sexual consent. And in a blog he writes, "My years without Rehtaeh taught me that kids need to know consent,
In the past 3 years, I've learned that the most powerful tool to combat violence against women could very well be the minds of young men. I've learned that if we don't fill those minds with examples of virtue, empathy, affection, tolerance, and trust, kindness, courage, and bravery, then those minds will end up being filled with ignorance, racism, sexism, hate, and anger. What would have happened to Rehtaeh Parsons if just one of those boys with her that night was informed about consent and his role in preventing sexual violence? So in summary, I am very glad that we're moving forward and reviewing the information on criminal codes, specifically when it comes to consent. I think this is something that, as I indicated, when we look at these statistics, we can do better and we must do better. We can't just be virtue signaling. We cannot just talk about what we should not do and yet do it in the privacy of our homes or years ago and own up to it. But at the same time, as other members have indicated, a lot of the information, a lot of things that we're studying is in conflict with what we see in Bill C-75, and specifically to the sexual exploitation of women. So I think that although it is wonderful to go ahead with this consent and expanding that and having a better understanding to make sure that more people are convicted of sexual assault when necessary, that when it comes to Bill C-75, the slap on the wrist is not enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park.
Thank you, and I appreciate the contributions of the member opposite to this important debate today, particularly on December 6th, the 29th anniversary of the Montreal Massacre. My questions for the member opposite are twofold. One is that she outlined the very important issue of consent and sexual assault and how the statistics demonstrate it remains an ongoing problem in Canada today. Part of what we are doing is improving all of the education and sensitivity and outreach to all of the actors in the judicial system. That includes training for lawyers and for judges. The first question I had for the member opposite is that would she agree that a record that our government has shown in terms of appointing judges that are 56% women is a step in the right direction and compares favorably with the record of the previous government, which is only to appoint 30% women judges. And the second point is that she raised Bill C-75 in its combination and its relationship to this particular piece of legislation that we are discussing. My question to her about Bill C-75 is that that bill includes an important provision where we've eliminated preliminary inquiries for people who are victims who are going through a sexual assault trial, so they don't have to be re-victimized proceeding through a preliminary inquiry and then testifying again in the actual trial on the merits. Is that a step in the right direction for addressing the trauma that sexual assault victims face, which was outlined by the member opposite?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question, but I also want to say right now we have an outstanding bill that's sitting in the Senate. Bill C. 377 put forward by the Honourable Rona Ambrose. This was an opportunity for our justices to be actually engaged and have a better understanding and trained on sexual assault. This government has not pushed that item whatsoever, so regardless of whether or not they have put in more or less, that is not the case. They are not properly being trained, and this bill is sitting there and has been sitting there for the last year and a half, and so this government could be doing better, especially working with their Senate colleagues, if they're really serious about making sure convicted sexual assault people who are being allegedly put in there are actually going to jail or actually going to be convicted, because we need to have that sensitivity and empathetic understanding of what has gone on with the victims of this crime. As for Bill C-75, seeing that it is a hybrid, I cannot support what they have done on reducing crimes or reducing sentences and convictions when it comes to those people who have gone forward and have victimized somebody through sexual assault.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit surprised to hear Liberals try to laud their appointments process on federal judges, because they've actually maintained a historic number of vacancies on the federal court. It was 53 at the time of just a couple of weeks ago, which breaks all records. And for Canadians wondering why that matters so much, is because we have new Supreme Court rulings that say, under Jordan's principle, we must move victims and potential victims through the court system much more expeditiously. And one of the ways you need to do that is if you have judges sitting on the bench, which the Liberals, after 3 years plus in office, have been unable to do. I want to take this moment to agree with my friend about our former colleague Rona Ambrose's bill, which I'm stunned the Canadian Senate has not gotten it together to spend a few moments long enough to pass that bill through the Senate to allow for proper training for our judges. Because in case after case, particularly, and I hate to typify this, but older male judges sitting on the bench when dealing with sexual assault cases, as you've seen, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians unfortunately have seen in the news, federal judges who are unable to properly understand this have not gotten proper training through the simple passage of that motion. But my question is this, that the Liberals have put forward the better rape shield laws and the provision of having an attorney, a lawyer present at some of the prosecution, the pretrial hearings, but without any further support for legal aid for those Canadians who do not have the resources to have a lawyer with them. So putting up the motion without the resources behind them, what does that mean to Canadians who are saying that if I come from a low-income family, I'm going to have less representation if I face the horrific scene of a sexual assault at trial?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London, in 45 seconds or less, please.
Absolutely. I would really like to thank the member for that question, and I get to sit near the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, so every single time we talk about judges, I can assure you that that voice is being heard, that voice is being heard by 338 members of Parliament and Canadians, that we have not appointed the correct number of judges, that we're still behind on that, and that is why the Jordan Principle is so key here and why we need judges to be appointed. As for what the resources are for those people who are less fortunate, we see that in many of the different developments that are happening. This government is proposing things, but never has the money or the clout to back it up. It's virtue signaling 101, and I really thank the member for bringing that forward.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from London who spoke earlier on this bill, and the commentary from all members on Bill C-51 today. I think at the outset, because I have some time today to give a bit of a longer speech, I want to address the fact that I'm troubled by the fact that in government, the Liberals are doing exactly what they said they would not do in opposition. And in fact, this is our second omnibus justice bill. I know my friend from Winnipeg, the Deputy House Leader of the Liberal caucus, likes when I quote some of his outrage in the past Parliament for the use of omnibus bills. But particularly when it comes to justice omnibus bills, I think the need for a lot of these provisions to be considered independently is the best way to go. It's certainly not as long as the latest Budget Implementation Act of 850 pages or more, weaving together a variety of unrelated things in the form of one bill. But here we have another substantive piece of justice legislation that is being presented in an omnibus bill. Breaking it down, there's some good parts to it, and there's some parts that we certainly have some challenges with. And I'd like to use my opportunity, Mr. Speaker, if I may, to highlight both the good and the bad. So the good, I think, is we need, as a Parliament, to show that we can speak as a united voice with respect to zero tolerance for sexual assault or not respecting the consent of an individual in the case of sexual relations of any kind, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's good that we're having a fulsome discussion on this part of the bill here today. In fact, several members have quoted from some of the case law that has led for the need for Parliament to weigh in to be very clear that someone that cannot provide consent necessary to engage in sexual activities when they're unconscious, Mr. Speaker. We need to send a clear signal from Parliament to do that. I think actually the Senate amendments take away that clarity somewhat, and I'm glad we're having that debate here with respect to 273.1 of this bill. The Supreme Court case that drove clarity in this area, Mr. Speaker, was very clear. They said it was not possible for someone to provide consent if they were not conscious, even if express consent had been provided ahead of time while they were conscious, Mr. Speaker. And I think Parliament needs to be crystal clear that consent evolves, Mr. Speaker, and there has to be a constant presence of consent and respect. And that is what this bill is intended to do. And in fact, some of the Senate amendments, which would almost create many tests with respect to this standard, I think actually confuses the issue there needs to be a clear signal sent that consent has to be constant. And I think that's a signal as parliamentarians we have to send. I can say as someone of my generation, Mr. Speaker, seeing on campuses the debate about no means no, all these sorts of things, and how it wasn't taken seriously in the early 1990s, Mr. Speaker, and we're still having debates today about it, Mr. Speaker, where accused will try and suggest that consent was provided at some time earlier, Mr. Speaker, that consent was provided in the context of alcohol or substances, and then if someone is unconscious, that consent cannot be provided, Mr. Speaker. So the Supreme Court was clear, and I think C-51 and our updates to the Criminal Code send a very clear measure. There is no test we're going to perform, Mr. Speaker. It's a bright line that everyone, all Canadians, need to show respect for that commitment to consent in the context of sexual assault cases, certainly, Mr. Speaker, but it's basic respect, Mr. Speaker. I think we're in the era of the Me Too movement, and discussions of unsafe workplaces, all these things have been, I think, positive to make sure that people have a positive obligation with respect to their relations with someone else, to make sure that they adhere to the fact that there's always consent present, Mr. Speaker. So I think that's clear. I'm also glad that a number of speakers in several parties have referenced Bill C-337, the bill from our former interim leader, Rona Ambrose, Mr. Speaker, with respect to judicial training in the context of sexual assault trials. As I said, the context, even in my generation, Mr. Speaker, of campus-level disrespect for the concept of consent, Mr. Speaker. The bench is comprised of a cross-section of society, Mr. Speaker, and those attitudes need education. They need to make sure that judicial standards adhere to the expectations we have as a society today of respect and consent, Mr. Speaker. We know in Ms. Ambrose's home province of Alberta, the case of Justice Camp, Mr. Speaker, where attitudes towards a complainant, a victim, by the bench can show just how disconnected some may be. I know that the vast majority of the bench would be explicitly mindful of the complainant in those cases, Mr. Speaker, but we've seen cases in recent years that shows that judicial training with respect to consent in the context of sexual assault trials is needed, as is that education for all members of the bar. As a member of the bar, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad a few years ago the law societies in Ontario and across the country have incorporated CLE requirements, continuing legal education requirements for lawyers to make sure that they're aware of the law, of expectations with respect to the law and consent. The very fact that there would be some reluctance to have that same sort of continual legal education for judges in the context of sexual assault cases, Mr. Speaker, is troubling. I know most justices are demanding that level of CLE of education. So I would hope that the government, in the context of me starting off my address by talking about some of the positive elements of C-51, pushes C-337 through. It shouldn't matter that it came from a Conservative member of Parliament, Rona Ambrose, who's no longer in this Parliament, so I can say her name. It shouldn't matter that it came from this side of the chamber if it's trying to address the same elements I'm saying that I support in C-51 today. So let's hope we can see some movement in the Senate so that in the spring, Mr. Speaker, we can ensure that that's an expectation for all members of the bench to have that training so they can guarantee an environment of respect for all complainants that come forward, Mr. Speaker. And I think the provisions in 273.1 also show that Parliament is clear in its direction with respect to consent always being a requirement, and if there's any uncertainty, you err in the side of the complainant, Mr. Speaker, and everyone should know that if circumstances change, be they the context, the consciousness, alcohol, these sorts of things, prior consent is not sufficient, Mr. Speaker. We have to be crystal clear on that. I will say that this is also similar to the fact that we've had the Bill C-75 Omnibus Justice Bill, Mr. Speaker, which I've spoken to in this Parliament. I've also spoken to Bill C-77 on modernizing criminal justice within the context of the National Defence Act. I supported a number of measures in that. In fact, the previous government had introduced Bill C-71 in the last Parliament, trying to update the National Defence Act and the treatment of criminal conduct by members of the Canadian Armed Forces. That's still in a state of flux, Mr. Speaker. But all of these bills, particularly because they deal with the rights of an accused, the rights of the victims or the complainants in these cases, Mr. Speaker, these should be given specific attention and not put into omnibus-type bills, Mr. Speaker. I would like to speak for a moment on the fact that this bill is part of the process of requiring a charter statement from the government with respect to legislation before the House of Commons. And I have some concerns with that approach, Mr. Speaker, in two ways. First, I'm worried that it may send some sort of chill to suggest that the government is trying to inoculate itself by saying we've reviewed the bill ahead of time and here is our charter opinion on it, meaning therefore you cannot raise charter concerns or therefore there's no reasonable basis to have concerns about validity under the charter by groups that may be impacted by the decision of this Parliament. The very nature of the charter itself, Mr. Speaker, was to give a back-and-forth test with respect to the will of Parliament and the ability for the court to determine whether fundamental charter rights were breached directly or indirectly by legislation, Mr. Speaker, in the context of enumerated groups under Section 15 of the Charter, expressly contained within the Charter, or analogous ground groups provided by subsequent court decisions. The balancing test under Section 1 of the Charter, the HoC test that certainly I learned in law school, some of the first Charter jurisprudence, is that balancing of the Charter. The government, by issuing a charter statement, I'm quite concerned that they're trying to suggest that they're doing their own HoC test, their own charter examination of issues at the time they're passing legislation, Mr. Speaker. I'm not suggesting it will cause chill, but I haven't heard an argument from a member of the government bench to suggest that this is any different than any government since the mid-1980s when the Charter came into effect, Mr. Speaker, by suggesting that the seal of approval for the Charter is granted by one of these statements is simply ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. It is actually up to the court to provide that reasonableness and those limitation tests under the provision of Section 1 of the Charter, which allows a charter right to be violated by legislation, but applies a reasonableness and a balancing test to it since the HoC's jurisprudence started, Mr. Speaker. I'll use a couple of examples of why I have this concern. In this Parliament, we've seen many instances of this government acting in a way that I firmly believe violates the charter rights of many Canadians. Mr. Speaker, why this is germane? Because just today, shortly before we rise for Christmas, the government is reversing its position on the so-called values screen for Canada summer jobs, Mr. Speaker. We all know that the controversial values test was applied for the first time in the history of this summer employment plan for youth, Mr. Speaker, as a clear way this government intended to exclude faith-based organizations and other service organizations from funding related to students. There were concerns from a charter basis expressed from day one when it came to the values test, Mr. Speaker. So is the government suggesting with its charter statements that their actions on a whole range of decisions are somehow inoculated because they're providing a charter assessment, Mr. Speaker, I would say that's political theatre. They cannot provide their own charter assessment. They try and craft legislation that they feel strikes the right balance, but the actual charter determination is made not in this chamber that writes the laws, in other courts, Mr. Speaker. We bow to you, Mr. Speaker. We have a bar there. This is a court. We write the laws, but we don't adjudicate our own laws. And this is a very big distinction that I've not heard the government yet express any clear indication on. I'll use another example, Mr. Speaker. There's been several violations, in my view, of Indigenous peoples' rights with respect to the duty to consult, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Bill C-69, I believe, violates that duty. The approach the government's taken on the cancellation of the Northern Gateway pipeline, Mr. Speaker, one-third owned by Indigenous groups. The duty to consult is not frozen in time, Mr. Speaker. It does not exist 10 years before you develop a pipeline or cut trees in a forest. If you decide to change the circumstances of that consultation or cancel something that Indigenous peoples are a one-third owner of, you have a duty to consult them on the cancellation, Mr. Speaker. This is an ongoing duty. The fact that the government may have a piece of paper that says this is our charter statement, this is our validation that this bill conforms with the charter, I think is political and inappropriate, Mr. Speaker, because they're suggesting this will withstand any judicial scrutiny before the judicial scrutiny is applied, Mr. Speaker. This is A-OK. I don't think that's the way it works, Mr. Speaker. I invite, the Justice Minister, Attorney General, and their Parliament secretaries to walk a little past the Confederation building on the Hill to a building called the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker. It's actually there that the HoC test was born, Mr. Speaker, the HoC test where the Section 1 Charter Clause was. Because, as I've said, whether it was the values test that they did to politicize a Canada Summer Jobs program, that would not be inoculated because of a government-produced charter statement, nor would some of their actions with respect to Bill C-69, C-75, C-77. These are determinations by a court, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, I don't have any proof, because the charter statement concept is part of their justice reforms, including in this bill, but I do have serious concerns that it will send a chill to suggest that the government won't consider valid concerns people have with respect to their charter rights, Mr. Speaker. So I'd like subsequent members of the Liberal caucus, particularly, as I said, the ministers or the parliamentary secretaries, to provide a substantive rationale for their approach with respect to the charter statements, Mr. Speaker. Because are they somehow suggesting that previous governments, both Conservative and Liberal, have somehow not conformed to the charter by doing exactly how our system, or doing exactly what we're supposed to as a parliament, is try and find the right balance with the will of the people and with certain provisions within the charter, Mr. Speaker. That's done by a court using the HoC test, doing the balancing, and producing a charter statement does, as I said, not protect them from criticism. In fact, Mr. Speaker, as I said today, the very fact that days before Christmas they're suddenly admitting that their approach on the values test for summer jobs is wrong, much like last Christmas, just days before Christmas, they broke their promise to veterans on the return to the Pension Act, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals make very good use of the pre-Christmas period, not just for parties, but for dumping out their dirty laundry, Mr. Speaker. So I would like to thank the thousands of Canadians from across the country and many of my colleagues in this chamber for representing the charter rights of millions of Canadians with respect to the conduct of the Canada Summer Jobs Program. And as I said, my concern, why I'm focusing on this part of the bill, is we have to make sure that Canadians, members of the media, and members of this Parliament, both houses, don't get fooled by the fact that the government validating their own legislation under the guise of charter approval is not actually charter approval, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping in the remaining debate we can actually hear a cogent argument from the Liberal caucus on this, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, it seems to be more of the sort of media spin that we see from the government. We had the Prime Minister just yesterday leaning on his desk, acting like a professor, telling the opposition what we should ask and what we should criticize, Mr. Speaker, when we know full well what we should, and we know where our criticisms and critiques are warranted, because quietly, when the House doesn't sit, they backtrack. Like today on the Summer Jobs Values Test, like when we rose for Remembrance Week, Mr. Speaker, and quietly Miss McClintock, another justice consideration, was transferred to a prison as we'd been demanding as the break week happened and the Statistics Canada suddenly pulls back their program, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest to the Prime Minister that most of our criticisms, the Chris Garnier, the non-veteran murderer that's receiving Veterans Affairs treatment funds, all the things we've been raising, even though they make the Prime Minister uncomfortable, they've backtracked on, Mr. Speaker. We have been doing our job quite effectively. So I would like, in the remaining time, one of the Liberals to stand up and provide a context and a rationale to address my concerns with respect to charter statements with respect to this bill and others. But as I said at the outset, Mr. Speaker, we support the amendments and update of our criminal code with respect to sexual assault. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Parkdale Hyde Park.
Major points, Mr. Speaker. First, Bill C-337, presented by Rona Ambrose in this House, was supported by members on this side of the House, and we look forward to its expeditious passage in the same way that the member from Durham does. Secondly, the sanctimonious language that I've just heard contributed to this debate with respect to charter statements is actually incredible, Mr. Speaker. The legacy of that party was 7 consecutive defeats at the Supreme Court in respect of the Charter. It was a legacy that had Section 12 being applied to the denial of refugee health care in this country, an application that has never heretofore been done outside of a criminal context. It was a legacy that had the Chief Justice of Canada having to take a public podium to renounce the allegations made by Prime Minister Harper. The simple answer, the very simple answer, to purport that a charter statement is somehow an effort to immunize us from litigation is ridiculous on its face. We are the party that takes the charter seriously. That's why we're implementing charter statements. And for proof positive for the member from Durham, if we were so afraid of constitutional litigation, why on earth would we ever have reinstated the Court Challenges Program, which promotes and emancipates and empowers access to justice and constitutional litigation on the part of litigants? We are not afraid of the charter, nor are we afraid of constitutional litigation. That program was cut by the member opposite when he was a member of the cabinet. What I would put to him, and my question is this, Mr. Speaker, is the member opposite's statement in this House that his party, if they were to ever return to power, God forbid, would they retract the charter statements that are now statutory duty pursuant to the provisions of this legislation?
Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, the member started off by suggesting I was sanctimonious and then did a very good demonstration of that word, Mr. Speaker. He actually talked about, and I'd like to address that, there were several defeats of government legislation. I was part of the Harper government at the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's the very point I'm making. The court makes those determinations. To suggest that some official within his minister's office can somehow bless the legislation by some charter statement actually suggests that they're taking the role of the court as part of the legislation, Mr. Speaker. And his little rejoinder to my speech didn't address it at all, Mr. Speaker. In fact, he's misleading the House with respect to the Supreme Court decision about failed refugee applicants with respect to health care benefits, Mr. Speaker. Refugee claimants, while waiting and when successful, do get health care. That didn't change, Mr. Speaker. He's still believing the placards which misled people on the issue, Mr. Speaker. And I would invite him to speak to the immigration minister, because now their failure at the border in Quebec, their own department is saying the Immigration and Refugee Board time could go to 11 years. If those failed claimants receive health care for 11 years, is that fair, Mr. Speaker? We have a fair and a rules-based system and a court to adjudicate if the legislature, if the parliament oversteps its reach. not the Prime Minister's office or not the Minister's judicial advisor with some sort of charter statement. Canadians still have the right to stand up for their rights like they did on the summer jobs program.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, let's refer specifically to the two Senate amendments. Those deal with sexual consent. In the bill being brought forward by the government, it talks about whether you're unconscious or otherwise unable to give consent. And it's not entirely clear. It could be interpreted in various ways by the courts. Now, in Senator Pate's amendment, they speak specifically about sexual consent depending on whether the individual is able to assess the risk associated with that sexual activity or consent through trickery. For example, when the partner removes a condom without their partner knowing, and that increases the possibility of pregnancy or STIs, for example. Now, oftentimes the police will not take those charges seriously. They'll say to the victim that there was no assault, and if that amendment had been accepted, then there could have been that clarification. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the fact that recently the military police revised its notions of sexual assault in order to see whether or not there had been problems interpreting this notion or not, and therefore whether there had been sexual assault. Does the member not think that it would be a good idea to adopt the Senate's amendment so that we can clarify further the notions of sexual assault, including vitiated consent?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for the question. I will provide my response in English because it's a very complex issue for me at my level of French.
Assault provisions in this specifically adopt the approach taken by the Supreme Court of Canada, Mr. Speaker, and I'd address that member to those remarks from my speech, where it said it is not possible in the Supreme Court's position for anyone who's unconscious to provide consent, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Conservatives agree with the Liberals with respect to 273.1. Senator Pate's additional provisions here, and I respect the fact she wants clarity here. I know she's been an advocate for women and for people in our justice system for many years. Having a four-part consideration, Mr. Speaker, to me, as a lawyer, adds additional complexity where all of those things will subsequently be assessed or considered by a court. Having a very clear statement by the Supreme Court of Canada in case law, then adopted in legislation like Bill C-51, sets a clear expectation in two ways, Mr. Speaker, crystal clear, that someone that is unconscious cannot provide consent. And the second element is that previous consent is not sufficient for acts later on, Mr. Speaker, whether with respect to the mental state or issues of the complainant or the accused, Mr. Speaker. It is something that consent needs to be continuous. And it's really, I think, addressed better by the bill than the amendments, which would make it more complicated.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Yukon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions for the member. The member seemed to imply that reviewing legislation for charter approval was a waste of time. The Government of Canada has traditionally used significant appropriate amount of funds to hire experts in the Department of Justice to review legislation before it comes to Parliament to make sure it's as best as possible, from their view, charter compliant. So I'd like to ask the member two questions. One is, first of all, if he thinks, and of course, as we agree, as the member from Parkdale made quite clear, we're very supportive of the courts making the final decision. Anyone can go to the courts. So I have two questions. One is, first of all, does he think, therefore, that's a waste of money, those constitutional lawyers in the Department of Justice reviewing legislation? And second of all, because the Conservatives had so many bills that failed charter tests, eventually I was suggested to me that a Justice Committee meeting I was at in Toronto, I think, by someone, that the Conservatives, when they're power, didn't even have their laws go through those constitutional experts, or at least didn't agree with their opinion. Was that true when the Conservatives were in government?
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Yukon from the question. I'll use his one of his own positions as a good example. The member was opposed to the last Liberal long gun registry, Mr. Speaker, which was subsequently struck down by a previous parliament. He, I think, supports the new backdoor registry through C-71. But I would suggest to him that if a court would make a determination on the property rights of somebody impacted by C-71, that would not be inoculated by the fact that there was a charter statement, Mr. Speaker. So I know my friend from Parkdale High Park, who's a bright young lawyer and will be returning back to his full practice after 2019 election, Mr. Speaker, and I know he wants to make hay over some of the losses of the previous government at the Supreme Court of Canada, but I would suggest to both members that's how the system works. You can't get a seal of approval from an advisor within your department saying, all good here, nothing to look at. Actually, Canadians have the charter right to challenge legislation, and the Supreme Court, through the HoC decision, has set the stage for that since 1984, Mr. Speaker. Since the father of this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, there have not been charter statements because we respect the role of the court. And as I said, I hear lots of criticism of the past. I've yet to hear a substantive contribution on why that is necessary or how it adds to the legal rights and protections of Canadians.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Bellechasse-les-Échemins.
The honourable member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. You will have approximately 8 minutes, and the rest of your time can be used after question period. The honourable member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for giving me the floor today to speak to Bill C-51. From the outset, I'd like to thank my colleague who really did well, present very well the situation of the Conservatives, very clearly and unequivocally, whether it's in the House of Commons or whether it's in the other place when it comes to victims. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there have been too many victims. There were too many at the Polytechnic massacre. On the 29th anniversary of this tragedy that took place in an educational institution, we are condemning violence against women, and all members of this House agree that we have to take concrete steps and look forward, but also reflect on this terrible moment. I was coming out of the Sherbrooke Engineering School at the time, and I had women engineer friends, who came so close to falling under the bullets of this killer. And I'd like to acknowledge those women today. For 30 years, these women have been working as engineers. And I'd like to salute all those women who came after them through our engineering schools. I think theirs is the very best response to that killer, to say that women have their place in society in all sectors, wherever their talent takes them. I'm thinking of my colleague here beside me, who's an emeritus engineer and now has a remarkable career in the House of Commons. So we need to remember this tragedy, and at the same time I'd like to salute the remarkable work of women. Now, this is a justice bill, and it also focuses on a horrible form of violence, rape. And this bill is coming before this House to be debated, and we are in favor of clarity in the bill. Bill C-51 has been debated many times by other colleagues who are experts, and it's a bill whose purpose is to simplify the Criminal Code of Canada and to remove redundant clauses. It's sort of a cleanup bill. It was adopted in the House, it went to the Senate, and now it has come back for further debate. And we will support the bill in its initial form so that it be unequivocally clear when it comes to violence against women. Now, I'd like to come back to the bill itself. There are many provisions in the bill. Various passages or provisions that are obsolete will be removed. Our former Minister of Justice at the time spoke about other old provisions that dealt with magic and other kinds of things. Oftentimes new legislation is added, but sometimes we forget to remove obsolete passages, and that's what this bill is doing. Our party feels that it is very important to have bills that put victims at the heart of the steps we're taking. And in this bill, there are provisions on sexual assault regarding consent and regarding legal representation, as well as clauses for victims of rape. Our Conservative Party, as you know, Mr. Speaker, has put forward through Senator Boisvenu a victims' charter, and it is our intention to continue in that direction. Now, there is a clause in C-51 which really is at the very heart of the debate today, Section 273.1, that clarifies that an unconscious person is incapable of giving consent. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker. An individual who is unconscious is incapable of giving consent. And as my colleague from Durham said, we need bills and legislation that is clear. And that's what this section is. And that's why the way in which it was worded at first is the clearest way, and that's how we would like it to be adopted. And that is the same position that my colleague from Durham is defending. It's the same position that was put forward by our Conservative colleagues who feel that we need a bill that does not leave any room for confusion and that wouldn't create any gray areas. And that is why, I repeat, we want Section 273.1 to remain as worded. That is, that an unconscious person is incapable, not capable of consent. And now, the work of our legal experts is clear. When they are going to have to deal with various situations, they won't be able to find any ways around this because it will be very clear. As we know, defense lawyers are very good at finding their way around sections when their clients are accused of certain crimes. So what we want is a bill that supports victims. And that is why we want the bill to remain as it was worded originally. Mr. Speaker, there are other provisions in this bill that we also think are important and valid. For example, Section 76. So Section 76 is being preserved. And what is it? Well, it provided protection for religious services. You know, thanks to the hard work of my colleagues on the Committee of Justice and of our justice critic and their team, Section 176 was reintroduced. The Liberals had tried to remove it. However, afterwards it was somewhat diluted. And so once again, Mr. Speaker, I hear there's a bit of noise starting because question period is coming. But I just want to say that systematically, this government seems to be taking the side of criminals at the expense of victims. And this is an example, Section 176, whose purpose was to ensure that if a religious service, for example, was interrupted, that it was a criminal act, that depending on how it was interrupted. Now, there was a tragedy at the time. There was a killer who disrupted a religious ceremony. And closer to home, I'd just like to recall that there was a tragedy at the Quebec Mosque. So we feel that it's very important to retain these provisions. And I'll have an opportunity to speak in greater depth about this after question period. Thank you very much. The honourable member will have 12 minutes after question period to continue his remarks.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will meet provincial premiers, including the Premier of Quebec. It'll be his opportunity to explain what his problem is with Quebec. The Liberal Party is the party of old fights. Why invent new ones? In 3 years, the Liberals have reduced their health care transfers. They've made concessions on supply management and are refusing to compensate our farmers. And Trudeau wants to override our consumer protection laws and is giving contracts to Germany, to Quebec. He will have to explain himself on immigration as well. What is his problem with Quebec? The problem for us is not just the Prime Minister, but Canada as a whole. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, on December 7, 1998, a 7.0 magnitude earthquake almost completely destroyed the city of Spitak in Armenia and caused extensive damage to 300 communities. The earthquake killed 25,000 people, injured tens of thousands, and left more than 500,000 people homeless. Many countries provided assistance to Armenia, and today I especially want to celebrate and pay tribute to Canada, the Red Cross, Canadians of Armenian descent, the Canadian citizens and provinces that generously sent medical supplies and humanitarian assistance to the victims of the disaster. I also want to pay tribute to the Canadian Armed Forces for organizing an airlift to send aid to Armenia. This is what friendship between peoples is all about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Barry Innisfil.
Mr. Speaker, Christmas is a time to spend with family and friends and reflect on the year that has passed. While most will spend time with their families, there are hundreds of volunteers who will spend it tending to the less fortunate across our community and country. In Barrie Innisfil, I witnessed that kindness that knits our communities together. There are dozens of organizations that put presents under trees and meals on tables this time of year. Today I'm reminded of the Barrie and District Christmas Cheer Society, Pastor Howard and Beulah Courtney of the Innisfil Food Bank, the Salvation Army Kettle Campaign, the Cram a Ram campaign sponsored by the folks at 400 Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, and the South Simcoe Police Stuff a Command Post Toy Drive. Mr. Speaker, that's just scratching the surface. I'd like to take this time to say thank you to those who give of their time this holiday season and put community before themselves. Thank you for showing us what Christmas is all about. For my wife Leanne, children Jeff, Court, Matt, and Mitch, have a Merry Christmas and a happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year.
Honourable member for Surrey Centre.
Today marks 63 years since the death of Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, one of India's greatest statesmen. Dr. Ambedkar served as the country's first law and justice minister after independence in 1947 and was one of the principal authors of India's constitution as he chaired the Constitution Drafting Committee. Dr. Ambedkar held a doctorate in economics and was thus tasked with creating the Reserve Bank of India. In 1990, he posthumously received India's highest civilian honor, the Bharat Ratna, becoming one of fewer than 50 people to ever have received it. However, above all, Dr. Ambedkar was a well-known socio-political reformer who campaigned tirelessly for women's rights and against social discrimination towards the untouchables. In partnership with the Ambedkar International Social Reform Organization, I'm hosting a reception today to mark the anniversary of his death. Members from ISRO are with us today in the House, and I want to thank them for all their charitable works that they do both here and in India to continue to promote the incredible legacy of social equality and justice that Dr. Ambedkar left behind. Thank you. Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, on this somber day of remembrance for the 14 women killed on December 6, 1989, just because they were women, we honor their memories as we work towards a world without gender violence or discrimination. Today, as we remember, let us renew our resolve to give all girls and women a world without fear, a future full of promise and possibilities. Today, we remember Genevieve Bergeron, 21, Alain Cogan, 23, Nathalie Coteau, 23, Barbara Deneau, 22, Anne-Marie Edward, 21, Maud Havernick, 29, Barbara Klishnik-Vedovich, 31, Maryse Lagagne, 25, Maryse Leclerc, 23, Anne-Marie Lemay, 22, Sonia Pelche, 23, Michelle Richard, 21, Anne St. Arnaud, 23, and Annie Turcotte, 21. Today and every day, we remember.
Honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize another tragedy in our history. 100 years ago, the Spanish influenza swept across the world. It was especially devastating to the people of Labrador. The Inuit communities of Sandwich Bay, Lake Melville, Hebron, and Okak were left disseminated by the pandemic. It took months for news of the disaster to reach the Newfoundland government, and the response of the colonial secretary of the day was to send a telegram asking if any white settlers had died. After hearing the horrible details, the months of suffering and hardship, no statement was ever made in the legislature to acknowledge the death and the impact of the tragedy on the people of Labrador. I'd like to acknowledge former CBC broadcaster and Newfoundland and Labrador author Anne Budgell on her new book detailing the Spanish influenza in Labrador. It is important on our road to reconciliation to acknowledge our failures and commit ourselves to learning from our history.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak at the continued persecution of Afghanistan's indigenous people, the Hazaras. Since being forcefully displaced from their ancestral lands in the 18th century, the Hazaras have been the victims of many terrible crimes. This November alone, scores of innocent Hazaras were butchered across Afghanistan's central provinces, with entire villages razed to the ground. Many Hazaras live among us in Canada. Ottawa's Yasir Mirzad, a former translator with our Canadian forces, lost his father this March in a targeted attack in Kabul. London's Ontario's late Dr. Dolat Abadi was an author who tirelessly advocated for the human rights of his people. Today, Hazara Canadians from across the country are present in the House, imploring Canadians to hear their cries. 158 Canadian soldiers paid the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan. We owe it to our fallen heroes to ensure that the ideals of freedom and justice that they fought and died for are realized for all Afghans. And the government must ensure that aid dollars sent to Afghanistan are associated with firm expectations about human rights. Canada must stand with the Hazaras and with all vulnerable minorities. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Volunteer Day, and today I'm delighted to celebrate the work of Crossroads International, recognizing their tremendous volunteers, especially Canadians, who work around the world to alleviate poverty and inequality, particularly among women and girls. Actif depuis 60 ans, Carrefour International lead a
Around for 60 years, Carrefour International brings together volunteers and local partners who work for human rights, their security, and the economic success of thousands of women and girls.
drive change, support the world's most vulnerable, and have a lasting impact that produces tangible results among the world's poorest. Que ce soit en assurant la
From ensuring food security in Senegal to helping young women in Ghana tell their stories. The work of Carrefour International and its volunteers deserves to be recognized.
Of making a difference.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today to recognize Angie McNeely, an outstanding individual in my riding of Kingston and the Islands. History was made on Friday when she was sworn in as Kingston's 17th and first female chief of police. Mr. Speaker, when Chief McNeely started her career in 1985, she was just one of 4 women on the Kingston Police Force. Rising through the ranks, she quickly defined herself as an asset to making our community safer through her work. In fact, Chief McNeely received many commendations earlier in her career for her efforts in investigations involving sexual assault and child abuse. She has been with the Kingston Police Force since 1985 and has served as deputy chief since 2011. After 33 years on the force, Chief McNeely is ready for this new challenge, and it was an honor to be present at the change of command ceremony last week when she was officially sworn in. We have a great police force in Kingston, and I know Chief McNeely will only build on the current achievements and make our community safer. Congrats, Chief. Bravo.
Mr. Speaker, last summer, the Liberals imposed a new restrictive, ideologically values test as part of the Canada Summer Jobs program. If you didn't attest that you agreed with Liberal ideology, you did not get federal funding. Canadians, legal experts, and the media were outraged and reacted overwhelmingly. Discriminating against Canadians in this way was wrong and mean-spirited. Hear, hear. The Charter of Rights guarantees us protection from this type of discrimination. The Liberals refused to listen and cut off many worthy charitable organizations. Conservatives pushed back and introduced a motion that would have allowed non-political, non-activist groups to receive funding without discrimination. The Prime Minister forced his MPs to oppose that motion. The Prime Minister just announced that what he did was wrong and the values test will be removed. Is this announcement because next year is an election year? Canadians now realize that this Liberal government cannot be trusted to protect their fundamental rights and freedoms.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, thanks to Khaled Khalili's initiative, which mobilized many stakeholders, we experienced a magical and wonderful event in Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu. It was the first Christmas parade, and it was without doubt an exceptional success. Thank you to the volunteers and participants without whom this fabulous event would not have been put on. The magical parade amazed young and old alike by bringing the holiday spirit to our dynamic downtown. This time of year is a time for gatherings, sharing, and mutual aid, and is synonymous with solidarity. As December 5 is International Volunteer Day, I will conclude by highlighting the contribution of those who are committed to making our community a better place. A special thank you to the volunteers of Operation Red Nose. For the 35th year, this ride-sharing service made sure people get home safely. Happy holidays and safe holidays to all.
Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, like many in this chamber, I'm a parent, and I try diligently to read to my 2 young sons, Zakir and Nitin, whenever possible. But I'll confess that it is sometimes difficult to inculcate a love of books in young South Asian kids when they don't see themselves reflected in the novels around them. You can imagine my delight, Mr. Speaker, when I stumbled upon a book by Jodi Nyasha Warner about a strong, brave black woman who dared to fight against racial segregation in Nova Scotia in the 1940s. A black woman who refused to give up her seat in the whites-only section of a theater. In Viola Desmond Won't Be Budged, suddenly my kids could see a fellow racialized person not being stereotyped, but being championed for her courage in fighting against injustice. Last week, I was more proud than ever to share with my 2 boys 2 crisp new $10 bills adorned with the image of none other than Viola Desmond herself. Going forward, what's important, Mr. Speaker, is that Canadians don't need to consult the bookshelf to learn about this human rights champion who will be carrying Viola and her message about the struggle for equality with us wherever we go.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned just how little this Prime Minister thinks of Canadians who are actually going to have to pay his carbon tax. Saskatchewan is taking the Liberals to court to fight against the carbon tax, and yet the Prime Minister said any citizens group who represents taxpayers should not get intervener status. So that means Canadians who have to drive to work, heat their homes, should not have a say in the Liberal carbon tax scheme. But you know who does? The David Suzuki Foundation, Environmental Defense, radical environmental groups who get foreign funding to fight against Canada's oil and gas industry. They will get intervener status, but hardworking Canadians will not. Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely ridiculous.
Shameful.
But it shouldn't be a surprise. This Prime Minister has made it his goal to phase out Alberta's oil and gas industry. And according to the Liberals, everything is going to plan. But we will not stand for it. Canadians understand the carbon tax will kill jobs and ruin our economy.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the most wonderful time of the year in my community of Kitchener Centre. For over 2 decades, residents of the City of Kitchener have come together in the heart of our community to celebrate the spirit of Christmas and the holiday season. The annual Christkindl Market celebrates Kitchener's German heritage and the very best of German cuisine, drink, arts, crafts, and holiday cheer. Dozens of festive outdoor huts and food stands line our main street, treating residents and tourists to the sights and smells of the holiday season. Wow. Ring in your holidays with Christmas choirs, dance groups, live nativity scenes, and a candlelight procession, and help bring our community to life as we welcome 40,000 visitors from across North America. My staff and I invite you all to join us this year until December the 9th to take part in this wonderful holiday tradition in the largest and oldest German community in the country. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, in early October, IPCC experts released an alarming report on the need to act now to save the environment. According to the report, it's not too late, but we have to act now. Another study concluded that if all countries did what Canada did, the planet's temperature would rise by 5 degrees Celsius. Yet the Liberals continue to focus on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion with the aim of tripling capacity and doing that with their own money. And the Conservatives only want to revive Energy East, which is just as bad for the environment. Fortunately, not everything is as dark as the sterile debates in this House. I congratulate the thousands of Quebecers who marched in early November for the Planète au Parlement. More than 1,000 people marched, and I promised these people that if the government did not listen to them, as they spoke on behalf of our planet, I would carry their message into the House. The government clearly has not heard this urgent message to save the planet, so I ask the Conservatives and Liberals to drop their ideology and finally do what it takes to save our only planet.
Today marks the 29th anniversary of the horrific murder of 14 women at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal. In honor of them, we take a moment to pause and to remember the lives that they lived, the dreams that they held, and the future that was robbed from them. We stand with their loved ones and their communities as we remember them. They were sisters, they were daughters, they were mothers, and they were friends. Sadly, 29 years later, violence against women and girls still persists. As legislators and leaders in our country, it is incumbent upon all of us to work together to create a Canada where justice for victims is rightly served and violence against women and girls has no place. As men and women in this House, as role models in our communities, let us commit to taking a stand against violence and for equality. Let us work together to build a society where violence has no place. We remember them.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this date, 29 years ago, there was a serious event of gratuitous violence against women. I remember December 6, 1989, as if it was yesterday. It was snowing, and I was working at the family business. I remember that when the news of a shooter at the Polytechnique came out in the media, my heart stopped because some of my employees were students at the Polytechnique at that time. 14 women lost their lives in this misogynistic attack. 14 young women who had their whole lives ahead of them and who, in an instant, died simply because they were women. Now that I'm a mother, I better understand the void that the loss of these 14 brilliant women left in the lives of their loved ones. When I think of the massacre at the Polytechnique, I cannot imagine that anyone would want to take the lives of young women simply because they're women. This gratuitous gender-based violence must not happen again. Thank you.
Suite aux discussions entre le représentant de...
Following conversations among all parties, there is unanimous consent to have a moment of silence. I would invite all members to stand and observe a moment's silence in the memory of the tragic events 29 years ago at the Montreal Polytechnique.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Questions oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to add my voice to the wonderful tributes that were made today in this House commemorating the lives lost during the tragedy that we're remembering today. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's failure when it comes to the energy sector has become a full-blown crisis. Thousands of people in their communities are being impacted, and news of the latest layoffs appear almost daily. And yet this Prime Minister had to be shamed into even talking about this crisis with the Premiers tomorrow. It's like he wishes this problem would just go away and solve itself. Why is it that the Premiers had to resort to threats before this Prime Minister would even agree to discuss the crisis facing our energy sector?
Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we have looked into ways to create growth in all industries all across the country. Discussions begin with diversifying trade, competitiveness, and how the efforts to address climate change and clean energy will stimulate growth. When it comes to the oil patch and the impact of lower prices, that is of concern too. We're concerned about the jobs in that industry. We will always care about those things, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the impacts of low oil prices are well understood. It's having a devastating effect on the hardworking people in the energy sector. But it's the reason why there's a low price for Canadian oil, and the impacts of that are caused by this Liberal government's policies. But it's not just trying to block premiers talking about the energy crisis on the agenda. This Liberal government is trying to block citizens groups representing taxpayers who are trying to have their voices heard on the carbon tax during the court case. But they're allowing groups funded by foreign entities like the David Suzuki Foundation and the Environmental Defense. If the Prime Minister is so confident in the merits of his tax, why is he blocking grassroots organizations from funding it?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the situation that we are facing in Alberta and Saskatchewan and overall general in the energy sector is a serious concern. And we are moving forward in supporting the energy sector by giving them the accelerated capital allowance write-offs. We are moving forward on building the pipeline capacity, and Bridge Line 3 that we approved will come into operation fourth quarter of next year, adding 370,000 barrels per day capacity. We are trying to fix a broken system that we inherited from the Harper government so we can...
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, that is so blatantly false. Any intelligent person will know that this government killed Northern Gateway. Any intelligent person will know that the judge ruled that there was a quick way forward to resolve the issues. Any intelligent person will know that this government's Bill C-69 is having a chill on future investment and will lead to no more pipelines. Mr. Speaker, it's this government that has pursued a direct policy of phasing out the energy sector. Is the minister pleased with how fast it's going, or will he stand up for the workers of the energy sector, repeal bills?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we stand with energy sector workers. When we extended EI benefits by $1.3 billion, it was that party and the leader that voted against that funding for laid-off workers. When we supported energy sector workers by moving forward on eliminating the orphaned oil wells and the impact on the environment, they voted against that funding, Mr. Speaker. We are moving forward building pipelines, and we will deliver on the commitments that we're making to energy sector workers.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, this morning the Governor of the Bank of Canada again confirmed there were dark clouds on the horizon for the Canadian economy. Lower investment, concern about the global economy, lower oil prices, ongoing steel and aluminum tariffs, all of which point to higher interest rates. At the very least, could the government start reining in its spending now that the Bank of Canada has issued this warning? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
First half of 2015, under Stephen Harper's Conservatives, Canada was in a technical recession. That's why we offered Canadians a plan for jobs and growth. And that's why Canadians took us up on that plan, and that plan is working. We have created 600,000 new jobs. We have lifted 300,000 Canadian children out of poverty. We have the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years and the fastest growth in the G7. Canadians will take liberal economic records over conservative economic rhetoric any day.
Order.
Order. Order. Order. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. The fact is, exports are dropping, investment is dropping. They were elected by saying that they were going to run a modest deficit, and the fact is it's been huge, $20 billion. When are they going to tell Canadians the truth? Mr. Speaker, when we took office, we inherited a bad economic situation. Our plan is working. 300,000 Canadian children have been lifted out of poverty, 600,000 new jobs, the lowest unemployment rate in 40 years, and the highest economic growth in the G7, Mr. Speaker. We are going to keep working hard to create economic growth for tomorrow.
Order. I remind members not to interrupt when someone else is speaking, and I want to let the Honourable Member of Cypress Hills Grasslands know that even when he covers his mouth, I still hear him.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep saying their relationship with Indigenous peoples is their top priority, but they're doing nothing to prove it. With respect to Trans Mountain, the Federal Court of Appeal was crystal clear. The consultation process was inadequate, and the government has to go back to the drawing board. That consultation is a serious responsibility that cannot be ignored like Harper did with Northern Gateway and like the Prime Minister is now doing with Trans Mountain. When is this government finally going to keep its promises to Indigenous peoples?
Mr. Speaker, we take very seriously our obligations for meaningful and two-way consultation with Indigenous communities. I have personally met with close to 40 Indigenous communities who are impacted by the Trans Mountain pipeline expansion. We are responding to the court's decision, and making sure that moving forward we engage with them, listen to their concerns, and find accommodation where accommodation is possible, because that's the only way to move forward on the resource development projects such as pipelines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. On the one hand, there's what the minister says. On the other hand, there's what the Prime Minister does. He says the Prime Minister calls himself a progressive feminist who cares about First Nations, but yesterday he contradicted all three of those things. His dismissiveness towards Chief Judy Wilson of the Neskonlith First Nation was deeply disrespectful and unacceptable. In a context of reconciliation, where consultation with First Nations is a sensitive issue, dismissing this chief so cavalierly only fans the flames. Will the Prime Minister admit his mistakes and publicly apologize for his inappropriate remarks? The Honourable Minister.
Pleased to be at the Assembly of First Nations Special Chiefs Assembly yesterday when the Prime Minister spoke. This is in fact the fourth time that our Prime Minister has spoken at that meeting, and there was a very good atmosphere in the room. I joined several other ministers in speaking at the Special Chiefs Assembly. We are building a renewed relationship based on respect and cooperation and partnership. We are moving forward and seeing real change for First Nations in this country.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, this government doesn't seem to understand what free, prior and informed consent means. Indigenous leaders have been clear. The Trans Mountain expansion can't go ahead without the consent of impacted communities. And the courts have been clear. The Prime Minister failed to adequately consult with Indigenous people. How can he say he's consulting when he has already made up his mind? Perhaps the Prime Minister needs to look up the definition of prior in the Oxford Dictionary. I have one here for him.
A member for North Island, Powell River, I'm sure knows very well that members are not allowed to use props in the House. The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, the Federal Court of Appeal has been very clear that in order to move forward on the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, we need to re-engage with Indigenous communities in our efforts to do a better job on Phase 3 consultation. That's exactly what we are focused on. We are putting our teams together. We're reaching out to Indigenous communities to engage them, listen to their concerns, and respond to their concerns. And we will make sure that we have the right process in place, that we are moving forward on this project by responding to the federal court's decision.
Well, member for North Island, Powell River.
Prior means before, Mr. Speaker. When Chief Judy Wilson asked the PM a question about Indigenous consultation, the Prime Minister not only failed to refer to her as Chief, but completely minimized her concerns. The British Columbian Chief said his response was an overtly sexist approach that attempted to normalize his dismissiveness. Then a male chief asked a very similar question, and the Prime Minister responded with respect and an apology. When will this feminist Prime Minister stand up in this House and apologize?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, prior to our government starting in 2015, the previous Prime Minister did not go to Special Chiefs Assemblies, did not go to general meetings of the Assembly of First Nations. Our Prime Minister goes to those meetings, he interacts, he accepts questions from the floor. We are building a new relationship where we are interacting in positive ways with First Nations leaders and communities, and we're proud of that work that we are doing together.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, it's funny to hear the Liberals talking about how great the economy is, and today we see the paltry results of their policies. They started by calling small business owners tax cheats, then they imposed a carbon tax, then they failed to resolve trade disputes around softwood lumber, aluminum, steel, chickpeas, and durum wheat. It seems the only thing the Prime Minister knows how to do is rack up huge deficits. When is he going to think about the economy instead of spending our children's savings? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker,
Speaker, what remains clear is the Conservatives remain out of touch and have no real plan for the economy. What we saw under their failed economic plan was the lowest growth since the Great Depression. We saw checks being sent to millionaires, and we saw business investment decline. What we have done on this side of the House has created over half a million new jobs, and we continue to see wages grow, as well as Canadians are $2,000 better off under our plan than the Conservatives' failures.
The member for Battleford, Lloydminster.
Speaker, let's talk about out of touch. Out of touch. My constituents are sick and tired of having this Liberal government in their hands, in their pocketbooks. That's the reality of this. Debts and deficits are growing, interest and inflation rates are rising, billions in investments has been lost, and the energy crisis isn't even on the Prime Minister's radar. Canadians are paying and will be paying for his failed policies for generations. When will the Prime Minister acknowledge the economic reality and fix the damage he's created?
I think, Mr. Speaker, what the honourable member meant was we're fixing the damage that 10 years of the Harper Conservatives did to our economy. And that's precisely what we're delivering on. And we've done so by lifting hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty with the Canada Child Benefit, which they voted against. Our plan sees wages increases, more workers actually working than any other time. And we're seeing families $2,000 better off under our plan. So, Mr. Speaker, while they talk about their rhetoric, they have no credibility when it comes to the economy.
Allow me to remind all of the members that each side gets their turn, and they just have to wait, and their side gets their turn again. So just calm down a little, please, colleagues. The member for Calgary Midnapore has the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has raised taxes on businesses, on individuals, and on almost everything we've purchased. Yet his promised infrastructure spending is non-existent, and this year's deficit is more than triple what the Prime Minister promised it would be. Oil prices are bottoming out, businesses are leaving Canada, and more people are out of work, while the Prime Minister pledges millions to celebrities over Twitter. When will the Prime Minister stop wasting taxpayer dollars and treat Canadians with the respect they deserve?
Minister of Infrastructure and Community.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague to allow me to talk about our historic infrastructure plan, Mr. Speaker, in Canada. $180 billion, Mr. Speaker, to invest in communities, to invest in public transit in Alberta, to invest in green technologies in Ontario, to invest in mass transit in Montreal, to invest in rural community, Mr. Speaker, to invest in Nunavik in the Northwest Territories. Everywhere we invest, Mr. Speaker, we improve the lives of Canadians. Canadians who are watching at home understand that they want modern, resilient, and green infrastructure. That's what we're going to deliver across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Mr. Speaker, the Ontario manufacturing sector is losing jobs by the day. Alberta dropped from 14th to 43rd in global investment rankings. The central bank froze its rate. The loonie is at an 18-month low. Investment capital is fleeing. We've been warning the government about this for years. Instead, they've ignored all advice and racked up huge deficit. Why will the Prime Minister continue to do nothing but spend instead of preparing for this economic downturn?
The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we are investing in all various sectors of the economy across Canada. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that Conservatives have no plan for the economy, but we do, and it's working. We've created over 500,000 full-time jobs since taking office in October 2015. Our unemployment rate, Mr. Speaker, remains at a 40-year low, but we know there's more work to do, Mr. Speaker. We're continuing to invest in Canadians and in all sectors as we grow a middle class and support people working hard to join it.
Bravo. The honourable member for Oshawa.
We're working hard to stay in it. The Prime Minister promised Canadians that his policies would attract advanced manufacturing and the jobs of the future. He failed. Auto companies will be making once-in-a-generation investments in building electric and autonomous cars, the cars of the future, just not in Canada. Oshawa's economy needs leadership. Investors can't operate businesses under this uncertainty. So today, I ask again, will the Prime Minister table his plan for the affected Oshawa workers before Christmas?
Hear, hear. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, obviously we're disappointed with the decision that GM took to close, to not have scheduled production for its Ottawa plant. Of course, our hearts go out to GM families and people in the ecosystem. But, Mr. Speaker, we are investing in the auto economy in Ontario in a variety of different ways. We have the results to prove it, Mr. Speaker, attracting billions of dollars in investment from the private sector for the roughly $400 million that we have put in as a government. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to invest in the auto economy across Canada, but in particular in Ontario.
The honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has raised taxes on entrepreneurs, on hiring employees through payroll taxes, and they're imposing a carbon tax. Tariffs and excessive regulation are hurting investment in the resource sector in the West, and GM and companies like Nelson Industrial and Pickering, Mr. Speaker. On top of this, the Liberals are also running large structural deficits. So instead of just hearts going out, Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to an action plan on Canadian competitiveness by accelerating duty relief, removing hardball tariffs, and eliminating the dreadful C-69 bill? Because all of these measures are stopping jobs.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, we've actually lowered taxes for small businesses. We've made investments in businesses across all sectors with the accelerated investment incentive. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are so desperate to paint this picture, but the problem is the facts don't lie. We've created more than 500,000 new full-time jobs. A typical Canadian family is $2,000 better off than under the Conservatives' plan. And Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry that the Conservatives can't handle it, but they had no plan and they still have no plan.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, with Bill C-76, Liberals quietly doubled the threshold at which ridings are audited. In a news report out today, we learned that then Liberal MP from Brampton East raised over $600,000 at one single event. And that's curious because that's 6 times the amount, the legal amount, to run an election in Brampton East. From the beginning, the only Prime Minister ever convicted of breaking ethics laws has claims he's known nothing of the RCMP or ethics investigations into this MP. Is that because he sees nothing troubling with an MP being tailed by the cops, or is it because the money was just too good?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think the member likes being reminded that when it comes to the RCMP works independently of the government. The member started off with Bill C-76. We look forward to seeing C-76 passed so that we can strengthen the rules for elections. We want to see more Canadians working. That's what the NDP used to say, but something happens to them when they're in this House where they forget that we're here to serve Canadians. More Canadians working and voting is better for democracy, and we will continue to strengthen our democratic institutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
2 weeks ago, the finance minister stated that Trans Mountain was earning money, $200 million annualized. This week, CDEV reported the scandalous truth. Canadians will be losing over $50 million this year alone on Trans Mountain. That's in addition to $4.5 billion for acquisition, quite twice the value, and there's also more than $10 billion for estimated construction costs. Now, Liberals should stop throwing away money on Trans Mountain like drunken sailors. When will the finance minister come clean on these losses to Canadians?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Trans Mountain Project is an investment in Canada's future. With 99% of energy exports going to the U.S., we know that we have to diversify our markets, and in order to create good quality jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward in the right way. We're protecting the environment and ensuring that we are engaging with meaningful consultation with Indigenous communities.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canadian authorities have just announced the arrest of Meng Wanzhou, Chinese telecom Huawei's chief financial officer. She's accused of attempting to violate the U.S. embargo on Iran. The director of CSIS gave the government a clear warning about the growing threat of state-sponsored espionage. When is the Prime Minister going to take steps to banish Huawei from Canada? The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary, rather.
investment that will grow our economy and create good middle-class jobs. When it comes to telecommunication services, we've promised Canadians we would improve quality, coverage, and price for their services. 5G is an emerging technology that's part of that picture, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to Huawei's participation in that system, we will rely on our intelligence services to provide us with the kind of advice that they have traditionally given us. Mr. Speaker, we will never, ever compromise our national security.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, I think the parliamentary secretary is using some old lines because the situation is fast evolving. Most of our Five Eyes allies have already cracked down on Huawei, and British Telecom has confirmed it will be removing Huawei equipment from parts of its 5G network, and the head of MI6 has questioned the company about its activities. Our economic security and defense interests are at risk. When is Huawei going to be banished from Canada? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we will never compromise national security, and we will base our decision precisely on the expert opinion of our domestic experts. And I'd like to remind the member that if he wants more direct information, perhaps he should ask his leader, because there's a direct link to that company there.
Every day we get more reasons to ban Huawei from our 5G network. Yesterday, it was a warning from the head of CSIS. Today, it is the CFO of the company being arrested in Vancouver for allegedly violating sanctions on Iran. Huawei will be forced to spy on Canadians for the Communist Chinese government. Will the Liberals finally commit to securing our next generation network and ban Huawei?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we will never compromise our national security, period. Mr. Speaker, we will rely on our experts, our national security experts, in making a final decision. And I can assure this House, Mr. Speaker, that that decision will be one that reflects Canada's national security interests. Once again, as I just said in French, if the honourable member would like more direct information, perhaps he should ask his own leader, because they seem to have, through Jake Enright, a direct contact in Huawei.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola. Order.
Non-answers, Mr. Speaker. The CFO of this communist Chinese government-controlled company is suspected to have violated sanctions on Iran. This isn't an organization we want involved in our communication network. Our allies say act. Our security officials say act. Yet this government refuses to do anything. Now, why is the government refusing to stand with our allies and ban Huawei from our 5G network? Why?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as I have said, we will never compromise our national security. Mr. Speaker, we know that 5G is an important technology that will allow us as a country moving forward to provide better coverage, better service, and better quality to our Canadian citizens. Mr. Speaker, we all know how important connectivity is to the economy and to the social life of this country. That being said, Mr. Speaker, we will trust the opinion of our national security experts when it comes to Huawei's participation in that system, but no decision will be made, Mr. Speaker, that compromises our security.
Honourable member for Churchill-Kiewit-Nokaski.
Mr. Speaker, once again this week we heard of an incident where a medical patient from a northern Manitoba First Nation received second-class treatment. Kimberly Scott, an elder from Bloodvein, was in Winnipeg for necessary care. She was put in a hotel with bed bugs, and when her daughter asked for them to be moved, she was told by medical services to sit there and wait. Let's be clear, health care is a treaty right. It's also a human right. So my question is this government policy? And if not, how many more Indigenous patients need to be treated as second-class citizens before the Liberals act?
Wow. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
I thank the member opposite for raising this issue. The respect and recognition that Indigenous patients, as all Canadians, should expect to be treated in our healthcare systems is a matter that's of importance to all of us. We work, of course, with the provinces and territories on the delivery of healthcare. Just today, I met with the Canadian Medical Association to speak to them about cultural safety and how we can all work together to do better to make sure that health care is received in a proper way.
For Timmins, James Bay.
The term need for urgent action, what does that mean when talking about children at Grassy Narrows with seizures, physical impairments, hearing and sight loss, children who can't remember basic math questions because they've been poisoned, and yet the community continues to struggle with underfunded education, shortages of special ed, unable to hire qualified teachers, and an outstanding need for a full assessment for every single child. Will the minister agree that urgency means action now and end the underfunded education at Grassy Narrows and insist on a full assessment for every single child in that community?
Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, urgency means action now, and it means actions we've already taken. We have made sure that there are special education funds for all students in that community, and I've already shown the member the numbers in terms of how much we have invested in special education in that community. I have already made a commitment to that community the first time I met with the previous chief to say that we will go forward with the new health facility. We've now received the feasibility plan. I met with the new chief this week, and we are moving forward on a new health centre.
Honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Mr. Speaker, 29 years ago today, our country experienced the most horrifying act of gender-based violence in our history. 14 young women were murdered in a mass shooting at l'École Polytechnique de Montréal, simply because they were women. In the past year, the Me Too and the Time's Up movement has shone unprecedented light on the prevalence of gender-based violence. Could the Minister for the Status of Women please tell this House how our government is responding to the courageous voices of the women's movement?
Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only way to respond to courage is with courageous conversations and bold action. As my honourable colleague from Humber River Black Creek demonstrates each and every day, the best way to honour the stories of the 14 young women Canada lost 29 years ago is to end gender-based violence, to show intolerance to misogyny, and to work to advance an economy where everyone benefits. It's why we've invested in a gender-based violence strategy that supports the women's movement, Mr. Speaker. Communities across Canada mourn with the people.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
15 days after Torstar Corporation Chair John Hondrick published an October 10th commentary appealing for federal subsidies, a $355,000 sole source contract was awarded to pay Toronto Star reporters to attend and report on the Commons Finance and Senate banking committees. Liberals did this despite the fact that committee meetings are public and are monitored by 43 accredited news organizations on Parliament Hill. Did the Prime Minister pay the Toronto Star for favourable content as we head into an election year?
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Speaker, a bankrupt press is not a free press. A bankrupt press is not an independent press, and a bankrupt press is not a press at all, Mr. Speaker. And they don't want to hear from professional journalism, and I don't know what they have against tough questions, Mr. Speaker. In this House of the House, we're supporting professional journalism. We're ready to take the tough questions, and we do it in a way that the press is independent and free, as it should be.
Honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
And so it begins. The procurement ombudsman did absolutely the right thing by cancelling the contract after a complaint was filed by Blacklocks. And just as predicted, the Liberals are placing the journalistic integrity of the parliamentary press gallery at stake by putting reporters in a position of not biting the Liberal hand that feeds them. If you write content that agrees with the Liberals, you get funding. But be critical of the Liberals, tough luck. How far will this Prime Minister go to try to influence the media before the next election?
Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Wow, Mr. Speaker. So professional journalism is part of our democracy. It's something extremely important to our society, Mr. Speaker. It's one of the pillars of our democracy. Now, after
Order. We need to hear from both sides. Order, and one at a time. Some people get loud, and we prefer not, but let's let one side go at a time at least. The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
As I was saying, professional journalism is one of the pillars of democracy, Mr. Speaker. Now, after attacking professional journalism, what other pillar of our democracy are they going to attack?
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable to hear this from the Minister of Heritage. The Liberals are taking money from the regions, and transferring it to the Infrastructure Bank, which has become a monster of their own making. $11 million spent to date and no new projects. Our country is no longer competitive, and this Liberal government has just found a new toy to attract foreign investors, the Infrastructure Bank. It backs the risk for foreign developers by being generous with Canadians' money. Another trick that doesn't work. When will this government stop this waste and shut down the Infrastructure Bank? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure and Communities. Mr. Speaker, I can guarantee to my colleague that the Infrastructure Bank will be open as long as we're in government. Mr. Speaker, I would invite the member to go and speak to the people of Montreal who have seen the Infrastructure Bank invest more than $1 billion in public transit that will change the lives of Montrealers all over the city. My colleague understands that we have put forward an historic plan with billions of dollars in investment. The Infrastructure Bank will do more and faster for the Canadians. It is one more tool that we will be able to use to improve the lives of Canadians. And I would invite him to speak to people in Montreal. The Honourable Member of... I would ask the member Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans to stop heckling and shouting.
But I guess the bank's got 10 more months left to go, Mr. Speaker. In order to fund the Canada Infrastructure Bank, $5 billion was taken from public transit, $5 billion was taken from trade and transportation, and $5 billion was taken from green infrastructure. That's $15 billion no longer going to local communities to create jobs and growth, but instead sitting in a made-up bank. The minister wants to talk about using taxpayer money to leverage private investment, but it's his government policies that are making Canada less attractive to private investment. When will the Liberals shut this bank down and start getting infrastructure projects built?
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're very proud of the Infrastructure Bank, Mr. Speaker. This is another tool in our toolbox to do more. But, Mr. Speaker, let me remind the member what we've done for this province of Alberta. We're investing more than $8.5 billion in infrastructure in Alberta, infrastructure that will help the people in Alberta. We're investing in mass transit. We're investing in green infrastructure. We're investing in communities across the country. Mr. Speaker, Canadians who are watching us at home know better. They know that they want modern, resilient, and green infrastructure. They know that infrastructure is the best way to attract investment and talent in this country. That's what we're going to do.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister of Official Languages met Minister Mulroney, it appears that she didn't make any commitment to funding the Ontario French Language University. If the Liberals are willing to support Franco-Ontarians as much as they claim they are, the Minister should communicate directly with the Ontario government, as Ms. Mulroney has requested. If the real priority of the Minister is to help Franco-Ontarians and not to score political points on their backs, what is she waiting for to make a concrete offer of funding for the Ontario French Language University? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clarify the facts for my colleague, who is an ally of official languages. First of all, I did have an opportunity to speak to Ms. Mulroney, and when I spoke to her about the importance of the university project. Second, I had also an opportunity to say that we are willing to sit down at the table and negotiate with the Ontario government because we believe in these kinds of projects. And the government is leaving money on the table because it's not a priority for them. But we will always stand up for Franco-Ontarians. We will also always work for good projects. And I will have an opportunity to say this again. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday at the UPA Congress, producers clearly expressed their frustration. Producers believed the Liberal government's nice words, resolving the issue of diafiltered milk, no concessions on Class 7, no breaches under the USMCA, and no sacrifices at the expense of our food sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, these were all broken promises. Today, producers throughout Quebec feel betrayed by the Liberal government. How can the agriculture producers in Quebec still trust this government to defend their interests?
Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm my honourable colleague is concerned, but our government has defended the supply management system against strong attempts by the American government to demolish it. We know that the dairy, poultry and egg farmers provide the highest quality for Canadians at reasonable price and support rural communities. We are committed to fully and fairly supporting our agricultural sector and the supply management sector. We have and will continue to support agriculture in this country, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, opposition members of the Ethics Committee today unanimously supported a motion to call the Clerk of the Privy Council to discuss accumulating questions about the former Liberal member for Brampton East. Questions involving gambling, wiretaps, money laundering, terrorist funding, outside employment, the embarrassing India trip, and RCMP investigation. Unfortunately, the Liberal majority on committee voted to defeat our motion. Mr. Speaker, what are the Liberals hiding from Canadians?
Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague knows well that committees are independent. That being said, I want to congratulate this particular committee for the important work they have accomplished, notably in regards to
Order. Wednesday was yesterday. Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so I want to congratulate this particular committee for the important work they have accomplished, notably in regard to their study on Cambridge Analytica. Their work has been reported around the world, and last week in London, UK, committee members represented this House of Commons proudly. I do find it unfortunate that, as is their habit, Conservatives are once again trying to politicize committees of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, ethical lapses have become the hallmark of this government. They seem determined now, in their final year in office, to set a new record in the number of simultaneous police investigations into Liberal member activities. With regard to the most recent investigation, involving the member for Brampton East, the Minister of Economic Development, and a suspect real estate deal, can the Prime Minister confirm whether law enforcement has been in touch with his or the Minister's office?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister has directly answered this question. Mr. Speaker, I have reminded all members that the RCMP works independently from government. And Mr. Speaker, there is an easy way for Canadians to see whether the Conservatives are asking real questions or if they're simply hiding behind parliamentary privilege to make baseless accusations and smear a minister. And all they have to do is check whether the members opposite will repeat the same comments they make in this House outside of the House of Commons. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this point is made even clearer when one sees that the leader of the official opposition has indeed retracted the comments he made outside this House.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, whether the Liberals like it or not, if we hadn't ever asked any touchy questions, the sponsorship scandal would never have come to light. It's time the Liberals accepted responsibility, Mr. Speaker. The close ties between Liberal ministers and a property developer in Brampton East are a fact. All these fine folks were on the same trip to India on the taxpayers' dime, and nobody even invited them, apparently. Why are the Liberals taking Canadians for fools? And who invited this property developer on the Prime Minister's trip to India? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, as they know, the Minister has responded directly to that question, did so yesterday. We know we have thanked all the committee members for their work. And, Mr. Speaker, it's easy for Canadians to know whether or not Conservatives are asking truthful questions or not, or whether they're hiding behind their parliamentary privilege. If they are making unfounded accusations, the Canadians can simply check and see if the Conservatives will repeat those allegations outside the House.
Hamilton East. Order. Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, something I hear in my riding is that releasing members and veterans are concerned about the length of time that it takes to get a decision on an application for disability benefits. And so it was reported that Veterans Affairs might be looking to change the deadlines for those benefits. Now, I'm proud to talk to veterans about all this government has done to start cleaning up the mess left by the previous Conservative government. But can the minister inform the House what steps he is taking to ensure that veterans and their families receive timely decisions?
Great question.
Honourable Minister.
I want to thank the member for Hamilton Mountain, Stony Creek. We will not change the deadlines for applications. Instead, we're investing in delivering faster, quality decisions for veterans. With our new programs and a new culture of yes on disability decisions, more veterans than ever are coming forward to get the help they need. We've invested $42.8 million. We hired more decision makers, and yesterday we rolled out an online wait time tool to give veterans a better sense of how long applications for their conditions are taking. This is something veterans has asked for. Mr. Speaker, we are listening and we are acting. Thank you.
Honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, there's only 14 weeks left in this Parliament, yet the government continues to overpromise and underdeliver. How can we trust the Prime Minister's new commitments at AFN this week while his previous promises go unfulfilled? Addition to reserve buried in a budget bill with no consultation. Language Act nowhere to be seen. Child Welfare Act, why the delay? Can the Minister tell us if any of this promised legislation will be law before this Parliament rises?
Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite very much for the question. She asked about several things. I'll talk about the additions to reserve that was part of our budget implementation bill. This is a really important piece of legislation, and people have been asking this from First Nations for 40 years. Wow. Finally, this week I was able to tell chiefs it's going to be faster to get additions to reserve. Thanks to new pieces of legislation, this is good news, and it will add to economic prosperity.
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday this week, the Ontario Superior Court gave the go-ahead for lawsuits to be filed against the former owner of bankrupt Sears Canada, Eddie Lampert, and as well as the former directors. This will allow pensioners and unsecured creditors to recover at least a portion of their money. The sad part of all this, if the Liberals would simply change the laws, then pensioners could have at least been spared the costly process to recover their hard-earned pensions. When will the Liberals take action and change the laws to protect Canadian workers and retirees from pension theft?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, our heart goes out to the Sears pensioners, as we have said on a number of occasions in this House. In Budget 2018, Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to take a whole-of-government, evidence-based approach to that question. And the newly named minister is proceeding along those lines, as are other departments and ministries within this government. Mr. Speaker, we will move forward with those consultations, and we will come forward with a plan. Thank you.
Honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, under our government's plan, the Canadian economy is amongst the strongest in the G7. Unemployment is at its lowest level in 40 years. Canadians have created over 500,000 full-time jobs. By this time next year, the average Canadian family of four will have $2,000 more in their pocket each year than under the Conservatives. In the fall economic statement, the Minister of Finance announced new measures to strengthen our competitiveness, to help create jobs and grow our economy for today and the future. Can the Parliamentary Secretary tell the House how these changes will help Canadians?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you to the member from Vaughan Woodbridge for the question and for his work on the Finance Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have no plan for the economy. We have a plan and it is working. We've lowered taxes for 9 million middle-class Canadians and put more money in the pocket of 9 out of 10 families with the Canada Child Benefit. In the fall economic statement, we took another step to support long-term economic growth. We're supporting new business investments in Canada to help businesses grow and create new jobs for Canadians across the country.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, 1 hour ago in my native town of La Pocatière, the best employees in the world from Bombardier Transport demonstrated peacefully to show that they have the capacity, expertise, passion and determination that are necessary to build Via Rail's new fleet. But the Minister of Transport is already washing its hands of this. There has just been an agreement signed with Donald Trump that is allowing the U.S. to have these cars built in the United States. Why are those cars going to the United States rather than to Canada? Mr. Speaker, I already explained to my colleague a few days ago that this project is managed by a federal crown corporation called Via Rail. They are the ones who are responsible for replacing the rail fleet for the Quebec-Windsor corridor. We obviously have to respect international rules under which we have free trade agreements with Europe, and we cannot provide preferential treatment to Canadian companies. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this seems to be the only government not preferring its own business. While First Ministers are meeting in Montreal to discuss the new NAFTA, Quebec is still waiting for a clear commitment from the Prime Minister for dairy producers. 2 months ago, the House unanimously called on the government to fully compensate supply-managed producers for the 3 agreements that were signed on their backs. 2 months. Will the government take the opportunity at the First Minister's meeting to commit once and for all to fully compensating supply-managed producers who were betrayed under the last 3 agreements?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but the Prime Minister has been quite clear. The Minister of Foreign Affairs have been quite clear. Most Cabinet Ministers have been quite clear. We're going to fully and fairly support our dairy sector and the supply management system. We have and will continue to make sure we support our agricultural sector. My honourable colleague is well aware during the negotiations and before the negotiations, the American government clearly stated their intention was to destroy the supply management system. We made sure that did not happen.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, next week at the meeting in Marrakesh, the government will be discussing the UN Global Compact on migration. But the issue of migrants isn't just a federal issue. In Quebec, we welcome, integrate, and we also select. The Prime Minister cannot alone decide and then leave it up to the provinces to deal with the consequences of his decisions or his tweets. Will he use the First Minister's meeting to present the compact and commit to not signing it until he has their consent? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada fully supports the compact that will play an important role globally in order to ensure that there is regular and safe migration. We have consulted each province throughout the country over the past 2 years, and we have consulted with experts, Canadians, academics. No one whom we consulted said that they were concerned about the compact. We know that immigration plays an important role in Canada's economy, and we also know that it's important to be at the international table for these discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I pointed out in my statement that last week the Prime Minister was wrong in his justification for barring the government of Nunavut from becoming a party to the 2 Dene treaties. Every modern land claims agreement in Canada's Northern Territories has involved 3 parties: the Indigenous group, Canada, and the government of the territory where the agreement is to operate. For numerous legal and constitutional reasons, these treaties cannot be implemented without the consent of the government of Nunavut. When will Canada stop playing the colonial master, do the right thing, and invite them to the table as a party and signatory to these treaties?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada remains committed to advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples through the conclusion of modern treaties. The government of Nunavut has been participating in negotiations and its concerns are being addressed. The government of Nunavut has always been welcome to sign these treaties as part of Canada, as they have done so previously. We've been negotiating these treaties for almost 20 years and are hopeful that the Athabasca Denisuline and the Gotine Dene modern treaties will be concluded in the very near future.
Now, the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope, I believe, has a usual Thursday question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Government House Leader if she could share with the House what the remainder of the week looks like in terms of government business, and could also tell us what's on the agenda for next week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This afternoon we will begin debate on the Senate amendments to Bill C-57, the Sustainable Development Bill. Tomorrow morning we will start debate at report stage and 3rd reading stage of Bill C-83, the the administrative segregation legislation. Following question period, we will debate the Senate amendments to Bill C-21, the Customs Act. La semaine prochaine sera dédiée à...
Next week will be devoted to the study and consideration of various government bills. I'd also like to remind all members that pursuant to an order adopted this morning, Take Note debate will take place Monday evening at the normal time of adjournment. The debate will deal with the opioid crisis in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day, government business, government bills commons, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act.
All right. Mr. Blair for Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Ng, moves that a message be sent to the Senate to acquaint their honors that in relation to Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act, the House agrees with Amendments 1 and 3 made by the Senate, respectfully disagrees with Amendment 2 because the amendment seeks to legislate employment matters which are beyond the policy intent of the bill, whose purpose is to make decision-making related to sustainable development more transparent and accountable to Parliament. Debate. Pardon me, that would be Ms. Blair for Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Chager. Excuse me. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to discuss Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone who's helped shape Bill C-57. The contributions of many honourable members and senators have been invaluable to the process, and the bill reflects the hard work and collaborative efforts of many individuals. I appreciate, in particular, the Honourable Senator Griffin's efforts in sponsoring this bill and her ongoing support as it has moved forward. I'd also like to thank members of the Senate Standing Committee on Energy, the Environment and Natural Resources for their thoughtful review and valuable insights. Finally, I'd be remiss if I failed to recognize the work of members of this House, including the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, whose unanimous second report, Federal Sustainability of Future Generations, served as the foundation for Bill C-57. I look forward to this Chamber's discussion of the Senate's amendments to the bill. Today, I want to start by outlining the importance of the Federal Sustainable Development Act and how Bill C-57 seeks to improve upon the current version of the legislation. Then I'll highlight some of the most recent documents that we've released under the current Act. And finally, I wish to outline our position on the amendments that were made in the Senate. First, Mr. Speaker, some background. The Federal Sustainable Development Act was a result of a 2008 private member's bill. This was sponsored by the Honourable John Godfrey, former Member of Parliament for Don Valley West. The Act set out a number of requirements for federal action on sustainable development, including the creation of a federal sustainable development strategy and releasing a report on progress against the strategy every 3 years. These strategies and reports have been instrumental in guiding, tracking, and reporting on Canada's actions on sustainable development in a transparent and accountable manner. The catalyst for amending the original Federal Sustainable Development Act, as I mentioned previously, this was a study conducted by the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development. Bill C-57 responds to the thoughtful recommendations of that committee's report and updates the Act to better reflect Canada's current priorities on sustainable development. The bill expands the scope of the Act and provides more of a whole-of-government approach to sustainable development. It includes more than 90 departments and agencies, and it provides the opportunity to add other entities in the future as well. This will help to ensure that the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy reflects the Government of Canada's ongoing commitment to sustainable development. All federal organizations, Mr. Speaker, bound by the Act will contribute to developing future federal sustainable development strategies and progress reports. The collaborative whole-of-government approach to sustainable development will provide greater openness and transparency about our actions relating to sustainability. Further, Mr. Speaker, each federal organization must require table its own sustainable development strategies and progress reports in Parliament. this will allow parliamentarians and relevant committees to review organizations' progress and hold them to account for meeting their targets and goals. At the heart of Bill C-57 are a number of important principles that will guide progress reports and strategies. For example, Mr. Speaker, the principle of intergenerational equity, that it is important to meet the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, provides an important context for the federal government's contribution towards sustainable development. Other principles embedded in Bill C-57 include the principle of openness and transparency, the principle of collaboration, and the principle of results and delivery. These principles will help guide the development of tangible, relevant, and achievable goals and targets. The bill would also require the targets in the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy be measurable and time-bound. The bill would contribute to increased demographic representation and Indigenous partnership, and it does this in three main ways. Through a new principle that recognizes the importance of involving Indigenous peoples because of their traditional knowledge and their unique connection to Canada's lands and waters. Second, it increases the number of Indigenous representatives on the Sustainable Development Advisory Council from 3 to 6. And finally, it requires demographic considerations such as age and gender to be taken into account when appointing representatives to the Council. As I'm sure you'll agree, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-57 is an important and inclusive step forward in the government's commitment to sustainable development. Earlier this year, the bill was unanimously passed through this House with the support of all parties, and I sincerely hope that we can repeat that once more when it comes time for a final vote. And our work on sustainable development continues, Mr. Speaker. On December 3rd of this year, we tabled the 2018 Progress Report on the 2016 to 2019 Federal Sustainable Development Strategy and launched public consultations on the draft 2019 to 22 strategy. These products present results on where the federal government is in achieving its sustainable development targets and outline the environmental sustainability targets and actions it is proposing to take over the next 3 years. We all wish to see a healthy, prosperous, safe and sustainable Canada, regardless of party, and considerable progress has been made towards achieving this vision over the past few years. The recently tabled Progress Report on the 2016 to 2019 Federal Sustainable Development Strategy helps show just how far we've come. For example, the 2018 Progress Report shows that we may have met one target and are on track to meet the majority of the other targets laid out in the 2016 to 2019 Development Strategy. For instance, as of December 2017, almost 8% of coastal and marine areas have been conserved, on track to reach our target of 10% by 2020. The government is also leading by example in reducing greenhouse gas emissions from federal government buildings and fleets. We've achieved a 28% reduction in GHG emissions relative to 2005 levels, more than halfway to the target of 40% by 2030. The Progress Report highlights that we are well underway to achieving this ambitious target. And, Mr. Speaker, just as important, we've identified areas where we also need to improve. For example, the Progress Report reveals that we have some work to do on protecting terrestrial areas and inland waters. To this end, the $1 billion Canada Nature Fund announced in Budget 2018 will help set us back on the path to achieving our target of protecting 17% of terrestrial areas and inland waters by 2020. This is one of the crucial contributions of the goals and targets in the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy and its subsequent reports on progress. They set a path forward and then tell us exactly how we're doing and where we need to focus our ongoing efforts. Sustainable development is and will remain a priority for our government, and these strategies and progress reports ensure accountability in meeting those targets. As I mentioned, the draft 2019 to 2022 Federal Sustainable Development Strategy has been released for public consultation. The strategy includes the participation of 16 voluntary organizations beyond the 26 mandated by the Act. The draft strategy builds on the 2016 to 2019 strategy. It proposes targets, milestones, and actions supporting 13 aspirational long-term goals that reflect the Canada we want. We expect to hear from a number of partners, stakeholders, and Canadians whose input helped shape the past strategies and will continue to be instrumental, Mr. Speaker, in helping to shape the 2019 to 2022 strategy. As you know, some of those partners and stakeholders include the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, the House and Senate committees that are responsible for regularly dealing with the environment, and the Sustainable Development Advisory Council. Our consultations are open until early April 2019, and we expect to hear from these groups and many other Canadians who are passionate about the environment and sustainable development. This brings me to the amendments made in the Senate recently, Mr. Speaker. The Senate Committee on Energy, the Environment and Natural Resources welcomed the bill, and there was a fruitful discussion and debate on its various clauses. I thank everyone once again for their thoughtful deliberation. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out that the dialogue between the two houses is a fruitful exercise in my opinion. And I know that they considered the bill in a thoughtful manner and proposed certain amendments that I'm happy to address. 3 amendments were agreed to in the Senate. The first was made to broaden the mandate of the Sustainable Development Advisory Council. This change is going to allow council members to give advice on the sustainable development matters beyond those referred to them by the Minister. The Council will, however, continue to focus on the products set out in the Federal Sustainable Development Act. The government is going to accept this amendment. The second amendment, however, poses certain problems. The amendment to Clause 8 seeks to reinsert a section of the Federal Sustainable Development Act that Bill C-57 in its initial form actually removed. That section deals with performance-based contracts within the Government of Canada. It states that these contracts shall include provisions for meeting the applicable targets referred to in the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy and the Departmental Sustainable Development Strategies. This section was repealed under Bill C-57 for a number of reasons. The debate on this issue at the time that the original Act was being considered reflects how unclear the section was then and still is today. The Honourable John Godfrey, who I mentioned was the initial sponsor of the bill that resulted in the Federal Sustainable Development Act, said that this particular place could be interpreted as a contract with an employee or a contract with a construction company. This confusion remains today. And Mr. Speaker, having practiced as a litigator in my career before politics, certainty in the meaning of legislation is essential so that folks can understand exactly what their obligations are. Some witnesses that came before this House and the Senate have interpreted this clause as pertaining to performance agreements with senior officials. Others have interpreted it as pertaining to procurement contracts, and particularly green procurement. A clause without clarity is one that should not be in the bill. If Parliament is concerned about procurement, the Treasury Board Secretariat's policy on green procurement already aligns environmental objectives to the Department's procurement activities, meaning this section's inclusion in the bill would be redundant and unnecessary. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, Section 10.1, a new addition under Bill C-57, explicitly recognizes the power of the Treasury Board in establishing policies or issuing directives applicable to the sustainable development impacts of designated entities. The proposed amendment not only reinserts an already problematic clause, but it makes it even more problematic, extending it far beyond Bill C-57's intended purpose by entering into the realm of the employer's relationship with public servants. The amendment specifically adds employment contracts to the language on performance-based contracts. It says that these contracts shall include provisions for meeting the applicable goals and targets referred to in the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy and any organizational strategies. It's the government's view, Mr. Speaker, that the reference to those contracts are outside the scope of the intent of Bill C-57 and that it would be inappropriate to insert such prescriptive wording into the bill. Employment contracts are a matter for Treasury Board as an employer, and they shouldn't be subject to a bill whose purpose is to increase transparency of decision-making relating to sustainable development. Given the expansive nature of performance-based contracts and employment contracts, it would also be difficult to determine what is meant by the use of these different terms, leaving this section open to difficulties interpretation, which I flagged could pose problems. Finally, tying targets directly to employment contracts is problematic because, as we know, the responsibility for meeting goals and targets extends broadly across different federal organizations and sometimes across many levels of government. It's not always the case that one department or one individual has complete responsibility for meeting the Federal Sustainable Development Strategy's targets. As a result, I don't think it's prudent to use this legislation to tie targets directly to employment contracts. Accountability is the backbone of C-57. It's what it's all about. While the intent of this amendment is to increase accountability, which I again thank the Senate for giving thoughtful consideration to, it's the government's view that this amendment could create more problems than it actually solves. As discussed earlier, robust accountability mechanisms are already directly embedded in the bill, and we believe they are more than adequate to meet our objectives. These include oversight by the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development, this House and the Senate, the Sustainable Development Advisory Council, and in fact all Canadians. We release reports to the public on an ongoing basis and ask people for their input and insight. Given the fact that the proposed amendment is imprecise and open to interpretation, the government does not see the benefit of inclusion and suggests removing it from this bill. The third amendment that came from the other House deals with the consequential amendments to the Auditor General Act. These changes ensure alignment between the two acts and seek to reconfirm the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development's role in reviewing the sustainable development actions of federal organizations. The government supports this amendment. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I greatly appreciate the time and effort of everyone involved in reviewing this bill. The Federal Sustainable Development Act is a cornerstone of sustainable development action in Canada, and Bill C-57 is an important update. I ask this House to accept the consequential amendments and the amendments to Clause 5, but remove the amendment to Clause 8 and send a message to that effect back to the Senate. In the spirit of cooperation that we demonstrated back in June of 2018, when this House voted unanimously to support the bill, I'm asking that we show the same spirit of unanimity and support in supporting this revising bill, so we can ensure that the future is sustainable, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to give a few comments on this bill, and I'm happy to take questions as part of this debate.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank a colleague across the way for his speech. I wish that I could be so positive about the success of the application of sustainable development legislation, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, 2016, and 2017, the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development gave an absolute abject failing grade to all the agencies that were reviewed, and a lot of her recommendations for greater accountability were rejected by this government. The other place made an attempt to change the bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the main amendments that the Commissioner had called for is she wanted specific reference in the Sustainable Development Act of the Cabinet Directive on Sustainable Development. And the reason for that is because that directive actually requires every department and agency to do an assessment of policy program spending that's submitted to Cabinet. And one subset of this is the provision that this government is refusing to accept from the other place, which was frankly also recommended by our committee. And so, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-57 is in fact not based on the review by the committee that I used to sit on. It is based on what the minister decided she would do to keep a reduced function of this bill in holding the government accountable for delivering on the Sustainable Development 2030 goals that this country signed on to. I wonder if the member could speak to that, is why they are not accepting these broader provisions to hold the governments, the departments and agencies accountable for spending and assessing what the impact might be on the broad sustainable development goals.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question and more broadly for her commitment to protecting our environment for future generations. With respect to the proposed amendments which are before the House today that have come from the other place, I note in particular that this was not some sort of rubber stamping of the version of the legislation that we'd already wanted. In particular, I noticed that we've accepted the consequential amendments that align the auditor's functions with those outlined in the Act, as well as the First Amendment that was proposed. I think I made the case during my remarks and provide a reasoned basis for why we rejected the other amendment that came forward from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, to reiterate those arguments, the inclusion of performance-based contracts as an accountability measure, I accept that the intent was coming from the right place. But it caused certain ambiguity in terms of how the legislation could be interpreted. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the ambiguity which could have been interpreted when you talk about performance-based contracts as being the procurement process or performance of employees, it has a wide swath of different possibilities and it creates a uncertainty. In addition, Mr. Speaker, if we're actually trying to establish some accountability with respect to the sustainability of the procurement process. I note in particular that the Treasury Board Secretariat, through their green procurement policy, actually achieves a very similar function. Mr. Speaker, if we're talking about performance-based contracts for employees, we may be required to track the sustainable development targets for an individual entry-level employee whose function doesn't actually touch on sustainability. So with respect to the honourable member's question, the reason that the one amendment coming from the other House was rejected was due to the matters that I've raised, such as ambiguity and frankly, bad policy.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his speech and his passion on environmental issues. I represent the riding of St. Catharines, Mr. Speaker, on the shores of Lake Ontario, and I know many of us have a great commitment to water, the cleanliness of water, and the impact of plastics in our waterways. And I was wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary could comment on the greening of government operations and plastics and what the government intends to do. Thank you very much.
Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member from St. Catharines for the question. I know he cares deeply about the waterfront in his riding, having spent numerous hours in the evening bringing him up to speed on the differences between a jetty, wharf, a pier, and a quay. But Mr. Speaker, with respect to the questions that he's raised in terms of plastics pollution, I was very proud last night when this House across party lines got behind Motion 151, which seeks to reduce plastic pollutions in our waters and across society. In particular, Mr. Speaker, I'd note that our government has committed $100 million towards a marine litter mitigation fund to help reduce the plastics pollution and other pollution in our nation's waters and around the world. Mr. Speaker, as well, our government played a leading role in achieving the G7 Oceans Plastic Charter, so the world can get behind this need to fight plastics pollution. But directly on point to the question about the greening of government operations, I note in particular that we've made a commitment by 2030 to reduce the Government of Canada's reliance on single-use plastics by 75%. This kind of leadership is only made possible when we have buy-in across the wide swaths of the public. And I'd like to thank every member in this House who supported Motion 151 to help encourage the continued trend towards making our Earth a cleaner and healthier place.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague made reference to the motion that had passed where we had received unanimous support in regards to plastics in our waterways. And that is a concern that individuals in all regions of the country obviously have. And it's always nice and encouraging on environmental issues when we can in fact see that cross-floor support. This legislation as a whole does take a little bit more of a holistic approach, went through the Senate, and in good part we appreciate the fine work that the Senate has done. And I'm wondering if my colleague could just provide his thoughts in terms of just the overall purpose of the legislation and why it is before us today.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for a thoughtful question about the broader picture why this legislation is actually important. You know, sustainable development is something that I've cared deeply about for a long time prior to getting involved in politics. In my spare time while I was carrying on a legal practice, I had the opportunity to work as a research fellow on a pro bono basis for the Centre for International Sustainable Development Law, ensuring that we're moving forward as a society and as a global community in a way that's going to ensure that the needs of the current generation are met without compromising the needs of our kids and grandkids is essential. Bill C-57 and its overarching purpose, when it was actually launched as a private member's bill some time ago by the Honourable John Godfrey, was to actually give some meaning to these aspirational values of sustainable development. It's hard to achieve progress if you're not able to measure outcomes. What Bill C-57 seeks to do is make mandatory reporting, setting of targets and reporting on how far you've come in achieving those targets. What this actually leads to is regular reporting that's not just for internal use, but made publicly available, so we can actually see how far we've come. I've mentioned in particular that because of this reporting requirement, we know that we're on track to meet, for example, our marine conservation targets by 2020. However, we have a little bit of work to do to meet our 2020 conservation targets when it comes to terrestrial land-based conservation and inland waters. Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of thing that leads to actual tangible action. Because when we see we have work to do, we know we have to do more to achieve those targets. These leads to decisions like in Budget 2018 seeing the largest single investment in nature and conservation with $1.35 billion set aside. If we are able to actually track our progress and work towards measurable outcomes, we can actually shift policy midway to ensure that we're moving towards a more sustainable world. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. This is indeed good legislation passed, as he noted, through the efforts of former Member of Parliament John Godfrey. But as we're talking about sustainable development, I'm on the verge of leaving Ottawa tomorrow to attend COP24. And if I can deviate slightly from the Sustainable Development Act to the issue of sustainable development itself, there is no development on a dead planet. We have a very short, small window to get through to ensure that 1.5 degrees Celsius global average temperature is the highest that this planet has to sustain. And I was disappointed today, I have to say, more than disappointed, to see that the Minister of Environment has announced, Minister of Environment and Climate Change, that Canada will not fortify our efforts, attempt to reach the IPCC advice, or even respond to it effectively before 2020. We don't have a minute to waste, Mr. Speaker, much less 2 years. We simply don't have time for procrastination. I wonder if the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary can comment on how this government possibly believes we can be responsible global citizens and wait 2 years before we get rid of the Harper target and adopt the one the world needs.
Parliament Secretary, the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'd like to thank the honourable member from Sandwich Gulf Islands for the questions, her passion for defending the environment, and for the many educational conversations that we have when the cameras are not on in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, moving towards a sustainable planet includes, of course, a plan to fight climate change. We made a number of commitments during the last electoral campaign that we are implementing, and to the extent that we need to do more, I will continue to advocate across Canada and within our caucus that we need to continue to push the envelope to be a world leader. The plan that we're implementing is going to have a meaningful impact on our emissions as a country, Mr. Speaker. I note in particular the policy that's gotten a lot of attention across Canada with putting a price on pollution, but this is one of over 50 measures that we're implementing. We're phasing out coal by 2030, more than 30 years ahead of what was previously scheduled to be the case. We're making historic investments in public transit that's going to encourage more people to take mass transit so they're not taking their cars to and from work every day. Mr. Speaker, we're investing in clean technologies so we can capitalize on the economic opportunity where we also see emissions come down. I've got a great example from my own community with the Trinity group of companies who's investing in technologies that make homes more energy efficient, that brings the power bills down for their residents, and also reduces emissions across our communities. Mr. Speaker, it's measures like these combined with many other that we're launching forward that's going to help emissions come down so that we can reach our targets and play our part in the international community to ensure that we're not jeopardizing the health of our world for our kids and grandkids.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this chamber to be able to participate in the debate on Bill C-57, a bill dealing with sustainable development and with the government's environmental policy. I'm conscious of the fact, of course, that this chamber will soon close and will proceed to having debates for perhaps a decade, even more, in another place. And so I'm conscious of the fact that this may be one of the last speeches that I have an opportunity to give inside of this chamber. And the reason I mention that is because I think it's important to reflect on sustainability at a broader, deeper level than simply one issue, one particular file. What sustainability is all about is this Burkean idea that the goods of our planet, but also of our civilization, of society, of our country, are not things that we just think of as existing in a moment of time purely for our own use. In other words, our relationship to our societies, to our environment, ought not be like that of pillagers who come to get what they can because we're here for a good time, not a long time. No, sustainability asks us to think of the goods of civilization, of society, as something that we receive from our ancestors, and in a sense are borrowing from future generations. And so we have to proceed with deference to the experience of those who have gone before us, with respect for those who come after us, to seek to preserve the goods of the environment, of civilization, of society, of our institutions. And we do that, I think, this is the conservatism in conserve. We do that with a certain caution that recognizes the fragility of our environment in our institutions, that we not presume that we can radically change the institutional, the societal, the environmental reality that we're in, that we can radically change it without perhaps considering the possibility of consequences that might not immediately come to mind. It's funny, I was thinking about this speech today, and I was remembering the first time I ever visited a legislature. It was the Alberta Provincial Legislature, and I came in as a young student, and I was listening at the time to, I think it was a Liberal member of the Alberta Legislature giving a speech on sustainable development, and I thought, wow, this is one of the most boring speeches I've ever heard. So I hope nobody has that feeling listening to what I have to say, but it wasn't the topic. I'm sure it was just maybe some aspect of my own experience in that moment. But I've come since then to realize really the importance of the concept of sustainability, what it means for all of us as we seek to preserve the goods of society for the future. And we can talk about a wide range of different policy areas in terms of what the government is doing and observe, I think, a real lack of attenuation to the principle of sustainability. One could identify a number of different policy areas where they are not thinking about the future, they are not thinking about preserving the goods of society, the benefits that were received from the previous government. No, they are thinking only about today. They are thinking about how to get that good headline, how to try and demonstrate something in the moment, but they are not thinking about the long-term impacts of that. I think the most obvious way in which we see this worked out is the issue is their fiscal approach, their spending. Every time a government makes a spending commitment in the context of a big deficit, they know, or they ought to know, that that is not sustainable spending. Because you cannot run deficits every year forever. At some point, you come up against a situation where your interest is so high, your debt is so high, that you are losing out on investments that you could have been making, and cuts become necessary. Deficit spending renders subsequent cutbacks totally inevitable. In other words, it is not sustainable to pursue a fiscal policy, an economic policy, or I would argue an environmental policy that is along the lines of what the government has done. So when we talk about sustainable development, I think the first step is delving into the substance of the principle of sustainability and what that means in terms of our long-term planning. And we always should ask, when we debate bills in this House, when government policies are considered, is this a sustainable approach? And that doesn't just mean in an environmental sense, although it includes in an environmental sense. Are the commitments that are being made commitments that we can sustain? I was reading about the concept of sustainability, and one interesting observation from one of the articles I read is that when a judge is making a decision in court in response to objection, and he says sustained. What does he mean by sustained? It means effectively that the past, the history, the traditions are being sustained in the context of the decisions that have been made. So there are so many different derivatives of this world when something is sustained, when we talk about sustainability, that tap into this concept of understanding that we have a past and that we have a future, that we don't just have a present. So this is the sensibility that should, in a particular way, inform the environmental evaluations and decisions that governments make. Governments should think about the environment in a way that recognizes, yes, that we have a past, and yes, that we have a future. That all of the decisions we make in totality, and in this context, the decisions we make about the environment, should have a regard for the kind of life, the quality of life, the quality of existence on this planet, the quality of existence that will exist in our own immediate surroundings, that will result as a result of the decisions that we are making today. This is particularly important to me when I think about my own kids and the life that they will have growing up, but I think it's something that resonates for all members whether or not they have children of their own. And that's why it was important for us, as a previous Conservative government, to put a strong emphasis on effective environmental action that reflected an understanding of this principle of sustainability. The idea of being a conservative includes the idea of conserving. That's our Burkean philosophical heritage, that we seek to preserve the goods of the past and protect them for the goods of future generations. That's why we had, I think, an effective policy of engagement with the environment. And despite the failures of this government, despite the ways in terms of greenhouse gas emission targets at least, that they have continued policies in some cases and proposed other failing policies in other cases, this government, I think, has got it dead wrong when it comes to how they characterize the approach that we took when it came to sustainable development. Let me just emphasize in that context that when it comes specifically to the issue of greenhouse gas emissions, in the 10 years of previous governments, including the previous Liberal government, which had signed on to the Kyoto Protocol, emissions in Canada went up in terms of greenhouse gases. Then, under the previous Conservative government of Stephen Harper, we brought in binding sector-by-sector regulatory targets that were intensity-based. And these are often badly mischaracterized by my friends across the way. I remember the last time I spoke about the environment, my friend from Spadina, Fort York, said that these were just suggestions to industry. These were just requests for them to reduce the emissions. Let's be clear, no, they weren't. The regulations that were put in place under the previous government were effective, intensity-based, binding regulations, and they were brought on a number of, on critical sectors in a way that I think had a tangible impact. And we saw through that period then the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And that's a fact that is, unlike other facts related to this issue, that's a fact that is not disputed by my colleagues across the way. Very clear that under the previous government there was a total reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and surely that has some relationship to the policies that were pursued by the government. Now, on the other hand, the party opposite really wants to explain away the achievements that were made by our previous government with respect to reductions, concrete reductions of greenhouse gas emissions. So what are the explanations that they will come up with? Well, typically they will use two different explanations. First, they will say that emissions only went down because of the global recession. And they will also say emissions only went down because of things that happened at the provincial level. What do we make then of those two arguments that the party opposite uses to explain away the accomplishments of the previous government with respect to environmental sustainability in the area of greenhouse gas emissions? Well, in terms of the global financial crisis, I think it's worth observing parenthetically that this is the only case in which they will acknowledge the existence of the global financial crisis. When they're talking about the economic record of the previous government, how we managed Canada's economy through a time of significant global financial challenge, they will say that all of the economic challenges Canada faced in those years were somehow the result of actions of the previous government, which I think everybody knows isn't true. Everybody knows that the challenges Canada's economy faced during that period were the result of very obvious, very well-known global economic trends that had an impact here in Canada. Because of steps the government had taken, Canada was relatively less affected by those events, but nonetheless, Canada was affected, and there was a response in terms of fiscal stimulus that was appropriate in the context of those times. And it was the Liberals in opposition who were actually saying we should spend more. They were constantly calling for bigger deficits, for more spending, not for the prudent, measured, and I think sustainable approach that we took in that case. Our approach in responding to the global financial crisis was, I think, sustainable in the fiscal sense, that we recognized that it was necessary to run deficits, but that it was also necessary to return to balanced budgets as quickly as possible. And we positioned ourselves in advance by paying off substantial amounts of debt in the years leading up to that global financial crisis. And often the figures you hear from this government with respect to the total amount of debt during that period are actually significantly off the mark. But in any event, when it comes to their discussion of how we respond to economic challenges, they will completely ignore the global financial crisis. But then when they talk about the real achievements that the previous government realized with respect to greenhouse gas emissions, then they will say, well, we may have forgotten previously, but actually there was a global financial crisis, so we're going to use that as an explanation for why greenhouse gas emissions went down under the previous government. But they have a hard time explaining, in light of that contention, how it is that Canada was relatively less affected by the global financial crisis as a result of prudent policies that were pursued here in Canada. Canada was relatively less affected, and yet we were reducing global greenhouse gas emissions at a time when greenhouse gas emissions globally were going up. Canada's greenhouse gas emissions went down under Stephen Harper while they went up in the rest of the world during that period, and yet we were less affected by the global financial crisis. So it's hard for them to, I think, explain if they're suggesting that the impact of, in terms of reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, was simply a response to the global financial crisis. They have a hard time explaining how Canada achieved more on the environmental side, and yet we were less affected by the economic challenges that were experienced globally. So their counter-argument, their effort to strip from recognition the realities of the achievements that were made, I think fails in particular with respect to this argument. And then the second argument they make in their attempt to detract from the real achievements that were made under the previous government in terms of environmental sustainability, they will make this argument. They will say, well, it was only action that happened at the provincial level. And if you look at some of the policies they trumpet, they talk about the alleged virtues of the Kathleen Wynne Liberal government in Ontario. You know, Ontarians, I think, were not in favor of the policies of that previous provincial government. And Ontarians, I think, should be aware of how many senior advisors, senior people in general involved in those policies are now involved in advising the Prime Minister. And continually we see Liberal MPs praising the record with respect to environmental policy that we saw from the Kathleen Wynne Liberal government. I don't think that that is an admirable record when it comes to issues around sustainability. It was clearly a disaster when it comes to fiscal sustainability. But also I think there were big problems when it comes to environmental sustainability, and Ontarians had their say about that. The Liberal government of Kathleen Wynne came back into the legislature provincially with, I think, a grand total of 7 seats, which suggests that maybe Liberal MPs should be careful praising their environmental record. Nonetheless, if we think about, and my friend from Winnipeg North says that they have great potential for growth coming out of that. I agree, but you know, sometimes as the Liberals thought after the 2008 election, sometimes you don't know where the floor is, right? But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand is they use this argument that any progress that was achieved under the previous government was the result of action at the provinces. But yet, if you look across the country, you look at all of the jurisdictions in this country and the differences in policy that were being pursued, the differences in political stripe of the governments that were pursuing them, we saw something consistent across those provinces. That was that in every single province across this country, during the period of the previous government, emissions went down or they went up by less than they had in the previous 10 years. In other words, so if you take every jurisdiction individually, you look at their performance in that period, and you look at the performance of that same jurisdiction in the previous period, there was clear environmental progress. So if, as members will know if they observe the greenhouse gas emissions data across different jurisdictions and across the years, they will observe that environmental progress during the period of the previous Conservative government was achieved in every single jurisdiction. So maybe all of these different governments were just pursuing great policies and it had nothing to do with the federal government. And my friend from Spadina, Fort York, is nodding, but it seems implausible, I think. It seems implausible to say that that the federal government had nothing to do with it. If progress can be seen in every single part of this country, in every jurisdiction, then his contention that this had nothing to do with the federal government is about as plausible as his contention that I get virtue ethics from Ayn Rand. The failures of this government, on the other hand, I think are pretty clear in contrast to their own rhetoric with respect to the environment, and they are also fairly clear in contrast with the accomplishments of our previous government. Their approach to the environment is not a sustainable one. It is a very present-oriented, revenue-oriented approach. They see in this discussion of the environment, in an increasing, widening social awareness about the challenges of climate change, they see only an opportunity to raise taxes. And this is consistent with this approach of this government, I think, across a wide spectrum of policy areas. The saying goes, if you have a hammer, every problem is a nail. Well, the hammer they have is a tax. So every problem that they see is best responded to by higher taxes. If it was really a concern for the environment that motivated them, I wonder if they could explore ways of reducing taxes in a way that create incentives around environmental action. And in fact, we saw policies like this under the previous government, areas where tax reduction were used as a way of stimulating environmental activity. But this government would never countenance those type of policies. Policies like the eco-energy retrofit that gave a tax credit to people for doing environmentally responsible things. Things like the transit tax credit, which gave a tax reduction in the context of environmental action, that is, taking public transit. No, this government would never consider that, because that involves a loss of government revenue. So their approach to sustainability is not about sustainability, it is about tax increases. And maybe it's because at some level, although they won't admit it, they recognize that they do have a problem with fiscal sustainability. That their financial plan of running deficits forever is just not a financially sustainable one. So they want to use the discourse around environmental sustainability as a justification for trying to get more revenue. But at the same time, there was an exception to their approach on this. That is, they're taking a different approach when it comes to Canada's largest emitters of greenhouse gases. They say that they're going to provide a special exception for those emitters because it would be difficult for them to pay the cost of that carbon tax. They say that it might have negative economic consequences if we impose taxes on those large emitters. Well, what about the negative consequences of the carbon tax that they are imposing on small businesses, on people that don't have connections to successful lobbyists, who don't have the ability to make their particular case for a particular exception with this government? The people in my riding who will have to pay the carbon tax, who don't have the well-connected lobbyists that the large emitters have. What about them, Mr. Speaker? What about the impact on the economy of those people? What is the impact for them, Mr. Speaker? The government wants to always be imposing new taxes, and my colleague across the way is heckling rebate. Well, let's be clear about something, Mr. Speaker, that the federal plan for a carbon tax does not rebate all of the money that it collects. The Prime Minister said, well, most of it. So this does raise more revenue for government. And it's give me $100 and I might give you 50 of it back. Well, I don't think that's going to satisfy most Canadians. I also don't think that's going to fool most Canadians. I think they will understand exactly what the Parliamentary Secretary means when he talks about rebate. It's an elegant way of attempting to draw more money from people and then control exactly how they're dispersing it. Canadians are not going to buy into the logic of that economically, and they're not going to be fooled into thinking that this is an environmental plan. And they will recognize that when the government says there is a negative economic impact associated with imposing this tax on large emitters, then it follows from the logic of that position that there will be a similar negative impact on everybody else. It's just that everybody else is not as well connected and well resourced to make those arguments through the kinds of contexts that our large emitters have the capacity to do. But another thing to point out about the failure of the carbon tax compared to a more positive, constructive approach pursued by the previous government when it comes to the issue of sustainability is that many of the people that would like to reduce their emissions require some kind of a capital investment in order to do so. So if I am living on a fixed income, let's say, and I would like to make energy-friendly retrofits to my home that reduce my use of energy, that are good for the environment, and that save me money, that might be a great idea, but I also might not have the capital sitting around that allows me to do that. So the previous government was engaged with this question of giving people the means through tax reductions, through building their capacity, so that they can make choices that they decide to make that are reflective of, I think, the values that do exist in our communities, that sensitivity to the importance of sustainability. But this government takes a punitive approach. They impose taxes that don't make it easier. In fact, they make it more difficult for people in those kinds of situations that I've talked about to actually make the investments that will advance their own situation. So their approach when it comes to environmental policy is punitive, and it's punitive against those who can least afford it. They are imposing new taxes on those who are struggling the most, while providing all kinds of benefits and escape hatches for people in other kinds of situations. And it's really important to underline the deceptive nature of their economic rhetoric, because this government will often talk about how allegedly they are raising taxes on those who are well off. And yet they have so many different vehicles for giving that money back, maybe not to everybody in the category of well off, but certainly the well-connected and those who are able to go in and ask for those resources. We have had the issue of cash for access fundraisers for this government. Of course, those have consequences. I believe those do have policy consequences in terms of the way government responds to things. We talked about the exception that they are giving in terms of the carbon tax to our largest emitters. We could talk about the huge amounts of money that they're spending in other forms of corporate welfare, the money they gave to Bombardier, some of which was then given to CEOs in bonuses. We can talk about the huge amounts of money spent on so-called superclusters. The spending of this government so often in the form of corporate welfare, in the form of breaks to large emitters, while they are imposing new taxes and new burdens in the form of the carbon tax on those who can least afford to pay it. And we saw absolutely no tax reductions for those making $45,000 or less. This is important, Mr. Speaker, because we have to see how the environmental policy, the so-called sustainability policy of this government, is so often an excuse for achieving other objectives. It is an excuse not only for imposing new and higher taxes on Canadians, but it is an excuse for imposing taxes on those who can least afford them. Contrast that with the approach of the previous Conservative government, trying to bring constructive changes when it came to the environment and succeeding in doing that in ways that actually gave people the fiscal capacity to make investments that were going to benefit them over the long term. But also, while the previous government imposes new burdens on those who can least afford to pay them, we gave tax reductions to those who needed the support the most. We lowered the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%. We lowered the lowest marginal rate of tax. We raised the base personal exemption. In other words, we increased the amount of money that a person could earn before they would pay any tax. And we did not bring in any tax reductions for high-income earners. We lowered business tax rates, which helped to stimulate job growth here in Canada, which benefited workers, which lowered the unemployment rate, which stimulated our economy. So we made business tax reductions, but when it came to personal tax reductions, all of the tax relief provided by the previous Conservative government was targeted to those who needed that relief the most. And we can see the benefits in terms of that policy. That by providing those tax reductions, it was so helpful in stimulating economic growth that benefited all of Canada. It was sustainable, Mr. Speaker, as well, because those tax reductions happened in the framework of a road to balanced budgets, and a balanced budget was delivered. The previous government was thinking about sustainability in every aspect of its policymaking. It made spending commitments in the context of a balanced budget plan. When you make spending commitments in the context of a balanced budget plan, people can have confidence that those spending commitments will endure, that they will be sustainable, because they are in the context where enough money is coming in to pay for them, not where you're borrowing to achieve them. But also, in the midst of this fiscally sustainable approach, greenhouse gas emissions were reduced overall. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we think about the environmental achievements of the previous government, we contrast them with the failures of the current government when it comes to delivering on the environment. There are many different areas, I think, that we should look at that go beyond the particulars of greenhouse gas emissions. And I think they can provide a constructive example for the government as they think about what sustainability actually would look like in the context of government policymaking. We're looking at a framework in which government will have to report to a greater extent, and it's obviously something that we're supportive of. The government really making explicit and being transparent about the reporting of information around sustainability. But I think what we've seen so far in the evaluation of the government's performance with respect to sustainability is that they have consistently been getting very poor marks in terms of their sustainability. I think people are recognizing those failures, and not all of those people that are criticizing this government on their sustainability record are friends of ours, but it's been pointed out that this government has the same greenhouse gas emission targets that the previous government did. So it's pretty rich for the government to criticize the record of the previous government when, in fact, we had clear targets which are the same targets as they have. But our approach was different. It was not to use the environment as an excuse to raise taxes. It was to have that positive, constructive approach. Now, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the environmental accomplishments that were clearly achieved under the previous government were not only in the areas of meaningful reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. In the period of the Conservative government, over $17 billion were spent to support improvements with respect to the environment. And those included a wide range of different technologies, tax reductions, benefits that had real, concrete, substantive impact. And let me identify some examples of those achievements. So the previous government invested significantly in clean transportation initiatives to support renewable fuels and a cleaner, more efficient transportation system. My riding includes substantial rural areas, and sometimes the rhetoric from this government is as if people could just stop driving. Well, it might be realistic to walk to the grocery store in some parts of this country. It's clearly not realistic in many parts of the country, especially for families that are bringing children in tow. So investments in making transportation cleaner, recognizing that people are going to continue to drive, but helping to propel technological investment in a way that is going to improve the sustainability of those necessary trips that families take across the country. Again, a constructive approach rather than a punitive approach. That is something that was done by the previous government, and I think that went a very long way. Another achievement was investing significantly in eco-energy initiatives targeting renewable energy, energy science and technology, and energy efficiency. Again, recognizing the benefits of energy efficiency, recognizing that people are going to continue to use energy, that energy is a part of our lives, that all of us, maybe with the exception of those who live very close to Ottawa, all of us have to fly back and forth to our constituencies. Many people use energy in this climate to heat their homes, to travel, to bring goods to them that they need. You can't exactly grow all of the food that one would need to eat in the immediate surroundings here in a realistic way. That's not something everybody obviously can do. So increasing energy efficiency, supporting renewable energy, energy alternatives. And that does not mean phasing out the existing energy mix, but it does mean having an all-of-the-above strategy, recognizing that we need energy, we need all different kinds of energy, and that we can work to improve the efficiency of our energy systems as we go. Another accomplishment of the previous Conservative government with respect to environmental initiatives was investing significantly to support the clean air regulatory agenda. Our regulatory framework, which has reduced greenhouse gas emissions, but also has improved air quality across the country. And the improvements in air quality that result specifically from the regulatory approach of the previous government are, I think, well demonstrated, and I think some members across the way, even in other contexts, have recognized those achievements. I spoke about this before, but it's another one worth underlying, making a significant investment in the Eco-Energy Retrofit Homes program to help homeowners make their homes more efficient. And this is, I think, a clear contrast in approach between the current government and the previous government. All of us want to see greater sustainability. All of us want to facilitate a situation, hopefully, where people are able to live in a way that has less of a that uses less energy, that are still using energy for their vital needs, and that they're not needing to cut back dramatically in terms of their quality of life, but are able to live lives that are more energy efficient. But oftentimes getting there requires major retrofits. When we've had roundtables in my constituency on this issue, people have talked to me about specific investments that they've made themselves. People have talked about buying solar panels. One person I talked to recently spoke about their decision as a family to buy an electric car. But the costs often make it difficult, even for those who would like to do that, and even for those who can perceive the long-term positive effects for the environment, but also for their own economic situation from doing this. They still may not be able to make those investments. So I think one of the areas in terms of concrete sustainability that encourages collaboration between the government and other actors is one in which we look at how we help people get over the necessary hump in terms of having the fiscal capacity to make investments that they want to make when it comes to environmental improvements. And this kind of policy that we brought in the previous government, an Eco-Energy Retrofit Homes program, said to people, if you make investments in your own home to make it more energy efficient, we will make changes in terms of tax deductions and benefits that improve the benefit to you of that. So people that might have been at the cusp of making that decision, that might not have been able to do it before, will now be able to do the math and say, actually now it works out for me to make that investment. Actually, this is something that we can afford because of the benefits we will realize through this tax program. And I think this recognizes a basic conservative insight about society, which is the government can't do it alone. The government can't realize the benefits we want to see in society by acting alone or acting in a way that creates division or conflict. But the government can try to facilitate decisions that people want to make by providing them with these kinds of tax reductions. The liberal ideology, the liberal assumption is that higher taxes is always good for the environment and good for the poor and good from a social equality point of view. But I think actually what we often see is the opposite. We see how higher taxes more government is bad for the environment, and it tends to disadvantage those who can least afford to pay the higher taxes that are imposed on them. So I'm very proud of measures like the eco-energy retrofit that worked collaboratively with individuals that helped give them the capacity and the resources to make these kinds of investments. The previous government also made significant investments in the Green Infrastructure Fund, which supported green infrastructure projects like renewable energy and clean water infrastructure. It's part of the role of government, I think we all agree, to be engaged in infrastructure. So how can the infrastructure investments that we make at the national level, the infrastructure partnerships we establish between the national government and other levels of government, how can the spending projects that we pursue in general be done in a way that is more reflective of Canada's and Canadians' understanding of our environmental obligations and the importance of environmental sustainability. So these were innovative, constructive ideas that came forward under the previous government, and I'm certainly very proud of those actions and achievements. A sixth accomplishment I'll mention is providing significant support to pulp and paper mills to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and become leaders in the production of renewable energy from biomass. These are the kind of innovative proposals that provide support to the continuing operation of our mills that are good for the economy, that also reduce emissions. We hear this talking point, by the way, so often from the government that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. Well, right now they're walking hand in hand in the wrong direction. And the previous government, we saw significant improvements in terms of the economy. We saw a sustainable approach when it came to economic management, and we also saw a sustainable approach when it came to environmental management. So yes, it is possible that achievement can be achieved on these fronts together, that we can go in the wrong direction on these fronts at the same time. And I think when you look at the actual constructive achievements of the previous government, yes, you can see results in both of those areas. The previous government created the Clean Energy Fund to support clean energy research, development, and demonstration projects. This was an important fund that was effectively working to bring about results when it came to improving our environmental situation. Now, this next point deals with an issue that we've discussed recently in this House, the health of our oceans and other waterways. The previous government made major investments to preserve and restore Canada's waters, including our oceans and lakes. That is, we were invested in an agenda that put the emphasis on clean land, clean air, and in this particular case, clean water. And I was pleased to see recently the passage of a motion from my colleague in the NDP that dealt specifically with the issue of plastic pollution in our oceans. This was a constructive motion that all parties were able to come together to support, and I was pleased to speak in favor of it. And if you look at the volume of plastics in our oceans, and Canada is a relatively minor contributor to it compared to other countries in the world, but nonetheless we recognize our problem, and we recognize the need to do all we can to reduce ocean pollution. Just one stat that jumps out to me in terms of the information we discussed in that debate around plastics and the impact on sustainability. Every year, plastic litter kills more than 1 million seabirds, and I think that's 100,000 marine mammals such as turtles, dolphins, whales, and seals. And when we look at sustainability, we have to think about what is the sustainability proposition of the increasing flow of pollutants into our oceans, and what are the steps that we can take to address it. And that's why Conservative members were pleased to support a motion that would, I think, help us take some steps in that direction. And this is a process I know that all members in the House, including in our caucus, will be following closely, to think about how we conserve our marine and oceans environment for future generations. But that work was started by big investments that were made under the previous government, and certainly I think members of that government, all of us as Canadians, can be proud of the work that was undertaken through those investments. The previous government expanded tax relief for green energy generation to include water current energy equipment and equipment used to treat gases from waste. Now again, this is another accomplishment that involves environmental action, but not through tax increases, rather through tax relief. And these are proposals that you would never see considered by the current government. Any idea on the environment has to, it seems, involve a tax increase. It has to involve greater involvement of government and revenue for government. And so I think they would really struggle to understand the purpose of a tax relief for green energy generation. But that was very much in our wheelhouse, understanding that you can create incentives for constructive environmental action, you can create incentives that encourage economic development and environmental improvements that involve tax reductions, that involve less government. And we can take this case to Canadians and say, you don't have to pay more in order to have a cleaner environment. In fact, the way in which we approached these issues was that people would pay less in the way of taxes and have a cleaner environment as well. So, in this particular context, green energy generation using water current energy equipment, benefiting from the natural resources we have, recognizing that we can have an energy mix that includes a wide spectrum of different tools and opportunities in the process. Now, another area of accomplishment that really speaks to our values in terms of sustainability is the actions that have been taken previously around protecting Canada's national parks. And we can protect Canada's national parks and recognize that these are important for the environment. They're also important for human interaction with the environment. That when we preserve and strengthen our national parks, it gives Canadians an opportunity to visit, to understand and experience nature in a special way. And obviously, in my province of Alberta, we have a number of famous national parks that my family and I enjoy visiting whenever we can. I don't take vacations as often as some members of this House, but whenever we can, we like to visit national parks. So the previous government supported conservation by investing additional money in the... Oh, sorry, I skipped one here. The Conservative government protected Canada's national parks by providing significant investment to make improvements to highways, bridges, and dams located in our national parks and historic canals. These investments strengthened our national parks, but also ensured that Canadians would have that opportunity to engage with our national parks, to be present there, to be experiencing them in a way that helped build a social understanding and experience of nature that will help us ensure sustainability of those parks and of our natural environment in general over the long term. The government previously supported conservation by investing an additional money in recreational fisheries conservation partnership program to support projects that will support the conservation of recreational fishery habitats. What we saw under the previous government as well was, I think, constructive engagement with the conservation community, recognizing, for instance, that hunters, that fishermen or fisher people are involved in conservation in a constructive way, and that the government can work well and effectively with them in some of these conservational partnerships, like the investments we made in recreational fisheries conservation partnerships. That these constructive partnerships that recognize the benefits of conservation, that work together, I think go a very long way to achieve the results that we need to. The next point I'll make with respect to this is that the previous government invested in 1,569 local conservation projects. These benefited the habit of more than 430 species at risk under the Habitat Stewardship Program. 1,569 local conservation projects invested in. These benefited the habitat of more than 430 species at risk. Again, another constructive investment that involved local partnerships, that involved working with those who are on the front lines of conservation, that involved the government not seeing its role as going alone, but rather seeking to work in partnership with community organizations in order to actually achieve results. Supporting 1,016 eco-action projects that engaged Canadians in direct environmental activities and helped them to connect to nature. 1,016 projects invested in, Mr. Speaker, and these are the kinds of things that Canadians are taking on themselves that were supported under the previous government. Again, a new tax is no substitute for this kind of positive, constructive environmental action that happened. We created Canada's first national urban park by investing $140 million in conservation, restoration, education, endangered species recovery, visitor experience, and community-driven stewardship initiatives in the Rouge National Urban Park, and $7.6 million per year thereafter for its continuing protection and operation. This is one close to my heart, although I obviously live in Alberta. My father grew up in the Scarborough area, and it was where his parents first immigrated to when they came to Canada. So I know the people of that region significantly benefited from the vision of the previous Conservative government. I know my colleague in the House here from Thornhill was very aware of and involved in that during his tenure as the Environment Minister. And we had some legislation taking some further steps around that initiative in this House, and it was legislation that the opposition was proud to support, although we had some constructive suggestions along the way, I think, that were designed to improve that legislation, and recognize that in the context of an urban park, the ability of people to make connections with the environment, to actually be present, requires perhaps a different understanding of the phrase ecological integrity. We have to think about sustainability in terms of the sustainability of our environment as well as people's interactions with the environment, and not see that as a negative, but rather see people's interactions with and experience of the environment as a positive thing that contributes to our broader social understanding and recognition of the importance of sustainability, and indeed the capacity we have as a country to move forward together. This investment of over $100 million through the Rouge Urban National Park, I know, is greatly appreciated by people in that area. Another accomplishment, protecting the environment by launching the National Conservation Plan that includes $252 million to conserve and restore lands and waters across the country while connecting Canadian families to nature in and around their communities. So again, we're talking big dollars in terms of investments in a national conservation plan that works collaboratively with communities, that doesn't seek to impose new taxes, that is making investments that are moving us forward environmentally. Supporting projects, programs, and policies and other activities to address climate change in our own context, and we've talked about the reductions in terms of greenhouse gas emissions that achieved. Providing $1.2 billion in fast start financing that Canada successfully delivered on, which fund projects focused on climate change adaptation and increased renewable energy. Again, these are examples of things that were funded under the previous government. Improving federal infrastructure, such as radar and surface weather and climate monitoring stations, which are the backbone of Canada's severe weather warning system. Improving and expanding trail access across the country, encouraging donation of ecologically sensitive land by making tax relief for such donations more generous and flexible. Again, we see an environmental measure that involves a positive tax incentive that encourages people to make donations of ecologically sensitive land. And people that are thinking, can they afford to make this donation? They would like maybe to do something for the environment. They want to be engaged in bringing about that progress, but they're making the calculation in terms of their capacity to do so. Will now, as a result of policies pursued in the area of tax reduction and environmental improvement, be able to look at the improved framework for the donation of ecologically sensitive land and realize that that's something that maybe they're now more able to do. And as a result, we achieve concrete, substantive, and meaningful improvements in the area of environmental improvement. Supporting family-oriented conservation by providing $3 million to allow the Earth Rangers Foundation to expand its ongoing work, another achievement that I'm very proud of. We invested almost $2 billion in our federal contaminated sites action plan, and $215 million of cost-sharing funding, which has helped remediation at more than 1,400 sites. Funding has also supported assessments of about 9,600 sites, creating an estimated 10,400 jobs in terms of person years. Remediation action plans at approximately 700 sites and assessment activities at 6,500 sites have all been fully implemented. So when Canadians look for environmental action, they want to see us engaged with the large global issues, and they also want to see us engaged here at home, in our immediate environment, with making improvements that provide a constructive impact around cleaning up contaminated sites, ensuring that they, their children, their grandchildren will have sustainable access to clean air, clean land, and clean water. And that targeting of contaminated sites through almost $2 billion, again, spent in this area. The government might think that's chump change, but from our perspective, that we understand that that's a lot of money. But that was an investment that achieved concrete results around environmental improvements. And in the context of this plan, we can see that almost 4,000 square kilometers of ecologically sensitive private lands were secured. 4,000 square kilometers. So significant progress was made in the context of partnerships emphasizing the work of community groups collaboratively with the government. Partnerships that did achieve a real result, that is the securing of ecologically sensitive land. We added an area nearly twice the size of Vancouver Island to the network of federally protected areas. Let me identify just a number of those federally protected areas that were added as a key accomplishment in terms of environmental action under the previous government. The world's first protected area extending from the mountaintops to the sea floor, the Guayhanas National Marine Conservation Area Reserve and Haida Heritage Site. The world's largest freshwater protection area, Lake Superior National Marine Conservation Area, a six-fold expansion of the Nahanni National Park Reserve in the Northwest Territories, considered to be a significant conservation achievement. 3 new national wildlife areas in Nunavut, protecting 4,554 square kilometers of marine, coastal, and territorial habitats, including the World Sanctuary for bowhead whales. And 3 new marine protected areas under the Oceans Act, Masquash Estuary in New Brunswick, Bowie Seamont off the coast of British Columbia, and Terrium near Yatite in the Beaufort Sea. It's interesting reflecting on the achievements that were made, in particular in the context of these environmentally protected areas in Canada's north. I had the pleasure to join Canada's Foreign Affairs Committee on a recent mission to the Arctic, and the focus of that trip was looking at issues of Canada's sovereignty in the north. But in the context of that, of course, we had many discussions about the wide range of challenges and also opportunities that exist in Canada's north, the particular sensitivity that people in the north have to the impacts of climate change. We heard from people in the north that they were seeing those impacts. We heard about the importance of preserving the natural environment there, but we also heard that people wanted to see economic development, in particular energy development, that would create opportunity for them and their kids, that would allow them to provide a good standard of living and that would allow their kids to stay and work in the North. And the way in which these conversations happened was to emphasize both the importance of the environment as well as energy development. And I think because of that, Conservatives, listening to Northerners, sought to achieve both and did achieve both. We achieved for the North major improvements in the area of economic opportunity. For instance, the road to Tuck, I know, was something that was brought up many times as an important initiative in terms of connecting the South with the North to a greater extent. But on the other hand, there was frustration about how this Prime Minister, unilaterally, with virtually no consultation, announced with the former President of the United States a moratorium around particular kinds of energy development. And there's a lot of frustration about that because we hear the talk around consultation, but we never see actual consultation, especially when the government is trying to stop a project. They seem to think that if you're going to proceed with a project, infinite consultation is required, and even if people aren't directly affected by a project and don't have any expertise, then they still should be able to participate in that consultation somehow. But on the other hand, when they're stopping development, they see no problem in immediately shutting down progress without any kind of meaningful consultation. And what hit home for me when I was spending time talking to Indigenous people, to others who live in Canada's North, is that sustainability, a full understanding of sustainability, requires us to think about the environmental sustainability of the North as well as the sustainability and viability economically of communities. Do they have access to affordable energy that allows for sustainable prosperity in that region? Because if you talk about environmental sustainability, but not about the sustainability of an economic situation in those communities, then really you only have half the equation, and it makes it very hard for people to do well in the context of that situation. We need to have both. That means allowing economic development to happen, recognizing the benefits of energy, recognizing that we all need and use energy, and that includes people in Canada's North, and that we benefit from energy development at the same time as making real achievement in terms of designating protected areas. That is exactly what was achieved in terms of the protected areas I mentioned. Again, just to draw one example out, again, over 4,500 square kilometers of marine, coastal, and territorial habitats protected in Nunavut alone. Other accomplishments achieved in terms of environmental sustainability under the previous government: we expanded our national parks network by creating Canada's 44th national park, the Natsicho National Park. And I apologize if I butchered the pronunciation of that, but certainly I think all Canadians can be proud of our excellent network of national parks and the achievement that was made in creating Canada's 44th national park under the previous government. The chemicals management plan, I think, under-discussed achievement of the previous government and achievement of our former interim leader, Rona Ambrose, when she was Environment Minister, and this came in 2006. At that time, our government created the Chemicals Management Plan to assess chemicals used in Canada and to take action in cases where the evidence showed that those chemicals were harmful. Of the 4,300 substances already in use that were identified as priorities for assessment, over 2,600 have been assessed and risk management strategies developed for 62 deemed harmful to the environment or human health. Additionally, 3,000 substances have been evaluated before their introduction into the Canadian market. And the last Conservative budget 2015, committed close to $500 million over 5 years to renew Canada's chemical management plan. This was a real concrete achievement that, because of the leadership on the environment file of that environment minister, the chemicals management plan was brought in, which identified harm to the environment or human health for 62 chemicals, and were able to bring in an effective strategy for managing those chemicals. So when we identify chemicals that are being used that actually have a harmful impact, when we develop a coherent strategy for managing them, and when we fund that strategy effectively over an ongoing period of time, then yes, we achieve very tangible and concrete impacts when it comes to human health, when it comes to ensuring that we have clean air to breathe, clean land, and clean water. Our proposed multi-sectoral air pollutants regulation established for the first time national air pollution emission standards for major industrial facilities across the country. The expected emissions reductions that would result from those announcements would result in lower smog levels and better air quality overall for Canadians and their environment. Smog was, I think, for some people remains, it does remain an issue, and the air pollutant regulations that were proposed under the previous government, again, were part of those achievements. I mentioned the achievements with respect to the previous government on greenhouse gas emissions, but I'd like to, as I review the accomplishments in the area of the environment, want to highlight the specific numbers that are there. So there was a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions that by 2012, greenhouse gas emissions were over 5% lower than 2005 levels. So in that period of time, there was over 10% growth in the economy and 5% reductions in emissions. That was through the period of the global financial crisis. So these were, again, concrete achievements. There was coordination between the federal and provincial level on efforts to restore, protect, and conserve the Great Lakes under the Canada-Ontario Agreement, which was renewed on December 18, 2014, towards the end of the time of the previous government. And it's interesting that even though there were different stripes, political stripes, Prime Minister Harper and Kathleen Wynne were able to work together on the issue of the Great Lakes Canada-Ontario Agreement renewal in 2014. Contrast that with the seeming total inability of this government to work effectively with premiers. Premier after premier is getting elected on a mandate to say that the government's approach to the environment, using the environment as an excuse to raise more tax revenue, is not the approach that their province would like to see. And we see provinces across the country who have these concerns coming forward with alternative environmental plans. And they may vary in their particulars from jurisdiction to jurisdiction, as you might expect in a country as vast and diverse as ours, but there is a growing consensus at the provincial level with premiers rejecting the carbon tax. And I am hopeful that my province will soon be able to join the anti-carbon tax coalition. It's interesting that this government was so afraid of the role that the opposition United Conservative Party in Alberta might play as an intervener that they sought to not have that party be an intervener in that process. And I'm sure that maybe the provincial government of Alberta has a different feeling on carbon taxes, but I'm sure, I suspect very soon, that we will have even more provinces, as more elections come, more provinces standing up to reject the approach of this government, which is all about using the environment as an excuse to raise taxes. So when it comes to federal-provincial relations, there is a clear contrast between what happened under the previous government. The previous Prime Minister was able to work with provinces, as these achievements suggest, but the current Prime Minister is all about imposing his carbon tax agenda on provinces. And he will impose something that we've never had before in this country, which is a jurisdiction-specific tax, which is to say that people in one province have to pay a tax that people in another province aren't paying. That is the sort of thing that is really unprecedented in the Federation, this kind of inequality in the taxes imposed on citizens who are living in a province that is designed to try and compel a provincial government to do something in their area of jurisdiction that is against their objectives. And in every case across the country where there is a carbon tax, GST will be imposed on that carbon tax. So the carbon tax is not revenue neutral. It's not revenue neutral for the federal government. And the so-called federal backstop is not revenue neutral either. The government is saying that it will rebate some of the money, even most of the money collected through the federal carbon tax, but we know that they will not refund all of the money and they will collect GST on top of it, and that this will impose a big burden on Canadians. So I've outlined, I think, in a clear way, the significant accomplishments of the previous government when it came to sustainability. But I'll also add this, and this is not something you'll hear from this government, but it's important to underline that building pipelines is an environmental improvement. That new pipelines are good for the environment because they displace alternatives in terms of transportation, alternatives that are less environmentally friendly. If we can move more of our energy resources by pipeline, if we can access Canada's highly regulated, effective, environmentally sensitive and responsive energy sector with new markets, displacing other competitors, if we can do that by building energy infrastructure which is in itself clean, that is an environmental achievement. And I think this government needs to start recognizing that if they believe truly that the environment and the economy go hand in hand, then they need to support the construction of new pipelines. New pipelines are sustainable because if we do not have new pipelines, then we deepen the fiscal challenges that we face, the unsustainability of our fiscal policies. But also we ensure that we can do better for the environment and for climate change by accessing, by transporting our energy in a more efficient way. Building pipelines is good for the environment and good for the economy. And that's why pipelines were built under the previous government. In fact, 4 pipelines were approved and built under the previous government. They were the Enbridge Alberta Clipper project. This transports 450,000 barrels per day, 1,590 kilometers. The application was filed in May of 2007. It was approved in February of 2008. Federal Cabinet gave approval in May. The new pipeline was constructed and placed in service in April of 2010, and the new pipeline carries our energy resources from Hardisty, Alberta to Gretna, Manitoba, where it crosses the U.S. border and carries on to Superior, Wisconsin. It is designed to be expanded to 800,000 barrels per day. So, filed in 2007, approved in 2008, Federal Cabinet gives approval, it's constructed and in service by 2010. That's how you build a pipeline, and we did it, Mr. Speaker. And it was good for the economy, and it was good for the environment, it was good for sustainability. And that's an accomplishment that was achieved that all Canadians can be proud of. Secondly, the Trans-Canada Keystone. 435,000 barrels per day, 4,324 kilometers. The application was filed in December of 2006. It was approved in September of 2007. Federal Cabinet gave it approval in November. It was constructed and placed in service of June 2010. This new pipeline, again, it carries our energy resources from Hardisty in Alberta to Haskett, Manitoba, where it extends into the U.S. to Cushing, Oklahoma, That was a pipeline that was proposed, that was approved, that was constructed under the previous government, and that's another achievement that was delivered. The Kinder Morgan Anchor Loop, 40,000 barrels per day, 158 kilometers. On October 31st, 2006, the NEB approved the expansion. It was constructed and put into service in 2008. It increased the capacity of the existing line significantly by those 40,000 barrels. And finally, the Enbridge Line 9B reversal, 300,000 barrels per day, 639 kilometers. The application was filed in 2012 to reverse the flow of Line 9. This was approved in 2014. NEB granted conditional leave to open in 2015, and the reversal allowed the flow of 300 barrels per day of Western crude into Quebec, displacing foreign crude oil. These were all pipelines that helped us engage with the fundamental problem that Alberta faces today, which is the gap between what we're receiving for our oil and the global price. Pipelines were built that helped us displace foreign oil and ensure that Canadians could benefit from the opportunity to do ongoing commerce with each other. These were all significant accomplishments that were achieved under the previous government with respect to getting to real action on pipelines and the ensuing benefits for environmental sustainability. Now, there is this paradoxical rhetoric from our friends across the way. On the one hand, they want to tout the shutting down of pipelines, and on the other hand, they want to say, no, we're actually trying to build pipelines. And it is the most farcical set of contradictions you could imagine in terms of the way in which they try and be on both sides of the fence, right? As I learned when I was a child, it is dangerous to try and be on both sides of the fence at once. Now,
interrupt the honourable member there temporarily. Just ask him to take his seat for a moment. He still will have the floor in a moment, but the standing orders require that we give notice of who will be taking the adjournment proceedings at the end of today. So it's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I should say, I should have added that this needs to be done before 5 p.m. And therefore, that is why I rise at this moment and say to continue, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford in respect to transport. The Honourable Member for Victoria regarding intergovernmental affairs. And the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands in respect to the environment. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to continue with this important discussion of policies around environmental sustainability. My colleagues in the other parties are saying it's their pleasure. I hope so, because this may be things that they don't hear in the talking points that they're sent from PMO about the accomplishments of the previous government with respect to the environment. So it's an opportunity for them to take these things on board and benefit from them as they consider the policies that they're going to pursue. And it's a good time for them as I discuss the contradictions in their discussion of pipelines as it relates to the issue of sustainability. Now, what did they do when it came to pipelines? Well, their first act, well, maybe it wasn't their first, but one of their first acts anyways, their first act with respect to pipelines was to shut down the Northern Gateway Pipeline project. This was a project that had been approved under the previous government. It would have allowed energy from my province, from very near my riding, to get to the port of Kitimat in northern BC, access a deep water port there, and give Canada access to international markets. This is so important as countries in Asia and other parts of the world think about how to increase their energy security. It's a Canadian economic question, it's a sustainability question, it's also a geostrategic question. There are countries in East Asia, for example Japan, who import most of their energy resources. They get them from the Middle East, and they have to travel through the South China Sea. The opportunities for energy security for Japan and other countries in East Asia to benefit from Canadian energy exports are significant. The opportunities for us economically, the opportunities for them in terms of economic benefit, as well as security of that supply, are very, very significant. So the Northern Gateway project, it would have allowed us to have access to international markets. You know, these pipeline projects I talked to, they were built in often from initial filing to being built, we're talking about a time period of 3 years. So had this government actually listened to Albertans, listened to Canadians when it came to the benefit of the Northern Gateway project, we might already be up and running. And we might not have to have these challenges that Alberta faces in terms of our the big gap that exists between global markets, the oil price in the global market, and the price that we're achieving here in North America. And the government has this talking point that I think is worth responding to in this context, where they'll say, well, most of Canada's oil was being sold to the United States when the previous government took power, and when it left power, most of the oil was still being sold to the United States. But they conveniently forget that the critical steps to reduce our dependency on the United States were in place, and that this government cut those critical steps out at the knees. That was maybe an unhelpful mixing of metaphors. The steps were cut out at the knees. But in any event, this government cut off that progress that was being made that would have brought us to a point today where we wouldn't have to be dealing with this massive spread in price that is killing jobs in Alberta. The decision to kill the Northern Gateway pipeline was a policy choice of this government that weakened our sustainability on so many fronts, and it was one that they must be accountable for. And just to add insult to injury, they decided to pass Bill C-48, which formalized in law a tanker traffic exclusion zone that prohibits the export of our energy resources from anywhere in that zone on the Pacific coast between the northern tip of Vancouver Island and the Alaskan border. There are tankers in that area as a result of activity coming off Alaska, but from this government's perspective, we can't have it that Canadians are benefiting from that economic activity, so we have to shut off even the possibility of a future project by bringing in Bill C-48. Now, the government, again, they can't deny that these were policy choices. It wasn't good enough just to kill the project. They had to add on another bill that was designed to make sure that no new project could be put forward in place of the Northern Gateway project. So that was their intended direct action in the case of the Northern Gateway pipeline. What did they do with the Energy East pipeline? Now, this was an idea that I think, again, in geostrategic terms, we should view favorably, which is to create pipeline linkages to a greater extent between Western and Eastern Canada, to reduce the need for foreign oil to be imported. I say to environmental activists who are against the construction of pipelines, what are you doing about the terrible record of countries like Saudi Arabia when it comes to things like human rights? What are you doing to try and allow Canadian sustainable, well-managed energy resources to displace foreign oil? And I hope that as we delve deeper into the need for government to be articulating plans around sustainability, that the requirements in Bill C-57 for the government to be providing information, for government departments to be more engaged on sustainability, that we actually think about the contrast between Canadian sustainability practices, the practices of our energy sector, and what is happening in other countries, and the value in terms of the global impact vis-a-vis sustainability that is associated with displacing the unsustainable and the anti-human rights practices that we see in some other countries. So Energy East was an economic project. It was about this country prospering, but it was also about saying that we can have nation-building infrastructure which allows the country to prosper together and reduces our dependence on actors who do not share our values and do not share our interests. In the 19th century, it was a Conservative Prime Minister of John A. Macdonald who had the vision of a railroad that would make our union sustainable, that would unite our country from coast to coast and allow us to do commerce with each other. Today, pipelines are the nation-building infrastructure of our generation. And as we think about the legacy of those who came before us, who understood the importance of nation-building infrastructure for our political and economic unity and for our prosperity, I think we need to consider whether or not we are up for the challenge. Can we do the same kinds of things that they did? Do we have the vision and the willingness to make nation-building infrastructure happen? And I know in particular that many voters in the Maritimes, many members of the government caucus elected from the Maritimes, are hearing from voters in their riding about the benefits of nation-building infrastructure that connects Western Canada with Eastern Canada. And that is why, even though they clearly have an anti-development, anti-pipeline agenda, the government did not want to do as directly with an east-west pipeline what they did with the Northern Gateway pipeline. So they simply piled on conditions in a way that made the project harder and harder to sustain from an economic perspective. See, it wasn't that the project itself could not have succeeded economically. It was rather that this government sought the opportunity to impose new conditions that would make it impossible to proceed. Now, one can never know with certainty the intentions of the government in this respect, but sometimes the past statements are revealing enough. There's a tweet that I've referred to before that was previously put out before she was elected by the Minister for Democratic Institutions, who spoke about, quote, landlocking the tar sands. This is obviously deeply offensive language to many Albertans, to many across the country. But when we see government policy with respect to different pipeline projects that have as its effect the landlocking of our energy resources, the significant expansion of the spread between the world price and the local price, and economic devastation for our province. When we see those being the results of government policy, I think it's worth comparing that to the past statements of a cabinet minister who said that this was something that she thought was desirable. There was an agenda, there is an agenda among some to squeeze the Alberta economy and the energy sector in a way that forces a significant reduction in investment in our energy sector and that accepts the job losses. Well, we in the opposition stand against that. We will stand up for our energy sector, which benefits not just one region of the country, but it benefits the whole country. So this government directly killed the Northern Gateway pipeline project, and they added Bill C-48 to, as I said, add insult to injury. They found a way of indirectly killing the Northern Gateway project, and now they have been pushing forward Bill C-69. Bill C-69 quite clearly is the No New Pipelines bill. They are trying to establish the conditions which will make it impossible for us to build the nation-building infrastructure of the 21st century. They have an anti-development agenda which is out of step with the vision of our founders, which is out of step with the vision that Canadians want, which is a country that can benefit from commerce done together, where people in Eastern Canada can buy energy resources coming from Western Canada, and they can benefit from the value-added opportunities that are associated with it. What what do we see in Bill C-69? We see specific policies that will make it harder for Canada to make pipelines virtually impossible to see pipelines go forward in the future. So that's the record with respect to the pipelines. And I have to add a few comments, of course, on the Trans Mountain project. As part of their discussion of sustainability, they thought, well, okay, we'll try this bait and switch strategy because we know Canadians want to see development in terms of pipelines. So on the one hand, they are killing many projects. On the other hand, without doing anything to establish the conditions for the success of the Trans Mountain pipeline, they decided to buy it. And they pretended that buying the existing pipeline, would somehow increase its chances of success. Well, whether the federal government is the owner of the project or whether the private sector is the owner of the project, it doesn't change the fundamental issues, which are the government's refusal to assert federal jurisdiction, the lack of a plan to get it built, the failure of this government to appeal a court decision. There would have been nothing wrong with appealing a court decision that blocked the project that blocked construction from beginning on this project. And yet, we see, despite spending $4.5 billion of taxpayers' money, despite sending money to an oil company that will now use that money to invest in energy infrastructure outside of Canada, they still have absolutely no plan, and they refuse to appeal a court decision with respect to this decision. And they're piling on policies that make it difficult for this to happen in the future. This is this deeply dishonest set of policies in the sense that they're selling a particular policy approach as achieving a result that they do not want to achieve, and that they are in fact choosing not to do the things that would much more obviously and directly actually help us move towards the goal. Now, when it comes to this government's anti-pipeline agenda, I want to read a few different quotations that underline the problems with Bill C-69, the government's No More Pipeline bill. Let's start with someone that I think is known to many members of Parliament, Martha Hall Findlay, President and CEO of the Canada West Foundation. My notes say a former Liberal. She may well still be a Liberal. She was a Liberal leadership contestant twice. What she had to say was, if it is passed in its current form, even amended form, it, C-69, could set Canada back for many years in terms of attracting investment and overall prosperity. At exactly the time when our competitiveness, particularly vis-a-vis our huge neighbor to the south, is in peril. We might be in a much better position if she had won that Liberal leadership race, Mr. Speaker, because I think Martha Hall Findlay hits the point on the head here. She says, again, if it is passed in its current form, even its amended form, it, C-69, could set Canada back for many years in terms of attracting investment and overall prosperity, at exactly the time when our competitiveness, particularly vis-a-vis our huge neighbor to the south, is in peril. But I worry that the policies of this government are actually precisely designed to achieve that objective. These are policies designed to make our energy sector less competitive overall. And therefore, it is achieving its objective, but it is an objective that the government is not willing to acknowledge. Again, they persist in wanting to speak on both sides of these questions, but we see concretely in their policy agenda recognized in this quotation by Liberal leadership candidate Martha Hall Findlay, what they are doing through C-69 is undermining Canada's competitiveness. They've already done so many different things that undermine our competitiveness, but this is yet another example of that happening. I'll read a quote as well on Bill C-69 from Gordon Christie, University of British Columbia law professor specializing in Indigenous law. He says, the courts have said for 15 years that you need to have meaningful dialogue with First Nations, and there is nothing in this legislation that seems to do that. Another case, like I spoke of in terms of Canada's activity in the north, that the government feels that somehow, without consultation, they can impose their anti-development agenda on Canadians, and in particular on Indigenous people. Let me read another quote from an Indigenous leader. This is from Stephen Buffalo, President and CEO of the Indian Resource Council, it's called, and a member of the Samson Cree Nation. He says, Indigenous communities are on the verge of a major economic breakthrough, one that finally allows Indigenous people to share in Canada's economic prosperity. Bill C-69 will stop this progress in its tracks. Now, that's a powerful quote from an Indigenous leader, that while Indigenous communities are on the verge of a major economic breakthrough, it will be stopped in its tracks by the No More Pipelines Bill, Bill C-69. That is not a plan that reflects an understanding of sustainability in terms of our national economy. It's not a plan that reflects the need for our Indigenous communities to be sustainable in economic terms. I think Indigenous Canadians want us to support their opportunities in terms of economic development, ensure that they are engaged in the process, and as well ensure that we are working with all communities and Indigenous communities in respecting environmental stewardship, the importance of environmental sustainability. But that is not happening under this government. They are persisting in a unilateral and anti-development mentality that holds back our prosperity and that hurts the prosperity of communities all across this country, especially communities in Canada's north that particularly benefit from natural resource development. Mr. Buffalo goes on, left as it is, Bill C-69 will harm Indigenous economic development, create barriers to decision-making, and make Canada unattractive for resource investment. This legislation must be stopped immediately. He says, I find it ironic and upsetting that the Prime Minister, who has repeatedly said that the federal relationship with Indigenous people will be the defining characteristic of his government, will be the one snatching opportunity and prosperity from our grasp. And he goes on to call for the government to, quote, pull C-69 from its legislative calendar. So we see this recognition. We see this recognition of the negative impacts that are associated with Bill C-69. Even NDP Premier of Alberta, Rachel Notley, someone who I don't quote often, says, Bill C-69 in its current form stands to hurt our competitive position. Wow. It must be an election year now. or maybe there's a sincere conversion going on. We can hope, Mr. Speaker. The Premier of Alberta says Bill C-69 in its current form stands to hurt our competitive position. The Quebec Mining Association says the time limits introduced by the bill will be enough to discourage mining companies and weaken Quebec and Canada in relation to other more attractive jurisdictions. So we're hearing so much opposition to this bill, not just from energy companies, not just from energy workers, not just from conservative politicians. We're hearing opposition to C-69 from Liberals, New Democrats, Indigenous leaders, from people in every region of this country. The approach of C-69 is not one that recognizes the appropriate balance required in terms of a sustainable environmental and a sustainable economic policy. It is not one that recognizes the benefits that can be achieved by facilitating economic growth in a way that advances our environmental situation as well. Now, what is the justification for the government's ill-considered environmental policy? Well, they speak often about the importance of responding to climate change, and I think all of us agree on that in this House. And I've spoken in my speech today about the real concrete achievements that were advanced under the previous government with respect to environmental change, with respect to greenhouse gas emissions reductions. And when it comes to assessing our sustainability obligations, I think we need to look at real results. We need to look at real outcomes, not just at the rhetoric. And that's part of why our Conservative opposition supported Bill C-57, because it provides the opportunity for greater reporting across a greater number of departments and greater mechanisms for holding the government accountable on what are, I think, concretely, demonstrably, their failures when it comes to the area of sustainability. When you have the kind of reporting mechanism that was called for in a committee report that is now moving forward with Bill C-57, I think people will be able to see in a greater way the failures of this government with respect to achieving our objectives. But the other thing is, when you think about the government's rhetoric around greenhouse gas emissions, around sustainability, there's actually a real dissonance between the realities of what they're talking about in terms of our targets, our international targets, and the mechanisms they're trying to put forward. And in that context, I do want to make a few comments about the Paris Accord. Now, the Paris Accord establishes a framework that comes out of the Copenhagen process, and the Copenhagen process, of course, was one that the previous Conservative government was part of and played a very constructive role in supporting. And that process was to recognize the use of, the need for all countries to be involved and the value of having nationally determined targets and having clear, transparent reporting around those nationally determined targets. The Paris Accord in the second section speaks specifically of the issue of intended nationally determined targets, and it creates a mechanism whereby nations would provide reporting internationally with respect to that. And I know our party, in our statements around Paris Accord, it's been good to have an opportunity to have discussions with some constituents around this. And I, from time to time, meet people who are very skeptical about the Paris Accord, but our party recognizes the value of the framework and the differences between the framework we saw in the Paris Accord, for example, and the framework that was put in place in the Kyoto Accord. The Kyoto Accord, which was signed by the previous government, would have, in effect, because of the previous Liberal government signing it and then failing to actually take any meaningful action towards realizing the goals that were set under that process, it would have involved Canada sending money overseas to buy credits, effectively not reducing our emissions, but simply buying credits overseas. That was the policy of the previous Liberal government. Do nothing on the environment, but give money to other countries to buy credits, and that somehow was a solution. Well, I don't think that's a sustainable solution by any metric, and I think it's one that very clearly in the framework of the transparent reporting that is moving forward in the framework of C-57, I think that people would be very disappointed about seeing that. Now, the framework then that was put in place was nationally determined targets, which I think contrasts favorably with that which was put in place under the Kyoto Protocol. And the Copenhagen process that the previous government was a part of, the targets that we set were targets that involved us actually taking real action at home, not simply musing about buying credits from other countries overseas. So, this government, it's very interesting, coming into power, championing the Paris Accord, and yet going into the Paris Accord process with the same kinds of targets that were in place under the previous government. And I know they've been criticized in some quarters for that by people who said, well, wasn't there supposed to be real change? Well, we've seen in so many areas a failure of real change in different ways. But frankly, when it comes to the environment, it would have been better if we'd seen more learning from the constructive action and experience of the previous government, because so much was achieved in the way of excuse me, in the way of real meaningful progress when it comes to the issue of sustainability. So much was achieved under the previous government, and I've read off some of those accomplishments. Now, Mr. Speaker, I want to just jump back for a moment in terms of my discussion of the Bill C-69. And I want to read a letter that was sent to senators dealing with C-69, and in particular that comes from those supporting the Eagle Spirit Energy Corridor. This is a proposal that would help to strengthen our Indigenous communities economically, create linkages that would benefit them in terms of energy development and export, and indeed provide economic benefits in terms of energy across the whole country. This is a letter that was signed by Helen Johnson, ESE Chiefs Council Chair, Isaac Labukan Avarim, Chief Woodlands Cree First Nation Co-Chair of the Chiefs Council of Alberta, and Chief Gary Alexie, Co-Chair of the Chiefs Council of BC. He writes the following: Dear Senators, we represent the 35 Indigenous communities supporting the Eagle Spirit Energy Corridor from Fort McMurray, Alberta, to Grassy Point on British Columbia's north coast. We have been working on this nation-building multi-pipeline project for the past 6 years, and it is vital to the health of our communities and the future of our collective development. In this time, we have created the greenest project on the planet and developed a new model for Indigenous engagement, real ownership and oversight that will lead to self-reliance and prosperity. We are acutely aware that the Senate is currently debating Bill C-69, legislation that will change resource and other major project review in Canada. The objectives of this bill are vital to our communities, and we believe the country as a whole. We trust that it should create a project review process involving substantial engagement with Indigenous peoples, and one in which all Canadians can have confidence. While the bill includes many elements that are constructive, including early planning and engagement and a shift to broader impact benefit analysis, we have some serious concerns. In its current form, Bill C-69 has fundamental problems that increase the complexity and uncertainty of the project review and environmental assessment process and must be addressed before it can be adopted. Our chiefs have emphasized that the environment is at the top of their list of concerns, and we have developed an energy corridor that will be the greenest on the planet and will set a precedent for all nations on how to engage with impacted Indigenous populations. We do, however, have to holistically balance environmental concerns against other priorities, such as building a strong local economy. I'll pause to just reread that sentence. I think it's critical, and it's great wisdom coming from our Indigenous leaders. We do, however, have to holistically balance environmental concerns against other priorities, such as building a strong local economy. There are simply no other opportunities than natural resource development in the remote locations where our communities are located, where 90% unemployment rates are common. 90%. For some, the economic opportunities from oil and gas projects have allowed investment in local priorities and future. It is critical that we develop our own source revenues rather than continue in debt slavery to the federal government. The best social program is the jobs and business opportunities that come from our own efforts. If reconciliation and UNDRIP mean anything, it should be that Indigenous communities have the ability to help themselves rather than continuing the past colonial litany of failed government-led initiatives. We agree that the current project review system should require strong engagement with Indigenous communities affected by the project, as well as responsible and timely development of natural resources. It should avoid litigation of projects in the courts. Investor confidence needs to be restored, and a clear and predictable process has to be set out for Indigenous and proponents to follow. We are particularly concerned that Bill C-69 allows any stakeholder, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, to have equal standing in the review process. It is an absurd situation that the only people who have fought long and hard for constitutionally protected rights would have no stronger role in the process than a special interest group that is in no way directly affected by the project. This is a serious and fundamental flaw in Bill C-69. It could undermine the rights of all Indigenous people in Canada and needs to be addressed. We are particularly concerned about the interference in our traditional territories of environmental NGOs financed by American foundations seeking to dictate development and government policy and law in ways that limit our ability to help our own people. What interests could such eco-colonialists have when parachuting in from big cities? They have no experience with our culture, people, history, or knowledge of our traditional lands. Input from such elitists into this process who are secure in their economic futures and intent on making parks in our backyards is not welcome while our people suffer the worst social and economic conditions in the country. We have been stewards of our traditional territories from time immemorial, and we believe that such parties should have absolutely no say in projects on our traditional territories. At the recent meeting of all communities of the Chiefs Council, we have unanimously voted in favor of the attached resolution to take whatever legal and political action is necessary to enforce our rights in relation to Bill C-69. In this spirit, we urge you to protect our rights and support badly required amendments to Bill C-69. And I want to read as well the resolution that was signed by many Indigenous leaders. It reflects unanimous support of the Chiefs Council that was referenced. Therefore, it be resolved that we oppose an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts legally and politically, as it will have an enormous and devastating impact on the ability of First Nations to cultivate or develop economic development opportunities in their traditional territories, since it is being imposed without any consultation whatsoever and against the principles of the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Rights and the purported reconciliation agenda of the federal government. Furthermore, we agree that we will collectively file a civil writ seeking to quash the enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts should it become law. So, Mr. Speaker, these are, I think, powerful words from Indigenous leaders in Canada. And this is the first time I've heard the word eco-colonialists. It's an interesting term to use as these Indigenous leaders speak about people who don't have the same history or connection with their land and who enjoy a much greater prosperity than Indigenous people in these cases might, and are yet coming in and claiming to speak on behalf of Indigenous peoples while taking action that really has the effect of limiting their opportunity to pursue development. And they are thinking about sustainability. You know, I talked at the beginning about what the principle of sustainability means. Sustainability as the idea that we receive the goods of society, of the earth, from previous generations. We hold them in trust for the benefit of future generations. But I think this idea is particularly well understood by our Indigenous leaders. They have the longest history, by far, in this country. So their understanding of the of their history, of the need to proceed in this Burkean fashion, I think is particularly acute, and it's referenced in this case. So they're speaking in this letter very much about the importance of preserving our environment, but also of striking a balance that builds opportunity for Indigenous people opportunity, economically, opportunity that would allow them to enjoy a similar standard of living with those who live in other parts of this country that is rooted in an understanding of equity. That's what they're speaking about in this letter, and I think the government should actually listen to what they're saying and pursue a change in course that supports the development of pipelines that are good for the environment. They should take steps that are actually going to move us forward economically and environmentally, and that means building pipelines, that means having a strong sustainability framework, that means meaningful consultation when you proceed with a project, but also when you try and kill a project. That is what we're talking about when we talk about the principle of sustainability. Now, I want to, at this point, Mr. Speaker, in my remarks, dig a little deeper into the philosophy behind the principle of sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, it shouldn't just be with reference to environmental issues. I think we can think across the board about our economic policies, our social policies. Are the decisions we're making decisions that we could sustain, that could continue in future generations? Are they decisions that are only that could only be operationalized in the short term, or are they things that we could maintain in the long term? And when you look across the board at this government, I think the most clear example of their lack of sensitivity to the importance of sustainability is in their approach to fiscal policy. This has implications for our environmental sustainability as well, because if you don't have a sustainable fiscal or economic policy, then you will have to make cuts, especially in critical areas at times when you may not want to make those cuts. So this is why Conservative governments have pursued a responsible middle course. And my friend from Spadina, Fort York, thinks this is a reference to Tony Blair. It's actually a reference to Aristotle, who said virtue is the mean between extremes. But we pursue a middle course between the extreme of needing to make dramatic cuts when there's a fiscal situation that forces it on you, such as was the situation of the previous Liberal government in the 1990s. And on the other hand, we avoid the other extreme of spending out of control, of having no conception of the fact that, hey, what goes up must come down. The history of Liberal governments we've seen in this country is this succession of extremes. We have a case with this government, with the previous Trudeau government, of dramatic out-of-control deficit spending, unprecedented in peacetime in Canada. And then we had a reality in the 1990s where eventually their out-of-control spending caught up with them. And fortunately, we had opposition parties as well that were calling for some measure of restraint. But really, at the time, their way of responding was to make cuts in transfers to the provinces that really passed on the application of that to other levels of government. Compare that with the approach of the previous Conservative government, which brought us back to balanced budgets while continually increasing the level of transfers to the provinces. My friend from Spadina, Fort York, is shaking his head, but he needs to review the realities because transfers were significantly increased to the province in every successive year of the previous government, and they were cut from the Liberals in 1990s. And I look forward to his interventions, but maybe rather than heckling, he could use this time to pursue the reading list that I have recommended to him on a number of occasions. Now, I'd like to reference in this context, Mr. Speaker, an article about Edmund Burke and the environment, an article that I think is an interesting reflection on the relationship between Burkean principles and sustainability. See, Edmund Burke is seen as kind of a foremost thinker within the Conservative tradition. And Edmund Burke articulates this idea of sustainability, that we shouldn't be seeking radical revolutions that ignore the wisdom of the past, that we should rather seek progress in an incremental and positive way. And I think the relationship between Burkean conservatism and environmentalism, properly ordered, properly understood, is quite clear. That we, just as we seek to preserve the goods of civilization, we seek to preserve the goods of the environment. Now, some of my favorite thinkers in the sort of canon of English conservatism are Edmund Burke, but also Thomas More. And it's interesting to think about these two thinkers, generally presented as conservatives, but in relation to each other. Thomas More wrote a book called Utopia. His reflections on political philosophy are presented in this book, Utopia, where he imagines a place far away that he writes as if it exists, but utopia in Latin means no place. So it's very clearly kind of a playful use of words to imply that indeed utopia does not exist. And Thomas More's Utopia is actually a place where sustainability is highly prized. And there's a high attenuation to the need to preserve the environment and to have a sustainable society. What's interesting about More is that he imagines, in a fictionalized sort of way, a faraway place that has a totally different structure to the society compared to the society in which he lived. And in fact, in his own political career, he did not, in some critical areas, pursue policies at home that he describes as being pursued by the utopians. So people wonder, is Thomas More's Utopia, is it kind of playful fun? Is it a description of policies he would like to have seen pursued in if he could have advocated them, but he felt like he couldn't given the constraints of the society and the politics in which he lived? And I think Thomas More's Utopia is really neither of these things in a clear way. I think he is more inviting us to expand the scope of political possibilities by imagining a different kind of society, and not thinking that we could get there or even would want to get there right away, but rather realizing that other things are possible. But it's interesting to reflect on the sort of English conservative canon and the way in which Burke and More kind of both exist as part of it. And I think both of these things are part of how we should think about sustainability. We should think about sustainability in this Burkean way of trying to preserve our heritage, our history, and pass it on in complete and ideally better form to the next generation. But at the same time, as we think about those kind of measured incremental improvements that we can make to the sustainability of our environment, that we also pause to imagine completely different kinds of societies. That we imagine the possibility of things working in a very different way, but we're not capricious enough to think that we can get there overnight by flipping a switch without unintended consequences. Because we are societies with histories, with existing economies, with existing cultures, and the process of imagining that possible future while at the same time recognizing the need to move in an incremental way that bears the wisdom of our history. Doing those things together is what conservatives have sought to do. And I think it reflects the best insights of the opportunities we have when it comes to sustainability. I found this brief column called Edmund Burke's Earth Day Speech. It's written by someone named Byron Kennard. And he writes, how environmentalists became Burkeans and Burkeans became environmentalists. He starts off, here's my favorite quote from Edmund Burke's Earth Day speech. Never, no, never did nature say one thing and wisdom another. Isn't that terrific and so apt for the occasion? I couldn't have said it better myself. What's that say? Edmund Burke didn't make an Earth Day speech. He couldn't have. Earth Day was in 1970, almost 200 years after Burke died. That's true, of course, but nevertheless, there he was, big as life, seated next to me on the speaker's platform. Funny, but what struck me as strange was Burke speaking at all. Why was Edmund Burke, of all people, addressing an Earth Day rally? Edmund Burke was regarded as the founder of modern conservatism. And Earth Day, 1970, was a high watermark of the then prevalent left-wing counterculture. More strangeness to follow. When Burke began to speak, I, along with the huge crowd listening, was soon mesmerized by his magnificent eloquence. Speaking of nature's bounty, Burke urged Americans, quote, not to commit waste on the inheritance, hazarding to leave to those who come after them a ruin instead of a habitation. As he went on, I realized Burke was describing a coherent overall approach to environmental protection, one that was simple, powerful, and persuasive. This is Burkean environmentalism. And here's what it boils down to. First of all, the primacy of prudence. It's highly imprudent, Burke warned, for humans to radically intervene in the functions of natural systems whose boundless complexity and infinite interdependence exceed our understanding. Such interventions are especially unwise and dangerous when these systems, such as climate, underpin our existence. Plaintively, Burke asked what in our past human experience suggests that such large-scale meddling is harmless. On the contrary, it is prudent to assume that great risks are involved. In his remarks, Burke acclaimed prudence as chief among virtues. This is consistent with the wider virtue ethics literature. So I went on to be absolutely sure of the word's exact meaning. I checked the dictionary. Prudence is the exercise of careful good judgment based on actual past experience and the application of such judgment to show care for the future. Now, leaving the article for a second, I think the application of the virtue of prudence to our environmental decision-making is critical and often absent from the calculation of this government. Prudence is the virtue that invites us to see the practical world the way it really is, to learn from our experience and to be measured and wise in our response to it. Unfortunately, what we see often from the government when it comes to the environment is not prudence, but we see the pursuit of contradictory policies in the name of sustainability that do not actually move us towards the stated objectives. They are policies designed to look like a statement is being made, but not actually make anything resembling substantive progress. So, a reflection on this particular tradition, on the words of Burke and the principles around prudence, could well inform the actions and approach of this government. And the article continues, when it comes to politics and government, Burke argued that prudence, simple, ordinary prudence, in itself provides a sound basis for public policy on the environment. And because this is self-evidently true, environmental activists can stand and fight on this base with strength and confidence. Second point about Burkean environmentalism that's made in this article is the desire of organic change. It continues, Burke made clear that his call for prudence is not a call to halt progress. He believes that change is desirable, necessary, and in any case, nature compels it. We must all obey the great law of change, he declared. It is the most powerful law of nature and the means, perhaps, of its conservation. And this is maybe a challenge to some of the caricaturized versions of Burke that are presented by his critics. Some people suggest that he was against any kind of change, but no, he speaks of change as a law of nature and the value of organic change as a way of ensuring, yes, we sustain our civilization, we sustain your sustainability, but also recognizing change, but that change should happen in a way that is organic. The challenge, he said, is how to best manage change. Burke, continuing the article, Burke believes the answer to this challenge may be found in the functioning of natural systems. Change must be sought organically. Organic change occurs on a small scale, incrementally from the bottom up. It evolves without being forced or contrived. Organic change should characterize environmental politics as well. Burke said change in nature was a condition of unchangeable constancy that moves on through the very tenor of a perpetual decay, fall, renovation, and progression. Thus, by preserving the method of nature in the conduct of the state in what we improve, we are never wholly new in what we retain. We are never wholly obsolete. This is some beautiful language coming from Edmund Burke, making, I think, a connection between the sustainability of the environment and the policies we pursue to make the environment sustainable. Making that connection to also the kind of policies we pursue in other areas, to the ways that we treat our institutions. That we recognize the need for our institutions to be sustainable, to preserve what is good about our institutions, and where we make changes to do them in a way that is organic. Now, this is a point that I don't think is well understood by the government. Although they may talk the talk of sustainability, I think they misunderstand its richer application, at least in the way that I do, following what is being said by Burke. This government talks about making immediate and radical changes that often it can't deliver on. It made promises to, for instance, dramatically change the electoral system, and it failed to deliver on that promise. And I think the context of the consultation that happened through that discussion was that people made the point that there are benefits of our existing system that need to be preserved. So when we talk about possible changes to the way our democratic institutions work, we have to make changes in a way that is sustainable, insofar as not just sustainable in the sense that they allow those institutions to continue to exist, but sustainable in the sense that they sustain the benefits, the wisdom, the effectiveness of those previous institutions. And this is, I think, the essence of Burkean philosophy applied to politics, but it draws an important connection between what we observe in the natural world, organic change, yes, but the preservation of that change in an organic context, and how we ought to think about our institutions as not the sort of things we should cut down and redesign on a whim. You know, I think about our own institutions, our own parliamentary institutions, and how they have evolved organically, and how we continue to look for opportunities to change and improve them, how we discuss ways possibly that we can strengthen our institutions, but at the same time do so in ways that reflect observed problems, that reflect the desire to preserve the wisdom of the past. That is what we should be doing when we have discussions about ways to preserve the sustainability of and strengthen our institutions. And as C57 invites us to use the tools of sustainability more, to include in our reporting and the accountability that the government is doing a greater emphasis on sustainability. I know probably that the government thinks about that primarily, the language of sustainability, primarily in the economic context. But I hope that this will engender a deeper appreciation of the value of sensitivity, that it will engender a deeper appreciation of how all policy making, of how the way we act in the context of our institutions, about how the way we preserve social institutions, the way we interact with community groups, about our fiscal policy, about our economic policy. Are we doing things in ways that preserve the sustainability of those institutions? And I wonder if, in the context of goals being set on sustainability as mandated by Bill C57, we will see a greater use of that tool in the reports that they give. I wonder if we will see that. I hope we will see that, Madam Speaker, because certainly that is something that is worthwhile, that is quite important. Now, I appreciate the constructive feedback from my colleague for Cypress Hills Grasslands. I'm going to continue now to speak about, read from this article about Edmund Burke's approach to environmentalism. Good idea. He says, in this connection, Burke heaped praise on the thousands of new, small, green businesses and entrepreneurial endeavors now flourishing throughout the country. These businesses were not only transforming the economy, he said, they were also forming a vibrant and vocal political constituency. Hearing this, I thought, wow, a constituency like this is exactly what Burkean environmentalism needs if its promise is to be realized. So we hear him speak about the issue of In Burke's time, small businesses, green business, entrepreneurial endeavors coming from within civil society that were responding in a concrete way to the environmental challenges that were faced. And that, he understood, were the benefits associated with that policy. Madam Speaker, am I to continue at the end, next time this is?
Oh, unfortunately, I have to advise that it being 6:51 or 5:51, 5:51, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. But I do want to advise the member that he will be able to continue his speech the next time that this matter is before the House. The honourable, what's that? Yes. The honourable Government House Leader has a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is with regret that I advise that agreements could not be reached under the provisions of Standing Order 78.1 or 78.2 with respect to the following. Certain amendments to Bill C-51, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Certain amendments to Bill C-57, an act to amend the Federal Sustainable Development Act. Second reading stage of Bill C-87, an act respecting the reduction of poverty. Second reading stage of Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act and the Canada Petroleum Resource Act to make consequential amendments to other acts. Under the provisions of Standing Order 78.3, I give notice that a Minister of the Crown will propose at the next sitting a motion to allot a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at the respective stages of each of the previously mentioned elements. Hopefully we can find a better way forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't need.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M163, Women, Peace and Security Ambassador, standing in the name of Mr. Jesnevsky.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Today I will be speaking on motion 163, Women, Peace and Security Ambassador, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the member for putting this motion forward. Madam Speaker, before I get into the content of this motion, I would just like to take a moment to send my deepest condolences to Brian in my riding, who recently lost his partner Marnie. I knew Marnie for many years in her work in Campbell River at the Women's Centre and her work in Port Hardy with North Island Employment, and she suffered greatly and her family supported her. I just want to take this opportunity to acknowledge the family's bravery and strength during this very hard time and through the journey that got them where they are today. So I send my prayers to them. Having discussions on women, peace and security is something that I have done multiple times in my work with the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. I have spoken with many parliamentarians from NATO countries about the role of women in conflict and in peacemaking. We all know in this House that there is much work to be done on this issue, and many countries are working to proceed in this process. In both the civil and military sides of conflict, the world needs to see more women involved and participating. We know based on research that when women are involved and are at the table, peace lasts longer. As women are empowered and take leadership roles, peace is promoted and society is stabilized. As stated in the UN Women's website, 2018 Peace and Security Facts and Figures, quote, when women are included in peace processes, there is a 20% increase in the probability of an agreement lasting at least 2 years and a 35% increase in the probability of an agreement lasting at least 15 years. The statistics speak for themselves, Madam Speaker. The history of the process of including women in peace really started on October the 31st in 2000, when the United Nations First Security Council resolution on women, peace and security was made. Resolution 1325 affirmed the important role of women in peacekeeping, conflict resolution, peace negotiation, and post-conflict reconstruction. There was a call to action by the UN in 2004, and this was integral to member nations increasing the participation of women and adding gender perspectives into their peace and security
operations. Several more Security Council resolutions have bolstered 1325, and this has become the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which recognizes sexual violence as a weapon of war, encourages collaborative approaches to peace building with civil society, and supports training for peace operatives on issues of gender and women's empowerment. In 2010, 6 years after the UN called on member states to act, Canada quietly released its first Canadian National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. In 2016, when it expired, the Canadian government held a 2-day consultation just this past April to build a new document. New feminist terminology was added to the document, but the question is, and will still remain, will this language actually make its way into action? So when we look at this new Canadian Action Plan, we will be looking for key indications of action. For example, as Sarah Tuckey said in her article, The New Era of Canadian Feminist Foreign Policy, will the new National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security hold up to scrutiny? She said, will we see a feminist lens brought to the Arms Trade Treaty, nuclear disarmament, and other typical marginalized issues? Madam Speaker, in this House, we are still waiting for some of those things to actually be acted on in a more meaningful way. I know for the people in my riding, the discussion of nuclear disarmament is actually top of mind. I was very surprised when I presented to a group of young people. They talked to me very passionately about nuclear disarmament and wanting to see Canada take more of a leadership role in moving in this direction. They are concerned about the reality of the fragile peace in the world and the potential outcomes that a nuclear war would cause. Many young women, in fact, have come to my office to talk about this issue and their concern for the future, not only of themselves and their families, but of the planet. So when we look at taking a next step and having a woman, peace and security ambassador, this is a step in the right direction. But without the support of meaningful resources, the work will be a significant challenge, and I'm concerned that the work that needs to be done will not be done. The Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee did a study proposed by the member from Laurier Ste. Marie on women, peace and security, and the conclusion of the study was very clear, that greater and more consistent leadership was needed from Canada. This included greater resources and comprehensive coordination at the highest levels of government. So I will be supporting Motion 163. In principle, it is a new ambassador on women, peace and security would be part of a real feminist foreign policy. However, it must be accompanied with a strong mandate and a significant financial commitment if action is to actually be part of this role. And Madam Speaker, I think that's very important that the person put in this role actually have the capacity to do the work put before them. It is important to me that the role be one that can impact change and provide leadership. I do not want this to be an ambassador on paper who cannot participate in a meaningful role that Canadians should and could be leading on. The motion has a section that says that the role will, quote, lead the implementation of the Canadian National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. This is an important step, and I have to come back to the reality. If there is not a line in the budget, it will be nothing more than feel-good rhetoric. And I think if we're moving forward and we want to see the Canadian government move forward with a strong feminist foreign policy, it must simply have resources and be financed. It simply cannot be talked about and written about. Madam Speaker, you know, I recognize something that I think all of us in this House are recognizing is that we're coming to a time where the centre block is going to be closed and we're going to be moving to a new location. So this may in fact be my last speech in this space, and I just want to take this opportunity to recognize what an honor and a privilege it has been to stand here in this place. And I think that when we talk about the important work of legislation, when we get up and we speak, as the member before me spoke quite passionately for an extensive amount of time, that we recognize the history of this place, that we recognize the decisions that were made in this place, and that we continue to do all of our work to represent our constituents as honorably as we can. And I'm so proud to represent North Island Powell River. It has been an honor to speak in this House. So we will continue hopefully all of us collaboratively to focus on peace in the world, to build a world that looks at diversity, that makes sure that women are at the forefront of leadership so that we can move towards a more peaceful place. So I will support this motion, and I hope that in the next step we will see some dedicated resources to fulfill the mandate of this position and the work that we all hold so sacred here and outside of this place. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Reprise de débat. There's no questions and comments. It's a private member's bill. The honourable member for Whitby? No, this is a resuming debate.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Whitby?
I know, but I thought I was going to Conservatives first. Okay, no problem. Are you next? Okay, go.
So I did recognize the member for Whitby if she'd like to start. Unfortunately, people do have to get up if they want to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to, it gives me great pleasure to rise to speak to this motion today, and I do apologize for some of the confusion that happened. Madam Speaker, before I go any further, today is December 6th, and it is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, and of course today, December 6th, we do remember the 14 who were murdered and 10 injured in 1989 at L'École Polytechnique. And because of this day and the significance of this day, Madam Speaker, I wanted to change a little bit the tone of how I usually give my speeches. A couple of days ago, I had the ability to read an article by the Harvard Graduate School of Education entitled "What's Love Got to Do with It?" And it speaks about John Miller's new book and the role that love and compassion play in education. And I was wondering, Madam Speaker, how we could introduce that concept here in Parliament and into politics. And I know that each of us in this chamber certainly have different perspectives, and we have different ways of ensuring that Canada is a better place. But we, at the center of everything, love our country, and we are compassionate about our constituents. So as this may be the last speech that I do in this particular chamber, Madam Speaker, I promise to do things differently, and so it gives me great pleasure to speak to M163, my colleague, the Member of Parliament for Etobicoke Centre, on the establishment of an ambassador for women, peace and security. I think that it is a wonderful opportunity to speak with love and compassion about the people around the world, and especially the most vulnerable among us, and the love that we have for our planet. I think that when we look at the capacity or why individuals are placed in very precarious situations, it often has to do with climate change, which is a destruction of our planet, or with conflict, Madam Speaker. And in both of those situations, women and girls are often most vulnerable. They're often used as weapons of war, and they are often very much strategic targets of violence. And so, Madam Speaker, I want to speak a little bit in the time that I have about what Canada has done so far to ensure that this natural progression to the establishment of this ambassador role is fitting, and it fits within the context of what we've done so far. Madam Speaker, as you know, as members in this chamber know, I was the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of International Development, and in that term, I had the tremendous pleasure of being with our Minister of International Development and launching our Feminist International Assistance Policy, where we put at the center of everything we did in that policy the promotion of women and girls. And we know that the best way to get rid of poverty, to eradicate poverty, to look to some of achieving some of the Sustainable Development Goals, which I didn't have an opportunity to speak to earlier, but is really important, is to ensure that we are putting women and girls in the center, at the center of everything we do. And the Feminist International Assistance Policy, although it had women and girls at the center of it, around that there were 5 pillars, and the 5 pillars were to promote human dignity, to support access to quality health care, to nutrition, to education, to timely needs-based humanitarian assistance. Again, when we know that human dignity is at the center of ensuring that we have a world that's free from violence. The second pillar was the growth that works for everyone, to ensure that women had access to economic opportunities that work for them, and opportunities, access to resources that help them achieve economic independence. The third pillar was environmental protection and the encouragement of climate action. Supporting initiatives that governments are doing to ensure that we are looking after our planet, we're building resilient communities, because again, women and girls will be disproportionately impacted by what happens to our planet. Number 4 was to support inclusive government, work to end gender discrimination by promoting and protecting human rights. I think one of the pillars in which an ambassador role will help to ensure, not just domestically but internationally. And lastly, Madam Speaker, around this central focus on women and girls, the 5th pillar was to help strengthen global peace and security, to support greater participation of women in peace building and post-conflict reconstruction, Madam Speaker. So it gave me great pleasure to be on that, in that role. We also, in 2017, in November, launched Canada's National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security that went from 2017 to 2022. And Madam Speaker, I want us to, we have put a lot of thought, and I think that if I could look back over my time in Parliament as I speak about love and compassion, I could see that the initiatives that we put forward here, and maybe people won't think it as they're watching on the television screens, but the passion and the dedication we put into putting through these policies clearly indicated our love for our community, our country, and our planet. So it was a whole of government approach that we used when we launched this National Action Plan for Women's Peace and Security. The Global Affairs, RCMP, DND in Canada, Canadian Armed Forces, the status of women, immigration, public safety, and justice were all involved in creating this. And there were 5 objectives of this plan, Madam Speaker: to increase the participation of women, to prevent impunity and respond to gender-based violence, to promote and protect women and girls' human rights, to meet the needs of women and girls in their setting, so in fragile states often, and to strengthen the capacity of peace operations by increasing the number of women that are there. Madam Speaker, we know, and we've heard from my honourable colleague, when you add women, you strengthen the peace process. Madam Speaker, gender equality creates a more peaceful society. Having women in the prevention, mediation, resolution of conflict, in humanitarian responses, in peacekeeping, in peace building, in post-conflict resolution, in counterterrorism, in counteracting violent extremism, it increases all peace and security efforts when we have women involved in all of those aspects, Madam Speaker, and that is why I'm so honored and proud to stand in support of this particular motion from my honourable colleague from Etobicoke Centre. And Madam Speaker, it has been really important to be able to stand with a Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, who on a number of different occasions has stood on the world stage to promote gender equality, Madam Speaker. And, last in the G7, Canada led a coalition of partners, including the UK, Germany, the European Union, Japan, and the World Bank, in announcing $3.8 billion for women and girls' education. And you know what? This has been the single largest investment in women's and girls' education in conflict and crisis situations ever. When we talk about peace and security, we cannot look at it within a silo. We have to look at it holistically. We have to look at how education and how legal plays a role and how our climate plays a role, Madam Speaker, ensuring that at the end of the day, we leave no one behind. And in order to leave no one behind, we need to ensure that we are taking an approach that is inclusive, that works to true inclusive. So regardless of age, race, gender, ability, sexual orientation, religion, class, or identity, everyone can be part of a solution that helps to build peace and security and leave no one behind. So, Madam Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I support my colleague from Etobicoke Centre and this particular motion, number 163, to support the Ambassador for Women, Peace and Security, to ensure that we have a high-level person who is in charge of advancing women's peace and security agenda, both here in Canada and abroad. And while I'm standing, Madam Speaker, I'd like to wish everyone here in this House who is watching on TV in Whitby and all Canadians a very Merry Christmas and a peaceful and secure New Year. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I begin my remarks by thanking the hard-working people of Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke whose support and constant words of encouragement allow me the privilege of being their elected representative in the Parliament of Canada. Motion 163, which we have before us today, mentions the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. I've been a member of the Canadian Parliamentary NATO Association for almost 20 years. 4 of those years, I had the privilege of serving as chairperson of the association. After serving my tenure as chair, I was succeeded by the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill. The member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill worked with colleagues and officials throughout NATO on Canada hosting the Fall 2018 conference in Halifax. To set the record straight, it was her hard work that made the conference a success. The member for Etobicoke Centre, whose motion we're debating today after being the beneficiary of a Putin putsch, orchestrated by our so-called feminist prime minister, had the nerve to stand in front of the NATO delegates and marginalize the efforts of the member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill. By that single act, the member for Etobicoke Centre negated everything Motion 163 says and what the government claims that it's trying to promote. I heard recently that the member for Etobicoke Centre is retiring in the next election. As someone who has served alongside him in Parliament for over 10 years, I wish him well in his future endeavours and will welcome back Ted Opitz, who was an officer and a gentleman. The member for the Etobicoke Centre was someone who once mused about challenging the current Prime Minister as leader of their party with such memorable phrases like the, quote, party elite needs to be ousted and that he's hoping to unwedge the backroom boys. Knowing his history, I thought the member would seek a better legacy than being the front for the Prime Minister's most recent act of useless virtue signaling, Motion 163. But again, saying one thing and doing another is the very definition of being a Liberal. Of course, the most outrageous example of saying one thing when his actual behaviour demonstrates something very different is the incident now known to feminists as the kokanee grope. For the benefit of Canadians watching this debate, the kokanee grope refers to an unwanted sexual advance made by the Prime Minister to a woman in her workplace. I'm told, south of the border, the Prime Minister has been referred to as the Bill Clinton of the Great White North, in general reference to the behaviour that almost got Bill Clinton impeached as President of the United States. The kokanee grope incident was first published in an editorial in the Creston Valley Advance, a community newspaper in British Columbia. The Prime Minister, who was in Creston to attend the Kokanee Summit Festival, put on by the Columbia Brewery, admitted later to inappropriately groping the reporter while she was on assignment. In addition to being on assignment for the Creston Valley Advance, the female reporter was also on assignment for the National Post and the Vancouver Sun. While her connection to the big city newspapers may have prompted remorse after the fact, that's a topic for proper investigation. The allegation came into wider circulation the first week of June, when photos of the Creston Valley Advance editorial were widely shared on social media, and it received further comments when prominent online media outlets finally reported on it that same week. The now former female reporter for the Creston Valley Advance community newspaper, the Vancouver Sun and the National Post, confirmed that the Prime Minister groped her, or in his words, inappropriate handling, while she was on assignment at the festival. After the incident, she wrote an unsigned editorial blasting the Prime Minister for his misconduct. The editorial confirmed the Prime Minister told the female reporter that had he known the reporter was working for a national paper, he never would have been so forward. This is what the Prime Minister stated on CBC Radio on January 30th, 2018, before details of the groping incident were reported in the national and international media. Quote, I've been very, very careful all my life to be thoughtful, to be respectful of people's space and people's headspace as well. This is something that I'm not new to. I've been working on issues around sexual assault for 25 years. My first activism and engagement was at the Sexual Assault Center at McGill Student Society, where I was one of the first male facilitators in their outreach program, leading conversations, sometimes very difficult ones, on the issues of consent, communications, accountability, power dynamics, end quote. The Kokanee grope occurred after the Prime Minister claims he was active at the university. What are Canadians expected to take away from this incident of groping that took place between the Prime Minister and a young female reporter? First and foremost, this incident is about hypocrisy, saying one thing and applying a different set of rules to one's own behavior. It's about believing women until it happens. Then it's deny and hope the clock runs out on the media cycle. It's been noted by the CBC that there is no dispute that this incident happened. In 2018, the excuse, I did not think I was doing anything wrong, does not pass the smell test. It was not my intention to speak to this motion. However, as a member who represents Garrison Petawawa, Canada's largest army base, I have an obligation to defend the women and men in uniform who are members of Canada's armed forces. It will be our women and men in uniform who will be sent into harm's way to implement the lofty phrases contained in Motion 163, which we're debating today. Never again must the response of all members of Parliament to sending our soldiers into harm's way without proper equipment and resources occur. The decision by the Liberal Party to play politics with military purchases with the policy decision to interfere in equipment procurement processes and the subsequent decision to cancel the EH-1 helicopter contract cost the lives of Canadian soldiers in Afghanistan. Without strategic lift to transport our soldiers off the roads that were mined with improvised explosive devices, IEDs, soldiers died. It cost taxpayers over $500 million to cancel the helicopter contract and another $700 or $800 billion to eventually buy an off-the-shelf version of the same replacement helicopter. Death does not discriminate on the basis of gender when a soldier is sent into conflict without the proper equipment. Parliamentarians need to be very careful before committing Canadian soldiers, women and men, to so-called peacekeeping missions where there is no peace to keep. My constituents in uniform fear this motion is another tactic to cover up another broken promise made by this government for military procurement. It's no secret that our military leadership does not believe this government has any actual plans to spend the money the federal government has earmarked for the military over the next century. In fact, according to a senior defense official, Julie Sharon, who testified before a parliamentary committee, she stated, quote, "We are not in the position at this point to provide you with the information itemized by project simply because there may be some delays in the projects." End of quote. The promise to inject billions into the military budget is always after the next election, which is the same as saying it's not going to happen at all under their watch. That's already the case, as the last two budget statements made by this government made no mention of defence. No more phony photo ops or selfies for the Prime Minister with veterans or soldiers. The Peace and Stabilization's Operations Program, which is used to implement the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, has budgeted expenses of $450 million. At the same time, the Prime Minister told a veteran in Edmonton that he was asking for too much. The Prime Minister had $2 billion of taxpayers' dollars to fund a feminist international development agency. As it has been pointed out previously in the debate, the position of Women, Peace and Security Ambassador, which this motion creates, does not include a budget. Is the Liberal Party proposing to add another $1 billion to the deficit while the Prime Minister attacks veterans for asking only what was promised in the last election? It will be these same soldiers, women and men, who will be ordered into conflict. Does not this government believe it has an obligation to its own citizens first, before we run off and tell other countries how to run their own affairs? The presentation of this motion is rather symbolic. It is symbolic, unfortunately, of what we have come to see of the Liberal government. It includes a lot of talk, a lot of discussion on women, women's rights, women's protection, yet starting with the Prime Minister and then to the mover of this motion, what Canadians see is just more virtue signaling from this government. It's time to move from symbolic virtue signaling to something that starts with an apology from the Prime Minister.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is truly an honour to support my colleague from Etobicoke Centre and to recognise his lifelong commitment to human rights. Madam Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to address the House today about Motion M163 toward the appointment of a Canadian ambassador for Women, Peace and Security. It is our government's position that an ambassador for women, peace and security will help to advance Canada's feminist foreign policy and will support our renewed commitment to implement the Women, Peace and Security agenda in its entirety. Canada's commitment to a feminist foreign policy is rooted in the belief that when women and girls are equal to men and boys, our world becomes more just, more prosperous, more peaceful, and more secure for all. Political, economic, and social barriers for women and girls are already pervasive. These barriers are exacerbated and even intentionally exploited in times of conflict. Women and girls suffer disproportionately in conflict settings and yet remain almost entirely excluded from the processes that build peace. Canada's feminist foreign policy makes women a priority in all of our security-related activities. We seek to increase the participation of women in peace building and peacekeeping and to provide a solid foundation of conflict prevention and recovery. Where women are included in peace processes, peace lasts longer. When peacekeeping talks break off, if women are at the table, the talks have a much better chance of resuming. When women and girls are safe, entire communities are safer, poverty decreases, and development opportunities increase. Studies show that the security of women and girls is one of the best predictors of a state's state of peace. Madam Speaker, Canada has been a leader in advancing and implementing the Women, Peace and Security agenda, which was created when Canada was last on the UN Security Council in 2000. At that time, our allies relied upon and deeply appreciated our leadership. And since then, more than 60 other countries have developed their own national action plans. Unfortunately, the previous government abandoned the Women, Peace and Security agenda, and non-governmental organizations in Canada were left to do their best for a decade. And I would like to salute them for their perseverance with little to no support whatsoever. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I've been privileged to help advance women, peace and security from the moment we formed government. As previous Parliamentary Secretaries to the Minister of International Development, my colleagues from Burlington and Whitby have also led this initiative, as has our colleague, the member from Laurier Ste. Marie, on the Foreign Affairs Committee. And of course, the member from Ottawa West Nepean has been a constant champion of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which reaffirms the important and consequential role in women's engagement in preventing and resolving conflicts, in peace operations, in humanitarian response, in post-conflict reconstruction, and in counterterrorism and countering violent extremism. When we formed government, the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development undertook a study on women, peace and security straight away. I'd like to thank Canadian leaders like Beth Waraniak from Match International and Diana Sarosi from Oxfam, who remained strong advocates through their volunteer roles at Canada's Women, Peace and Security Network. They have been stalwart and steadfast in their faith that the government would once again lead on women, peace and security. Margot Wallström, Sweden's foreign minister, said at the UN this past week, quote, "No woman needs to be given a voice. Everyone has a voice. What is needed is more listening." Minister Wallström is a strong supporter of our government's commitment to gender equality that is so central to our diplomatic, trade, development, and security priorities. We are listening to women. We are championing the rights of women and girls in the work we do on behalf of Canadians. Madam Speaker, the Women, Peace and Security agenda is at the heart of Canada's feminist foreign policy. Exactly 1 year ago, our government made a renewed commitment to implement the full breadth of the Women, Peace and Security agenda through launching Canada's second National Action Plan, which will cover the years 2017 to 2022. 9 federal departments are responsible for its implementation. The new plan is informed by the expertise of civil society and establishes an advisory group comprised of civil society and government experts to guide us. It is ambitious. It is led by Global Affairs, the RCMP, and the Department of National Defence, and supported by the Status of Women, Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, Public Safety, and the Department of Justice. Our plan has won accolades from experts and stakeholders at home and abroad. Recently, Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada and Indigenous Services Canada have also become implementing partners so that we can apply the women, peace and security approach to violence and discrimination faced by Indigenous women, girls and Two-Spirit people in Canada. We're holding ourselves accountable. The first annual progress report recently tabled in the House reflects that we are on track, or mostly on track, to reach our objectives. We are fostering partnerships to be more effective in the pursuit of peace. Canada launched the ELSI initiative for women in peace operations to increase the meaningful participation of uniformed women in UN peace operations. To this end, Canada is establishing partnerships with the armed forces of Ghana and the police service of Zambia. Through the Women's Voice and Leadership Initiative, Canada is supporting local grassroots women's rights organizations. The new gender equality partnership with philanthropists and the private sector will bring new investment in support of women's rights. We recognize that women's grassroots organizations must be directly funded and directly involved to be successful. Madam Speaker, addressing the challenges inherent in the Women, Peace and Security agenda is a long-term commitment. A Canadian ambassador for women, peace and security is a vital aspect of our Women, Peace and Security agenda in Canada, as announced by the Minister of Foreign Affairs at the Women Foreign Ministers meeting in Montreal in September of this year. Civil society has been clear in its recommendation to the Canadian government to establish the role of a high-level champion. We have heard these requests loud and clear. Numerous studies show that when women participate in peace and security, when women and girls are empowered, when gender equality is recognized and employed as a source of strength, personal security, and the security of communities and countries is improved. The appointment of an ambassador for women, peace and security is an important step for Canada and for the world. It represents a strong, positive response to the good work of the Foreign Affairs and International Development Committee and to civil society, and I'm very proud to be standing in the House today in full support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre has right to reply for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it's particularly poignant that this debate takes place on the 29th anniversary of the École Polytechnique horror. I begin this evening by picking up where I left off on September 20th in the first hour of debate on my motion to create the institution of an ambassador for women, peace and security. At that time, I spoke of Canada's legacy of bringing peace to the world, our Pearsonian peacekeeping legacy, Prime Minister Mulroney's leadership in the Commonwealth in the fight against apartheid, Foreign Minister Axworthy's Ottawa Treaty on the prohibition of landmines, and Prime Minister Martin's call for the responsibility to protect R2P at the 2005 UN World Summit. Madam Speaker, through you, I turn to my colleagues in this 42nd Parliament. We cannot predict a year from today who amongst us will once again be the few elected to serve in this House. We only know that in these waning months of the 42nd Parliament, we still have the opportunity to make a positive difference in the lives of millions. In 2005, as I walked down a dusty road in Johar, Somalia to a waiting vehicle convoy, a small girl walked up to me and took my hand. She was barefoot, with only a torn red t-shirt to wear. Yet when she took my hand, she beamed the most beautiful of smiles. We walked hand in hand to my waiting car. I smiled back at her, however it pained me that as I left, I had nothing to give her. I could not even offer her hope. As we drove away, I watched the little girl in the red t-shirt disappear into the distance. In the years since, I've often wondered, what happened with that little girl? Did she ever learn to read and write? Did her black curls turn reddish from malnutrition? Did she survive? Is she, in fact, still alive? This past summer, the Minister for International Development and I traveled into Ukraine's devastated Donbas region's grey zone, the area the OSCE observers leave before sunset as artillery and snipers set to work. In the zone's villages, it seemed that only older women, widowed or too poor to leave, remained behind. We stopped on a road next to shell-damaged homes. As we stepped into ankle-deep mud, twin girls of about 7 years shyly came out of the neighboring house. They were adorable, with ribbons in their braided hair. Their mother came out, and I asked why they hadn't left the zone. She took the minister and I inside. Her legless husband sat in a makeshift wheelchair. I asked how the girls were doing in school. She responded, poorly. Every night as the sun sets, the twins begin to shake and then hide under their bed throughout the night. Later, once again, as we drove away, I watched the twins with braided hair disappear into the distance, and I wondered, would their shattered lives ever be whole again? Madam Speaker, I've traveled through multiple war zones. The harsh reality is, it's men who do the killing and women and children who do the suffering. In October of 2000, the UN Security Council passed Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. For 18 years, we've repeatedly acknowledged that women's engagement is a critical key for peace and security. It's been studied, reaffirmed. Multiple international resolutions are passed regularly. It's time to act. 2 days after the first hour of debate on motion M163, on September 22nd, our Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that Canada would create the institution of an Ambassador of Women, Peace and Security, which fits hand in glove with the Minister's ELSI initiative announcement to increase the participation of women in peace operations. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the Minister. We've made the commitments, we're creating the institutions, and now is the time to take the next step and to operationalize. Next summer's Ukraine Reform Conference, hosted by Canada, will provide the opportunity to put women, peace and security projects on the table. We heard yesterday in Foreign Affairs Committee how a window of opportunity has opened up in Somalia and how Canada, with its Somali diaspora, could host a transformative international donors conference. Madam Speaker, we are the privileged few entrusted by the people of Canada to not just be the temporary custodians of Canada's peace inheritance. Through the institution of this ambassadorship, we have an opportunity to build upon our predecessors' peace legacies. Let us build a world where every little girl, every child, no matter where they are born, can have the same hopes and dreams that Canadian children hope and dream of. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Roniski, seconded by Mr. Willett, move that the House A, recognize that Canada has a rich tradition of peacekeeping, peacemaking, and peace building. B, recognize that Canada is a world leader in the promotion of human rights and peace, having crafted the wording of the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, envision the creation of the United Nations Department of Peacekeeping Operations, champion the Convention on the Prohibition of the Use, Stockpiling, Production, and Transfer of Anti-Personnel Mines, and on their destruction, the Ottawa Treaty. Shall I dispense? Dispense? Oops. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Que tous ceux qui appuient la motion veulent bien.
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. In my view, the noes have it.
Conformément à l'article 93 du règlement, le vote.
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the Recorded Division stands deferred until Wednesday, 12 December 2018, immediately before the time provided for private members' business.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today during adjournment proceedings to revisit an issue I raised in the House during question period on September 20th when I asked the Prime Minister and the Minister of Transport about a letter that the Penelakut First Nation in my riding had written expressing their anger and frustration about the establishment of anchorages in their traditional territories without the consent of that nation. Now, the Minister of Transport did respond that no relationship was more important than that with First Nations, but we still have a situation on the south coast of Vancouver Island and in amongst the Gulf Islands that is clearly not working for First Nations, for stakeholders, and local communities. Now, earlier this year, Madam Speaker, the federal government did create the interim anchorages protocol, and in August they announced it was going to be extended by 1 year. But it's quite apparent that that protocol is not working very well. We are seeing increased frequency of freighters. They are staying for longer periods of time, and it is simply adding to more consternation amongst constituents of mine. And in September, the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith and I co-hosted a roundtable where we had a lot of the stakeholders, municipal representatives, and First Nations come, and it was pretty much unanimous that something must be done to fix the issue. Now, Madam Speaker, the impact of these freighters is quite wide-ranging. Not only are they there for longer periods of time, and there are an increased frequency of them, but they are parked in a very sensitive marine environment that is home to many different species of aquatic life. Some of the vessels have been observed with the crews power washing the decks right into the ocean. There have been reports of fishing from the crews, and I would like to know if any of them hold a valid federal fishing license. There's the noise from the generators which are used to power up the lights. There have been power tools used at all hours of the day which carries across the water. And of course the navigation lights at night, which are required by international maritime law, are so bright that they can illuminate the houses of the nearby shore. And some people have even reported being able to read books by those bright lights. Now, Madam Speaker, I've also been consulting with local First Nations, namely Liaxin, Penelakut, and Cowichan tribes. And now they have described Transport Canada's consultations with First Nations as superficial and they think that the tone set by the federal government does not demonstrate a sincere effort by the government to actually resolve this outstanding issue. And this is really important because First Nations are not stakeholders. They're not in the normal sense of the word. It goes far beyond that. They are rights holders as guaranteed under our Constitution and held up by numerous Supreme Court rulings. These anchorages were established in their traditional and unceded territories with no consultation and no consent. So going forward, Madam Speaker, we need to fix our transport system as a whole, looking at our railways, our ports, and our shipping system. We need a better oversight system of the ships that are inbound to port. And we know now that the government is planning on trying to reach $75 billion worth of agricultural exports by 2025, but they also want a 7-fold increase of tanker traffic from their disastrous plan to expand the Trans Mountain Pipeline. We're also still exporting coal, American coal from Vancouver, which is a shameful blot on efforts to combat climate change. Madam Speaker, First Nations rights are important. This government has acknowledged it. I think all members in this House understand that. We need to stop using their traditional and unceded territories as a parking lot for freighters.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for his question. Madam Speaker, our government remains committed to reconciliation with First Nations and acknowledges that in the past, anchorage locations were selected for reasons of safety and security of the ship, and at a time when consultations with First Nations were not required as they are today. The past practice was abandoned in the early 1990s, and since that time there has been no process for the identification and designation of new anchorages. Since then as well, Canada's population and economy have grown, and the number of ships arriving to our west coast has increased. Our government recognized the need for a new framework for the selection and management of anchorages outside ports, one that would include many more considerations than in the past. In response to the changing needs of Canadians, in 2017 we launched the National Anchorages Initiative as one of the many projects within our unprecedented Oceans Protection Plan. This project, when completed, Madam Speaker, will deliver a new modern anchorages selection and management framework which will respect the rights of First Nations and take into account the impacts of an anchorage on the surrounding communities and environment. The objectives of the anchorage review are to develop a practical process to identify anchorages, analyze and respond to environmental, economic and cultural concerns now and over the long term, draft a best practices at anchor manual, and recommend oversight management options for these anchorages. As we move forward, I want to assure the Penalaquit Nation that the views and comments of their nation will be included and considered in the development of a modern anchorages framework for all of Canada. Our government is committed to the safety and environmental protection of marine communities, something the previous Harper government did not adequately address. Under our new Oceans Protection Plan, we are developing a sustainable national anchorage framework that responds to environmental, economic, and cultural concerns. The National Anchorages Initiative is just now beginning its detailed work and will be seeking the input of First Nations, other levels of government, as well as industry and coastal communities in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's comments. He would know very well that Section 136 of the Canada Shipping Act allows the Minister of Transport to regulate or prohibit the navigation, anchoring, and mooring or berthing of vessels. And this is to promote the safe and efficient navigation of vessels and protect the public interest in the environment. He's also one of the members who supported Bill C-262 and has acknowledged that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is a part of international law that should be incorporated into Canadian law. So, Madam Speaker, I want to end with this. I want to know when this government is going to respect First Nations rights. There are 19 nations that have their traditional and unceded territories in this area. They were not consulted. This is negatively impacting coastal communities, and I want to know when the process is going to begin, when we can actually see these anchorages move, and when we have a holistic view at our transport system to actually control the inflow of all of this tanker traffic. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me assure the honourable member that we do believe we've put a holistic process in place, that we are committed to reconciliation with First Nations. This too is a process which we are undertaking step by step and in good faith, and we do hope that this does the convergence of these two processes, if you will, Madam Speaker, will result in Anchorage locations being selected in a way that respects the rights of First Nations, both under our Canadian Constitution and under UNDRIP, which he is correct to say that I did in fact support. So once again, I want to assure the Penelakut First Nation that our government is committed to that reconciliation process. I want to assure the honourable member, and we will continue to move forward in that light.
Resuming, that's not resuming debate, but I will recognize the honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My presentation tonight emerges from a question that I asked to the Minister of Intergovernmental and Northern Affairs and Internal Trade back on September the 25th. And that in turn resulted from a question I put and a motion I made to the Justice and Human Rights Committee, of which I'm proud to be the Vice Chair. The motion was to ask that committee study something that I think most Canadians would agree is very much within the purview of justice and human rights, and that is the status of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in this country. Madam Speaker, you will know that over the summer, the new Premier of Ontario decided that he would invoke, as he said, potentially on a routine and repeated way, the notwithstanding clause of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Section 33. That would, of course, allow for 5 years the suspension of the Charter in that province for the first time in the 36 years that we've had in Canada the Charter. And of course, Madam Speaker, as you know, that overrules, therefore, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of conscience, freedom of association, the right to life, liberty, and security of the person, which, of course, was the foundation of women's right to choose upheld in the Morgenthaler case. So this is a very grave situation. And it wasn't about simply one province saying that they would do so in what most people thought had a rather strange context, some electoral reform at the City of Toronto. The new Premier of Quebec has also indicated that he would not hesitate to use the notwithstanding clause. And of course, to do so, he would, in the context, make sure that people who wearing religious symbols would not be able to be an authority and make any decisions. Therefore, it would prevent public servants like teachers and judges from wearing religious garments like the Muslim hijab, the Jewish kippah when they interact with the public, perhaps large Christian crosses, perhaps turbans, don't know. And it would simply use the Charter, notwithstanding clause, to overrule the rights that Canadians have taken for granted in the 36 years we've had the Charter. So my question was, Government, would you please have a study at the Justice and Human Rights Committee so we could have at that? Get the people who were there, some of whom are still very much alive, like former Prime Minister Chrétien, Mr. Romano, Mr. Davis, people who were there to tell us what their intent was, and to see with experts and human rights seeking groups whether or not we could agree that it was never intended to be used in the way that these two premiers have chosen to suggest they would use it. What better place than the Justice and Human Rights Committee of the House of Commons to convene such a meeting in the interests of Canada? The government has said no. I would like to know why.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wish to thank the honourable member for his question, and indeed thank him for his commitment to discussing the Charter and Canadian fundamental freedoms. I have come to cherish, Madam Speaker, since being elected in 2015, my discussions with the honourable member on these various issues over time, and indeed he is one of the people that whose opinion I seek out when I am reflecting on these various matters. These discussions are at the core of our shared commitment to the democratic process. Sadly, Madam Speaker, it is becoming increasingly clear that Conservative governments across the country have tended to trample on the rights of the most vulnerable. As my honourable friend knows, our government is the party of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we will always stand up to protect those rights. The inclusion of the notwithstanding clause was debated vigorously by the Charter's authors. I remember that context very well. It was a compromise reached during discussions on the patriation of the Constitution, which enabled our predecessors to conclude the process of achieving Canada's sovereignty. As we have seen, even former prime ministers and premiers have reservations about the use of the notwithstanding clause by any government. Certainly academic writing has pointed, I think in particular of an article by Professor Lorraine Weinrib, pointed out that it ought to be used only as a last resort and after the courts had struck down a piece of legislation. That is why we believe that any time a government invokes the notwithstanding clause to override the Charter's protections, it has to be done deliberately, carefully, and with the utmost forethought. Governments should not trample on the rights of their citizens on a whim. We will always be prepared as a government, Madam Speaker, to stand up for the rights of all Canadians. Although the Government of Ontario has committed to abandoning its plan to proceed with its then Bill 31, which included the notwithstanding clause, we were disappointed in their willingness to make use of such a powerful tool on a local matter. We were also dismayed by the Premier of Ontario's suggestion that he would use the notwithstanding clause routinely to achieve the province's legislative agenda. Our government strongly supports Canadians' freedoms, and we strongly support the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that is there to protect Canadians from governments when they do overreach. In celebrating International Day of Democracy, the Prime Minister remarked how easy it has become in today's political climate to dismiss opportunities for debate and conversation. He called on all Canadians to strengthen our democracy every day. We welcome the opportunity to discuss Canada's democratic tools, Madam Speaker, and measures to enhance human rights in Canada. Once again, I would like to thank my colleague for his important question. However, I would remind him that committees work independently of government and are free to make their own choices on their topics of study. Thank you.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Well, thank you, and I very much respect my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, and appreciate his very kind words. I enjoy working with him a great deal and appreciate his very wise words. I have to say that I'm still disappointed that the party of the Charter would not see this as something that they could embrace. I have no doubt that this government would not invoke the notwithstanding clause. I don't think that's going to happen, and I think it's leadership that we are looking for from this government. He talked about the Prime Minister's commitment to debate and conversation. Well, what better place, Madam Speaker, to do that than the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee? Now, he says, well, the committees are independent. Well, it certainly didn't seem that way when I put the motion forward just after the Premier-designate of Quebec decided that he would go this route and follow the route apparently that the Government of Ontario was contemplated, namely routine use of the notwithstanding clause to overrule people's rights. I'm surprised and disappointed that the Government of Canada doesn't see fit to show leadership in this important area.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank the honourable member for his comments. As a member of Parliament from Quebec, I am obviously watching that situation with the Quebec government very carefully. I have a number of people in my riding who wear visible demonstrations of their faith and participate in Canadian society in a variety of ways, but always positively. And so as a member of Parliament, I'm watching that quite carefully, and I can assure the honourable member that our government is watching that situation quite carefully as we are watching the situation in Ontario. And I reiterate that we were disappointed with the Government of Ontario's decision initially to invoke the notwithstanding clause, and we'll continue to be defenders of the Charter and continue these constitutional conversations with interlocutors across Canada.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I rise tonight for a late show, December 6th, I'm keenly aware that this is the last time I'll rise to speak in an adjournment proceedings in this place, in this building. I leave tomorrow for the climate negotiations that take place that are now in progress in Katowice, Poland. And by the time those negotiations are completed, Parliament will be in recess. So it's a bit bittersweet to stand here knowing that at this hour of night anyway, at least I'll be here tomorrow, to speak on issues that take place through question period, that this beautiful chamber will not be the one to which I return in the new year. The question I raised and pursued tonight in adjournment proceedings was on September 25th, in which I asked the Minister of Environment whether we were going to take the warnings of climate scientists seriously. I'm quite firmly of the view that most Canadians want to see their government take meaningful action, because Canadians from coast to coast to coast, whether they're in New Brunswick and experienced a flood such as they've never seen before, or in British Columbia, where I live, where we have had now several summers where our usual rain doesn't come and our forests are on fire. Last summer we had 500 separate fires burning. We had so many volunteer firefighters leaving Vancouver Island very bravely, heading into the interior, into the forest fire zone, to fight fires, that I even had some fire chiefs worried that if we had a fire on Vancouver Island, did we have enough people left? We had storm surges in Atlantic Canada, droughts and weather in the prairies that drove farmers to levels of depression as they saw their crops covered in snow far too early before they've been able to get out and harvest them. So I'm of the view, and the Canadians that come and speak to me consistently say that they want to see real climate action, and they're disturbed, and even, I think, there's a level of despair that's a risk. Despair is a real risk here, because as people read the reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, they're informed that we only have a very short period of time within which we can meet the Paris target of ensuring that global average temperatures will increase no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius above the global average temperature before the Industrial Revolution. They are equally informed that Canada's plans and targets are among the weakest in the world, that if the world followed our path, we wouldn't hold to 1.5, we wouldn't hold to 2. We would hit 5.1 degrees global average temperature, which is a path to the loss of human civilization. Sir David Attenborough spoke at the opening in Katowice at COP24 and said exactly that. We're in a race against time to save human civilization, because the ravages of catastrophic climate crisis are not merely more bad weather. They amount to an existential threat. Now, as I stand here today, the Minister of Environment has said we're not going to improve our target for another 2 years. We don't have 2 years. The question I raised on September 25th was when we were going to have consistent policy. How can we possibly spend another $10 billion on the Kinder Morgan expansion to get raw bitumen out of Canada with the effect of boosting production of some of the most heavy greenhouse gas producing fossil fuel on the planet? So my question tonight, and I will raise it every chance I draw breath of life, is when are we going to set partisanship aside, do what our children and grandchildren demand of us, and that is make a wholesale transition off fossil fuels and to those forms of energy that sustain us?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands for her question. I thank her for her wisdom and her commitment to environmental stewardship as we move forward. Again, I have the good fortune this evening, Madam Speaker, in this in these three adjournment debates, to have answered questions from three colleagues that I enjoy working with. It's a very lucky thing this evening. Of course, we love and respect all our colleagues, but some a little more. So I appreciate all of their presence here this evening. As for my honourable colleague's question about weighing climate impact, I can assure her that we are doing that every day. It's called the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, which, Madam Speaker, we believe is a blueprint for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, adapting to climate change, as well as for creating good jobs across the country in a responsible way. It is a plan which puts a price on pollution and accelerates the phasing out of things such as coal-fired electricity in favour of cleaner options, such as renewable sources of energy. And it is supported by our government's unprecedented investments in the clean growth economy, something which often gets forgotten, which includes areas such as clean tech and green infrastructure. So all of this together, Madam Speaker, is how we are making sure that environmental protection goes hand in hand with a responsible approach to economic prosperity and about developing Canada's abundant natural resources. The member for Saanich Gulf Islands also knows that our government is making the single largest investment ever to protect our oceans, coastal communities and marine life through our $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan. And on the Trans Mountain project, we have developed a plan for ensuring it moves forward in the right way, and only in the right way, by expanding the environmental considerations and ensuring meaningful Indigenous consultations. Madam Speaker, all of these actions, all of our efforts, represent the real and substantive ways that our government is delivering on its commitment to do things differently and to do different things. As for the National Energy Board, Madam Speaker, I must point out that Bill C-69 includes creating a new Canadian energy regulator to integrate Canada's energy, economic and climate change goals. We are proposing to give the new federal energy regulator the required independence and the proper accountability to oversee a safe, strong and sustainable Canadian energy sector in the 21st century. That's why we are eager to see Bill C-69 passed as part of our new approach to resource development, an approach that is environmentally sound and reflects the way in which we've heard from Canadians. Canadians have told us, Madam Speaker, they want project reviews that provide greater certainty and more transparency, and we hope that we are achieving this, and also to expand the role of Indigenous peoples in meaningful consultation processes. So, Madam Speaker, our government and the member opposite, we like to think are on the same page. I know that she probably would like to push us harder, and I'm glad that she does do that, Madam Speaker. In that light, I share her thoughts about speaking in this House for perhaps the last time, and I wish everyone the best of the season.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I do hold him in very high regard and consider him a friend. The problem here is the Pan-Canadian Framework is not a climate plan. It's a patchwork of what provinces were agreeing to do, bound together and negotiated. And I hate to out the reality of what happened under that Pan-Canadian Framework, but I think I ought to. The Deputy Minister of Environment Canada through that period was the same person who was the architect of the Harper Climate Plan, who developed the 30% below 2005 by 2030 target. And I believe that this sometimes happens. Sometimes big trends of history come down to who was there, who held the pen, who chaired the meetings. And we are somehow, despite the fact that our Minister of Environment and Climate Change initially said the target's too weak, we'll improve it, we still have the Harper target, and we're not on track to meet it. And we know the Harper target is far too weak to save our children. So I will say again, it's not enough to be better than the Conservatives. You actually have to do what's right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank the Honourable Member for her comments. I do think everyone in this House agrees, or I hope everyone in this House agrees, that we need to do more in order to meet and maintain the targets that were set under COP21, and I wish the Honourable Member the very best in the negotiations that are upcoming in Poland, as well as the whole Canadian team. And like her, I can say for myself that I do hope that we succeed. Thank you.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.